The last gate opened and the main enemy came out of it, and the hero Baek Jin-woo was already there, waiting for him, and he had enough strength to win. The great demon, who resembled a skeleton, did not understand the impudence of having only one person against him, and that person was not even afraid of his sword. The guy looked at the demon carefully and his eyes showed no fear of the battle. And he even said in response that he had nothing to fear from him or his sword, and that even the lady with the scythe was not afraid of him. After attacking the monster, he continued his words that because of the battles he had fought, these feelings of fear had disappeared from him forever. And to complete his journey as a warrior, he only needed to destroy the enemy and close the gates to the second dimension forever. So there was no turning back. He once again looked menacingly at the enemy and shouted that this was where his end would come. After that, a powerful column of light energy spread across the ground and a roar of thunder was heard. The demon realized that a large gap had formed in front of him, and that Baek Jin-woo's attack hadn't really hurt him. What he didn't realize was that it was just a decoy to distract an attack from behind. The demon managed to turn around and repel a rather strong attack, and the warrior proved to him that he was still the strongest of his world. The sword was able to reach the demon's head and inflict serious wounds afterwards. He saw in the boy's eyes that this would be his last battle and recognized him as a hero of all mankind and that he would become a legend in his world. But in reality, he didn't care because he had lost too many dear people along the way. People believed in him very much, and when he appeared they had hope for their lives and they told him that they needed him and called him a hero. And pointing the sword at the demon's disfigured face, he could no longer hold it in. But he revealed to him that he was very tired of this fate. So he asked them to destroy each other, and he would be free. Since he failed to save the person who was most precious to him, he had nothing to lose. And having fulfilled his destiny, he could safely go to eternal life without holding a sword. After a short period of darkness, he opened his eyes and saw the big head of a man talking to him. The first thing that came to mind was that a huge giant had attacked him, and it was not yet clear where he had ended up. But he thought to deal with the enemy first. Looking at his hands, he didn't even listen to the people in the room calling him Riley for some reason. And when they told me that he was the younger son of the great swordsman Count Ippoliti, I immediately thought that I had entered another dimension. An older man came into the room and introduced himself as the same swordmaster and asked if he was ready to receive the blessing of the sword. Although he was still a child, his father explained to him as an adult that the blessing of the sword was a very important event for every member of their family. Realizing everything, he was outraged because he had promised himself in his past life not to pick up a sword again. But he had managed to be born into a family of swordsmen. Suddenly, 4 swords appeared above him, hovering over him with their sharp ends. And most importantly, he saw by the blade that the swords were not toy swords at all, but real and quite sharp. When he lifted the handles up, one of the servants noticed and twisted it to mean that the young master was eager to touch the sword. And everyone present was delighted. But Riley himself burst into tears because he still didn't want to get involved with swords anymore, and because he remembered everything from his past life. Crying throughout the big house, he wondered when he would finally find peace. 19 years later, in a bar, people were loudly discussing the news that the Ippoliti family would be choosing an heir. There were 3 sons in Ippolit's family, but they had not yet reached the level of a master, and one could tell everything from one look at them. His eldest son was named Fina Ippoliti Lion, who followed the path of pure strength and was a famous monster fighter. The middle son's name was Fina Ippoliti Lloyd, and he was unsurpassed in agility and speed. He could even cut drops of water in the air. But the man's friend, who was telling about them, asked why he did not talk about the Count's 3rd son. But he explained that there was no point in telling because the 3rd one grew up to be a nobody and had no ability with a sword. The man behind them was finishing his beer and listening very attentively to the conversation between the 2 people. That he was disgracing his father and thought that nothing would grow out of him. He slammed his glass on the table so hard that he managed to draw attention to himself. He said menacingly that plebeians had no right to speak like that about the Count's younger son. And the man added that unlike them, he trains and does not just talk trash with his mouth, and said that the young master will show himself to everyone. Meanwhile, in the garden on the grass, Riley was looking at clouds, and when he saw one in the shape of a burger, he remembered the wonderful taste of Coca-Cola, which he missed. Ty even began to notice that he had recently started to remember that life more. In general, it was strange to remember everything, and he thought he would be able to forget everything when he reached a certain age. In that life, at the same age, he managed to pick up a sword that did not obey anyone. And it was at that moment that he was gone as a person, unable to choose his own path in life, because he chose the destiny of saving all mankind, and he began to exist only as a warrior. He remembered why he never wanted to pick up a sword again, let alone become a warrior. The gray-haired man from the bar was named Ian. He was looking for Riley and his face was quite upset. Jan asked his master if he had been practicing with a sword because the choice of an heir was coming soon. But Riley stretched out his arms and said that there was no point in training because everyone already knew that he was like the ugly duckling and the lazy one among his brothers. And when his servant asked him why he didn't want to prove the opposite, he said that he didn't see the point, smiled, and added that they were right, no matter how much they were wrong. It was hard for him to accept, so he kept up with the young master and kept emphasizing and asking why he didn't want to become better. He was even more angry because he knew that he was very, very smart, and the reputation was not true. But Riley looked at him calmly and reminded him that he would never be able to hold a sword again in his life. He also asked him to pay less attention to what people around him were saying because he didn't pay attention to it either. At the dinner table, the conversation was also about choosing an heir, and Ian emphasized that Riley needed to train because there would be a fight between the brothers. Madame took the servant's side and told the boy that he was the son of the great Fin Ippolita. And thinking that even his mother would be bothered by this, she said that no matter what, she just wanted him to be happy. He wants the fate of the Ippolita family not to depress him and to seek his own happiness. Riley seemed to melt at these words. They continued to eat, discussing whether she was angry that her son did not want to be the heir, and she said why should she care? In addition, the older middle son and Riley had a sufficient age difference. The young owner interrupted the conversation and asked him to ignore the people's conversations. But it was difficult to do so because from the time he was a child, Riley was very smart. He managed to speak very early at the age of 1 and since then has shown himself to be the most talented of the family. I also learned to read books very early on, and almost immediately quite complex literature. After finishing the soup, Madame said that children who have the ability to study take up the pen and not the sword. While Jan and his mother were arguing, he thought that he was fine with everything, that they adored him and would always protect him. Then he will never have to hold a sword in his hands and will be able to keep his word. But suddenly, my mother felt a strange taste in her mouth, and when she touched her lips, she saw that there was blood on her fingers. She looked and told Riley that she did not understand what was wrong with her and why she was bleeding. He looked at her, but his mother was already falling out of the chair, fainting. While the servant was trying to find out what happened, Riley could not move, and this situation scared him very much because he also loved his mother very much. There were many thoughts in my head at that moment, but the most important ones were whether I would have to take up arms again and whether my mother would be okay. But suddenly he raised his head and heard a very familiar voice outside the door. Ian shouted that Madame was coughing up blood and urgently needed help, but Riley was clearly looking toward the door. And when he heard that it had finally happened, he was 100% sure that he had heard it, even though the voice was very quiet. He then realized who it was that had poisoned his mother and deprived him of a peaceful life forever. There was no doubt that she was his father's first wife, Ori Ippolita. His hands were trembling with anger, but Jan's words brought his mind back to his senses, and he reported that they had managed to stop the blood. Then Riley asked him to call someone for help and to take care of his mom in the meantime. Although the servant doubted his young master's abilities, the latter reminded him that he had read all the medical treatises at the age of 5. So there was nothing to worry about, but that wasn't all, and he asked for one more favor. Ian looked at him carefully, and then Riley asked him to bring it to him. His wooden sword made it clear that he was in no mood for jokes at that moment, and the servant went to fulfill the request without further ado. After moving my mother into the room, the first thing he did was apply cold compresses, so that we could prevent the high temperature from harming his mother. And when I was sure that her condition was stable, I calmed down a bit, because I knew that I had done everything I could. Jan brought the doctor to the room and told him that this happened to Madame after she ate the soup. The doctor examined her and said that she was lucky that the poisoning was not fatal, but that the poison had spread throughout her body and that it would pass in a couple of days. Yana was happy that her health was no longer in danger, but Riley was not. He took this case very seriously, and this time she was not in danger, even though she was speaking out of her mouth. She was bleeding and lost consciousness, and it could easily happen again, and she might not be lucky. He looked at Jan and asked him if he was thinking the same thing, and indeed they agreed on the deliberate attempt on the hostess's life. In one of the rooms, Orly was holding a flask in her hands and rejoicing in the thought of what she had done, but she did not know that her plan had failed. The servant blamed himself because he was supposed to check everything before the meal and should have seen at least something suspicious. Riley interrupted him before he could finish and asked if he remembered the other world he sometimes dreamed about. And he said that there is a very interesting saying in that world that is apt for the moment. And it sounds like this: "Don't wake up a disaster until it sits quietly." He thanked me for the sword, said he was leaving because he needed to talk to someone, closed the door and asked me to look after my mother. Walking down the corridor, I thought that I wanted only one thing in this life, and that was a simple life. A happy and carefree life with a person who is very dear to me. But they tried to destroy this last wish. When I saw what I was looking for on the way, I thought, well, I'll have to take up the sword. I shouted to Orla that I was looking for her, but I knew in my head that this time he would not take the sword for good or as a warrior. And for the sake of one single desire, and the more I looked at her, the more I was convinced that it would be so. She greeted me with a smile and asked how the young, lazy swordmaster was doing. Riley also smiled back and said that he was doing great as usual, and thanks to her, not only he did well, but also his mother did well, and they wanted to thank her somehow. Lady Orly laughed nervously and said she didn't need anything, it was her job. Since she is the mistress of the estate, she tries to make everyone feel good and skillfully change the subject. That he is very worried about his mother Iris because her son has a very bad reputation and everyone laughs at him. Ignoring this, he asked her if she smelled the soup his mother had for lunch and asked her to explain herself. Noticing his delicate sense of smell, she replied that she had indeed gone to the kitchen before serving the food. Riley hinted to her that it was very strange for the mistress of the manor to go to the kitchen, but she kept putting it on him and said that he was the only one who was strange. Finally, she added that there is a sign that those who try to change will come to a sudden end and asked them to sit quietly and not to muddy the waters. In the evening, while drinking tea in her room, Lady Orly asked her spy if she had found out anything about Riley. He said that after their meeting he went to the yard to train, and judging by him, he did not even know how to hold a sword. She was outraged that he had no right to talk to her like that today, and said that they had to finish what they had started tonight. Assassin said that he would do everything, but he also said one more thing that at first Riley was not sure. But later, I had the feeling that he realized he was being watched and was waiting for further actions on purpose. And it was as if he wanted to be trapped in such a way. Lady Orly did not want to listen to the haymaker's words and snapped at him about why he was still here and sent him off to complete his task. Under the cover of night, the assassin crept into the young master's room, which was just around the corner. But around the corner there was Riley, waiting for him, only the moonlight illuminating him, and he raised his sword over the spy. Frightened eyes looked at the boy because the assassin obviously could not have expected such a turn of events. Riley finally told him that after he practiced, he went to the corridor to wait for him. But it took him a long time. The assassin could not understand how it was that he could not even feel his power. Then, with a very powerful punch, Riley tried to destroy the uninvited night guest. Still, he managed to get away and thought that maybe the guy in front of him had tracked him down on purpose. But his gaze shifted to the place where the sword had penetrated, and he could see the fear in his eyes. Just one blow left a large mark on the floor, and it was only a wooden sword. Riley asked the assassin to wake up and said that he was very inattentive and rushed to him with great speed. Flying into the air, he shouted whether he had come to destroy him on orders. And when their weapons connected, he asked if this order was from Mistress Orly, and the assassin could not believe his eyes. But Riley already knew the answer. He sneered and told the assassin that it was a shame to lose to a mercenary against a wooden sword. With the next move, he knocked the blade out of the mercenary's hands without any problems. The assassin had nowhere else to run, he was defeated, and Riley did not want to let him go alive. A little later, when the night was well enveloped in the castle of the Epaulette family, Ian came into his room and saw the young master dozing with a book on his face. The servant addressed him a couple of times and Riley asked what he wanted. Taking the book away from his face, he looked at it carefully and waited for what they would say. And he was told that a body had been found in the estate. But this news did not disturb him in any way, and he said that he thought the information was more interesting. Jan couldn't stand it and started shouting loudly that the Count had a lot of enemies, but now it's a slightly different case. It was not just a body. It was the body of an assassin who managed to sneak into the estate somehow. He was found with a broken neck right in front of Orly's room. Jan was very worried about the young master and said that now was not the time to chill, and since they didn't know if there were any other assassins in the house, he shouldn't have been left alone. Closing the book, he emphasized that he could defend himself and asked me to keep an eye on his mother. He also gave the servant a list of herbs from which to make a medicinal decoction for his mother. Realizing that Jan was surprised, he smiled and said that he knew how to do more than just be lazy and rest, so he didn't waste time. He asked him to visit to see how his mother was doing and that he would come to see her later. As soon as he finishes all his chores, he needs to hide the blade somewhere and clean the blood off the wooden sword. Meanwhile, in Ippoletta's office, the father asked his two older sons if they had searched everything. They reported that during the search, they searched everything and nothing, and no one was found. It was still strange that the mercenary came to the house unarmed, and it occurred to me that someone from the house helped him get through. He ordered them to check the nearest village, Ipa, because he was either an assassin or a robber by his clothes, and emphasized to his sons that this could not be left unchecked. Lady Orly was already biting her fingers. Things hadn't turned out the way she wanted them to, and she was also wondering where the assassin's dagger had gone. In the morning, while stretching in the garden, Riley asked Jan how his mom was doing and if she was feeling better. He boiled the broth and gave it to her, and afterwards the owner's condition became much better. When he heard that his mother was feeling better, he turned around and said that he would go back to sleep, and the servant had more questions for him. It was even a request to pick up the sword again, because you can't just give up after swinging the sword a couple of times. But Riley didn't want to. So he said that he also needed to know how to lose, and that he could fight with a stick, for example. He asked me to pick a couple of fruits for him and myself from the tree because he noticed that some of them were ripe. Raising his head to the top of the tree, Ian noticed something glistening. It was the dagger they were looking for. The plan worked. He expected him to quickly find a dagger specially placed there. Jan lifted the fireplace off the ground to knock it down because it was quite high up in the tree. Playing the role of a stranger, Riley noticed that it clearly did not look like a fruit. The servant looked at him very closely and could not understand how he had gotten there at all. And then I saw that it had exactly the same symbols on it as the body of the found assassin. The next night in one of the villages, a mysterious carriage that had never appeared there before drove up to one of the houses. Stopping and pulling the curtain back with his hand, an unidentified man asked what happened to number 3. The assassin to whom this question was addressed did not answer it. Then the man asked what happened to the body of the assassin numbered 3. The news was also not comforting because their friend remained in the Epaulet estate. Then the noble gentleman scratched his beard and said that this could mean trouble for Lady Orla, and they needed to go quickly to the village of Ipa. Assassin was surprised. He did not expect that their head himself would deal with this problem personally. But he emphasized that, of course, he should not be seen there, so everything should be done secretly. Because it was not fatherly to leave everything and not help my daughter, and it was my duty as a father to protect her. Lady Orly still did not know what to do because everything was out of control, and the dagger was found, and the problem was that Jan and Riley found it, and they immediately took it to the Count. This whole situation was driving her crazy, and it was already a big problem because they could have used the dagger to get to her. But suddenly, her hysteria was interrupted by a knock on the door and she asked who was there. She was relieved because at first she was afraid, thinking it was Riley. But it was her middle son at the door. She asked why he came because she knew he was very busy with the case. But he just came to see if she was okay because he was worried because he knew that the mercenary had been found in front of her door. I asked her if she was worried because it was destroyed in front of her door. He offered her to rest and said that he would guard the door so that no one would disturb her. Before closing the door, he said that his grandfather's manufactory had stopped in the village of Ipa. She even asked again because it gave her hope that if the test factory was really there, it was protected. He confirmed his words without a doubt because his servants were there and saw a large number of workers. Lady Orla's mood immediately improved, and she sent her son to tell him that she was fine. When the door closed, the smile did not disappear from her face, and she even hoped that her father might come. And if everything is true, her father should have solved all her problems very quickly. It also meant that Riley and his mom would not be able to survive this time at all. While in the garden, the young master continued to do the best thing he loved, which was sleeping sweetly. But his sleep was disturbed by the whispers of people sitting in a tree discussing the infiltration plan. When he woke up, he was outraged because he thought that it would be enough to show the dagger to his father and everything would be fine. But it turns out that the assassins would attack first. The mercenaries discussed that their main task was to get the body of the third man, but warned that everyone in the house was a soldier. And as soon as they were about to leave, a voice from below spoke to them, even though he could not see them. They were shocked that they had been exposed, and Riley apologized for interrupting them because he wanted to say something, that he doesn't care what they are going to do in the house and will not stop them. But there was one condition: do not force him to interfere and do not cross his path. And as far as possible, he did not appear in their home again. And after saying this, he moved on. The assassins sat there in shock and could not even believe that they had heard it. One of them even asked again. But all the members of the guild heard Riley's words, and that's why they suggested that we back off. But the main man was not going to retreat because they had to finish the job and return the dagger with the body. Therefore, he gave the task to the assassins from number 2 to number 10 to seize and carry out the body. The rest of them were supposed to distract the attention of all the residents of the house and emphasize that if something went wrong, they should not give themselves up alive and destroy all evidence of their presence there. There was another task from Lady Orly to destroy the Count's second wife and her son. The two assassins crept up to the door and talked about how they needed to do everything very quickly and disappear without a trace. And when they mentioned her son, the older man said that he would be an easy target because, according to information, he did not even know how to hold a sword. He also added that if they fulfill this task, they will be able to be promoted. The two were interrupted by a warning that they were not allowed to enter the building. Riley stood in front of them, holding a sword in one hand and a rope in the other, and said that he had warned them not to cross him. With mad eyes and a smile on his face, he warned them that they had made a very big mistake. I jokingly asked them if they knew how adults punish children for violating prohibitions. They did not appreciate such jokes and, on the contrary, were glad that he showed up without having to look for him. And they shouted that they were grateful that he had come himself and promised to finish him off quickly. The one that crept up behind me was visible, and the other one disappeared from view as if he had become invisible. Before he knew it, a sword was in his chest. The assassin could not even scream at first because of the shock that everything happened so quickly. But Riley looked at him and reminded him that he had warned him not to cross him. The second assassin was equally amazed that the so-called master of the lazy sword could destroy his comrade with a single blow. Then he finally realized that they had most likely been misled, and that he was not a simple boy. Riley heard him whispering under his breath and asked him not to hide but to come out to him because they would not leave the house alive anyway. The assassin decided that if he was going to appear, he would attack from the back and try to reach the target. The attempt failed with one punch, and Riley asked him to be quiet. When the mercenary landed on his feet, he saw that his hand was on the ground. Having nothing better to do, he decided to run away from home because he did not want such an end for himself. But Riley was not going to let him go so easily and threw his sword at his back. He jumped into the air and kept repeating that he was warning them of the consequences. It was easy not to interfere with him and not to force him to fight them. Therefore, they asked for such destruction and struck the last blow with great force, which sprinkled blood all around. When Riley landed, I was even a little upset because I hoped it would be a little more fun. In another building, Jan and one of the servants also fought the intruders. She noticed that there were a lot of assassins and could not understand how they entered the building at all. Although Jan was an old man, he was still a very skillful warrior, and his sword skills allowed him to easily kill two people at once with one movement. He called them just little crumbs against him and hid his sword. Sarah noticed that they had already seen 15 assassins and asked what to do next. But Ian was in the mood to fight to the end, so they decided to split up, with Sarah offering to guard Lady Iris's room while Ian searched for Riley. He was very worried about his young master and hoped that he was well hidden somewhere. He accelerated even more, running down long corridors until he reached the end. Another enemy did not come to the meeting, but this time it even felt different. The servant realized that he was no longer a simple pawn, but a bigger fish. But since he did not have time, he asked him to run away immediately and then he would let him live. Having not heard an answer, the only way out was to destroy the enemy because there was no time at all. Their blades touched, and the assassin's face showed calmness. He easily passed by the punch and stuck his opponent's butt. I tried to take the initiative into my own hands while I still had an advantage in the position. But Jan had read the possible course of action and was ready for such a ploy. He tried to seize the initiative of the battle himself and deal the final blow to the assassin. He managed to dodge and sharply attack Jan directly in the forehead while he was open. But he was stopped by the dagger of one of them that suddenly appeared from his chest, piercing him through. Without being distracted, Jan saw this as a chance to deal with the enemy, so he did not hesitate for a minute. He finished off the enemy so that he could no longer harm Ippoletta's family. After the body fell, he wondered where the blow came from, but the thought of his young master made him run to find him. Riley stepped out of the shadows of the wall and looked at the assassin, wondering why he had missed as he was aiming straight for the heart. But I attributed it to the fact that I hadn't trained for years, and my body was different than in my previous life. Nevertheless, he was very pleased with himself because he had worked hard and everyone was alive and he could play the role of an aristocrat again. A little later, sitting in the garden, Jan was able to find him there and was very happy to see that he was fine. Riley asked him what he was doing here in the middle of the night and why he was so hot. Then he told him that assassins had entered the house and that he needed to quickly follow him. Having calmed down a bit, he felt relieved for the life of his master and could not even imagine what would have happened if something had happened. He asked him to not be alone anymore because it was not safe at the moment. He said that he and Sarah had to kill as many as 15 assassins who had entered the house. Riley then asked if his mom was okay and if she was safe playing the role of not knowing anything. Ian turned to him and looked as if he was about to cry at the question. I looked at the boy carefully and thought that people were wrong that he was weak. Even in such danger, he was worried about the people he loved. When his feelings returned to normal, he said that his mom was fine and Sarah was looking after her. Once back in the building, Ian moved through the corridors very carefully, checking every corner. Since he considered Riley to be the most unprotected member of the family, he has to be very careful. He smiled at these words, thanked him for his protection, and thought about how the strongest hero in the world is called weak. Then he asked Jan to wait because he had something very suspicious to show him that he had found. He handed him a crumpled piece of paper and asked if it could have anything to do with the assassins. But I didn't want to take it because it looked like someone had wiped themselves after the toilet. After calming his nerves, he asked him to look at what was written there again. Ian picked it up and began to read the recipe for the poison that was used to poison Lady Iris. But that was not all. The handwriting was very familiar to him and resembled that of Lady Orly. Meanwhile, in the Count's office, there was also a fight between him and the assassin. But he was able to pull him well and inflict a lot of wounds and blood on his clothes. The Count warned him that no matter what he planned, he would never be able to defeat him in his life. Even if there were even more assassins, he would still put them all down with him. But the enemy realized that he could not defeat the Count and needed to stall for time before the smoke bomb went off. The Count told him to get ready to meet his end, and even if he begged for mercy, there would be none. He tried to reach the enemy with a series of quite powerful blows, but he managed to get away. The Count did not appreciate this and called the enemy just a cowardly coward. Assassin realized that his life was in great danger and he needed to think of something quickly. Ippolita pointed his sword at him and allowed him to say his last words, even though he was a thief. They were interrupted by an abrupt burst into the office with terrible information for Count Stein. Ian shouted that he had found out who had tried to poison Lady Iris and had brought the culprit with him. His first wife, Orly, stood in front of the Count, her frightened face clearly illuminated by the moonlight, and Jan's hand prevented her from even thinking about escaping. The servant asked if he needed help with the stranger in front of him, but he assured me that he was just one of the insignificant assassins whom he could defeat at any moment. But he was more interested in the paper that contained evidence of his first wife's involvement in the poisoning. After reading it to the end, my face became very stern and a lot of anger appeared in my eyes. Jan confirmed that this handwriting was 100% his first wife's. Out of despair, Lady Orly began to cry. She was very sick and did not know what would happen to her. Riley was lying in his mother's room, thinking that the servant must have passed the note to his father and Orly's involvement would be proven. Then his mother suddenly woke up, looked at him and asked if he was okay. Her son reassured her that he was not injured and that the assassins had not done any harm. He was also very happy that his mother was recovering and that she was also doing well. Ian came into their room and Riley asked if he had given the note to his father and what he had said to it. He remained silent, and Sarah intervened, wanting to know where he had been going for so long with the young master because she was very worried. Putting his hand to his nose, he tried to find the right words to give one answer to two questions. They listened attentively to what they were told, all their attention riveted on Jan. He said that Lady Iris's soup was poisonous, and that he and Riley had found the culprit, who turned out to be Lady Orly. She didn't believe it at first, but the servant said there was no doubt that the letter describing the poison was in her handwriting. I still couldn't believe what I was hearing and asked many times. She felt very sad for her and wondered why she would do such a thing. My lady wanted to leave, but her strength was too low and she fell to the floor. She guessed that she hadn't really seen her, but it was too much to ask for such a concession. He turned to Jan and asked him where his father was and why he hadn't come yet. And he said that he was still talking to Lady Orly, but they were joined by an uninvited guest. Taking off his mask and cloak, Orly's father said that it was over, and although they had gotten the dagger, they had failed the task. When the Count saw his father-in-law, he did not even know what to say for the first couple of seconds, but it became clear why he did not attack. His first question was how he could do this, and how he could disgrace his own daughter in such a way. But Orly intervened and said that the only one who had disgraced her was him, when he decided to marry another woman. Then the Count looked at her and asked her not to talk nonsense because he knew that she only wanted his name. He added that he felt as if he had married the Tesla factory and not it, and all she cared about was bearing the Ippolit surname. But now she crossed the line and brought whole assassins into the house. After these events, he had no choice but to drive them both out of his house and out of his life forever. When the two left the estate, Orly was still crushed because all their dreams had come to an end. She wanted it to be a bad dream and to wake up in a warm bed at home. The father watched his daughter suffer, realized that this had to happen, and was glad that she was alive. He asked her to calm down because as long as Tess's factory survived, so would they, and that her two sons would have a wonderful future. But she was interrupted by Riley, who was sitting in a tree playing with knives and waiting for them to come and greeted them with questions about whether they had fun. They did not understand what he was doing here and asked why he was waiting for them. Without any ulterior motives, he said that he was driven by curiosity and, of course, revenge for his mother. Orly was boiling with irritation at this insolence and called him the worst of the family. And I swung to hit him because I couldn't stand the words, and Riley said he could try. It will be very interesting to see how the father will react if his younger son comes back beaten. Orly's father managed to understand the consequences for her and asked her to stop. He was not afraid of the consequences and said that he would put him in his place for such impudence. He threatened me with what he thought he was going to return home alive, and at that moment, a large number of assassins appeared. But Riley told his step-grandfather that since he had not personally attacked him today, he would leave it unanswered. But this did not apply to Lady Orla, who could not count on such mercy. Because at first she tried to take my mother's life and later sent assassins. And a double attempt on her life cannot be simply forgiven, and she must pay for her crimes. He showed them that he could easily dodge attacks and warned them that they could not even try to avenge their defeat. They could not believe that he was capable of such a thing and that he had performed such a trick so easily. Out of desperation, Orly ordered everyone to attack him immediately without mercy. The assassins rushed into battle one by one on her orders, and on her father's orders they were ready to go to the end. But Riley's face did not show any emotion, and he looked very calmly at everything that was happening. It reminded him of his previous encounters with assassins in his past life. He pardoned them because he believed that they were also human beings and had the right to be saved. But back then, he was just a naive fool, and a person dear to him died because of it. This time, it will be different, and everything that happens can be considered legitimate self-defense. And a smile appeared on his face. He was ready, and just asked not to complain later. The assassins had already surrounded him and decided to kill him in a group attack. But Riley proved them wrong with just one swipe of his wooden sword and managed to neutralize the attackers. He added that they were very unlucky that he was not the same as he was in that life. Only 2 of them were left, and they looked at him and did not believe that he had done it. The one who was called the lazy swordmaster. He approached the old man and told him that he had warned him, and that this was the 2nd time. And because he was once a warrior, Riley said he would give him a quick ending. But he fell to his knees and asked to spare his daughter and take only his life. He tried to convince her that he knew she had really done a very bad thing, but she wasn't a bad person, and he asked me to take his word for it and said that she had just fallen under a bad influence. But an evil smile appeared on Riley's face. He had no pity for them, so the answer was a clear no. He noticed that his body was completely different in this life and realized that he had been resting from battles for 19 years. I even had an interesting idea to return to the ranks of the swordsmen. Meanwhile, morning was dawning on Ipolette's house, and everything was so disturbing in it. Sarah and Jan could not find the young master, although they had already searched the house and the territory several times. Although he realized that he could have been kidnapped by assassins, and reassured Sarah that he might have been hiding somewhere very well. He asked her not to be dramatic, and that he would definitely be found. She saw him last in Lady Iris's room, and later he simply disappeared, a time not very suitable for these games of the young master. She also suggested that he might have been kidnapped by assassins when they left the house. They then decided to split up and search everything again to be sure. But the Count was watching them at that moment. He stopped them and asked them menacingly why they hadn't reported Riley missing right away. Looking at him, they did not think of anything to say, knowing that the Count was not very happy about his son's laziness. Jan even thought that the Count would say that it was a disgrace to their family and would not look for him. We kept looking at each other like water in our mouths. But we were lucky. Riley came in from the garden and scratched the back of his head and asked who had called him. The servants immediately rushed to him. Jan could not tear himself away from his young master because he was so worried. Then his father came up to him and wanted to tell him something, namely, that he needed to go to his office and talk about today's events. There were 3 of them in the office, with their middle son present, and they were interested in where Riley got the note. But Lloyd's nerves broke down and he started shouting about where the paper had come from and how he had been ordered to leave the house. However, he did not understand at what time Lady Orly ordered him to do so. The brother did not stop accusing him that he had most likely forged the note to accuse his mother. He even tried to steal away, but because he was angry, I didn't notice how he managed to deftly turn away. I was even more torn that he was up to something and was playing a double game with them. The Count asked Lloyd to shut his mouth. He was tired of hearing him shouting at the younger man. It had already been proven that Lady Orly had poisoned the soup, and it was proved that it was her handwriting on the paper. My father was only interested in where he got that piece of paper because it could not have fallen from the sky. Realizing that he had to say something, He said that he had indeed killed the first assassin, and the proof was that he had trained a few days ago with a sword, just in case. Right after training, the mercenary found him in the hallway, where he was barely able to fight off a wooden sword from him. He immediately ran away as soon as he had the opportunity, and after a little while he came back and found the body already lifeless. And at that moment, looking at the body, I saw the note in his hand. All the pictures of the mosaic came together in the Count's head, and he realized that his son was not lying and that it could have been so. Then I looked at Lloyd, who was proving that my mother could not have done that, saying that despite everything she let the killer into the house. So he had to chase her away, and then ordered everyone to go to their rooms because it was quite late and time for bed. Without objection, they listened to their father, who was a very big authority for them. Finally, he asked Riley to come to his office after he had a good night's sleep and tell him something in private. Without turning around, he agreed and walked toward the exit from the office. Lion's older brother was also there, but he just looked at him. Apparently, those two did not want to talk to him anymore, and it was not a big loss for him. Lloyd asked the older man his opinion about Riley's story, and he said that he was probably not lying. Even though the story with my mother was bad, there was nothing I could do about it, and I couldn't give in to emotions either. He went on to say that on the one hand he was even grateful to his little brother, because even his mother could not forgive such actions. There is no room for justification for attempted murder and hiring assassins to carry out the assassination. Lion put his hand on Lloyd to calm him down a bit and listened to him carefully. For now, they will leave everything as it is and will not take revenge for their mother. But the time is approaching for the selection of the heir to the house of Ippolita. And when the heir is chosen, it will be possible to kill him without consequences. Then you can bring order back to the house, but despite the fact that Riley is lazy, his father had high hopes for him, so you can't discount him. He asked me to trust him in the end, to be patient and wait for that day. The next morning, Jan was there in Riley's room to prepare the young master for a meeting with the Count. After licking him from head to toe, the servant didn't even leave a speck of dust on him, and even did his hair. When I looked at the way Riley had gathered, I thought that perhaps the Earl had called him to choose him as heir apparent in connection with Lady Orley's expulsion. On the way, Jan kept talking and inventing different reasons why the young master was called to the office. Before he went in, the servant drew Riley's attention to himself once again. He wished him good luck and stayed waiting outside the door with his fists crossed for him. When he entered the office, his father was already waiting for him, and without even greeting him, he told him to get ready to go. This news could not have come as a surprise, and he did not understand why. To calm his son down a bit, he handed him a letter with an invitation. Picking up the letter, I saw that it was an invitation to the 17th Royal Tournament. It was supposed to take place in a month, and they were looking forward to the presence of Ippolet's family. With his hands over his face, the father smiled lightly and waited for his son to speak. Riley started by asking his dad not to scare him like that anymore because starting a conversation with the words, "get ready to go," is too much. Then, scratching the back of his head, he asked what he should do and hinted that the answer would be obvious. But the Count insisted because he needed experience and said that his brothers had already participated in such tournaments, and he had not yet. He added that although the letter was written for the family, it was addressed to him as a declaration of love. After that, Riley didn't want to go anywhere anymore and was already thinking about where to hide. But the father could no longer stand the excuses and insistently asked his son not to test his patience. But the son did not give up and asked him not to force him to take up the sword because nothing good would come of it. Then the Count looked at his younger son in a serious tone and said that he believed in him and that he would succeed, that he would be able to cope. Riley froze in his tracks as the words from his past life that had often been repeated to him came to mind. They say that he is a soldier and that without his skills he will not be able to cope, and that all hope is on him alone. As soon as he came to his senses, he asked me not to look at him like that and not to insist. He refused to go anywhere and take part in the royal tournament. Standing up at the table, the Count said that he was no longer a little boy and had responsibilities, so he would go 100%. And the entire honor of their family, the Ippolet family, will depend on whether they participate. When he opened the door to escape, he saw that Jan was standing there, waiting for his young master. But Riley pushed him to the side and quickly ran away from his father's office, running down the long corridors. The Count did not like his son's escape and ordered his servant to catch him and bring him to him. And the faster the Count shouted to Jan without asking any questions. Hiding in one of the closets, Riley was thinking about why he remembers everything from his past life. What was not fair was that he was born into a family of swordsmen. Everyone, even servants and maids, wielded a sword, even if they knew that he was the son of a swordmaster, and this fate did not calm him at all. Ty thought that he had changed a lot because he noticed that some of the words were confusing. He heard Sarah enter the room behind the door and ask his mother. She had not seen the young master because the count ordered her to find him and bring him to him, and she explained that the head of the family hadn't finished talking to Riley about the upcoming royal tournament. And when the count offered to participate, the young master refused and fled the office. Sarah seized the moment to ask my lady if she was worried that Riley would most likely not be the heir. She replied that she was certainly worried, but she thought everything would be fine. But more worrying was the way her son sometimes looked at her, with a heavy look of sadness. And when asked if everything is okay, he says that nothing has happened and there is nothing to worry about. She also added that she does not understand her son, but as a mother she will do her best to understand and will support and love him without objection. Because she wants her son to be happy with all her heart, Sarah said convincingly when asked. When she finished the conversation, she jokingly asked him if he was also tired of her laziness, and the two of them laughed. She also asked her to help with one thing, namely to move things because my lady wanted to move to another room. He followed the maid with his eyes and made sure she left her room. She knocked on Riley's closet to let him know they were alone and he could come out. He was surprised to open the door because he did not know that she knew he was hiding there. I started telling her that I just wanted to be alone and apologized to my mom for my behavior. But his mother smiled and asked if he realized that he could not do that. She also asked if the reason he wanted to be alone was because he was going to the royal tournament. But I didn't understand why it was so hard for him to agree to a fairly simple request. He said that even the thought of picking up a sword terrified him. My mother then made a counter-offer that if she went with him to the tournament, would he agree under such conditions. When the time came, the carriage was ready and Jan checked to make sure that he had taken all the supplies he would need with him and the carriage before the trip. Then we asked each other if everyone had taken everything and hadn't forgotten anything. But Jan asked again, will she and Sarah be enough to help, or is it possible to call a couple more servants? But Riley assured me that 2 of them would be enough because he knew how fast they were. Earl Stein came to see them to make sure everything was ready to go and to escort them on their way. Iris was happy to see her husband and asked him not to worry about them. He didn't want to let her go with him and tried to convince her again. But a contract is a contract, she replied. And besides, it was her first trip alone with her son, so she asked to go without long goodbyes. The count said that everything was fine because it was the only condition for his participation, but he put his fist to his chest as if to cover himself from a cough and coughed out a name. Iris's look changed and she asked me not to say anything bad before we left. She turned around and indignantly went to the carriage, leaving the count alone. Finally, he instructed Sarah and Jan that their safety was in their hands and that if anything happened to them, they should keep their heads down. And to the loudly spoken word Solalo, the carriage quickly hurried out of the estate. Lady Iris's face shone with joy. She hadn't left the manor for a long time and was very happy to shout the word Solal again. But Riley asked what it was. Then she said that since he had never traveled anywhere before, he could not have known that this was the name of their estate. She added that it was built by her father, and that is why the estate was named in his honor. And the place they were going to was called Solia, where she was born. The lady asked her in which part of the city she was born, and she said that she was born in the right part. Sarah explained that the city is divided into a castle and 3 solii, the left, right, and front. She also explained that Solia is very big, like a whole kingdom in one city, and mentioned that there was something in the city that Riley often mentioned. I just couldn't think of the right name, so I said something with the letter K. The drink gave a pleasant tingling sensation on the tongue, and became even more delicious if you added ice. Unable to resist, Riley jumped up and down, demanding more details about the drink. Embarrassed, she called the drink Coca-Cola, saying that it was not intoxicating and very sweet, and that it was black in color. Unable to control himself, Riley shouted Kola at the top of his lungs. He stood on his feet, not knowing where to go from this information because he loved and wanted it so much. To make sure it was true, he asked again if it was true that this drink was available in Solia. My mother didn't know what kind of non-alcoholic wine it was, and it was explained to her that it was given even to children and was very sweet and tasty. Riley could taste it in his mouth, and he thought that if it was really there, he had to try it at all costs. Closing his eyes, he imagined riding the waves of Coca-Cola, which was just a dream for him. But suddenly their carriage stopped abruptly, interrupting their sweet thoughts. Sarah approached the lady and shouted to Jan, asking what had happened and why they had stopped so suddenly. And he shouted that they were being attacked, and Sarah's eyes became serious. She was ready for it. When she got out of the carriage, a group of green goblins of robbers stood in front of her. Riley hoped that she would quickly deal with the uninvited guests. But just in case, he asked Jan to cover the rear. He could not find a place for himself. All his thoughts were only about the miracle drink, and time seemed to pass for a very long time. Riley was evaluating Sarah's skills and knew that she had good balance and very strong strokes and was taking things one step at a time. The goblins were able to wound her several times due to their numbers, so something had to be done. And when I heard from Yana that she was wounded, I could no longer sit on the sidelines. His nerves exploded. He asked everyone to get out of the way and that he would deal with them himself. Jumping out of the carriage, Riley didn't even hear the warning about the danger and rushed into the battle, asking Sarah, why, when she fights, she doesn't move her legs, and she stood there and couldn't believe her eyes. I watched him as he fearlessly stood ready to kill the goblins with 2 swords in his hands. Because of these green upstarts, they could be late and not have time to come buy Coca-Cola. He went on to say to Sarah that if you draw an imaginary circle and do not go beyond it, the movements will be intermittent and the fight will drag on. But we had to keep our distance and attack with short, quick attacks, which is the only way to quickly deal with them and drink the drink of the gods today. The goblins flew to the right and left with ease, and even their numbers did not give him an advantage. I asked her to watch it carefully and learn how to take the initiative in battle. The goblins tried to attack back, but their attempts were erased into dust, and it was hard to resist such an opponent. And Riley didn't even feel them and calmly continued his lecture about Sarah's battle and how easy it was to defeat such enemies. Ian stood there in amazement, not realizing what he had just seen. And his young master, though covered in the blood of goblins, did not have a single scratch. And when he destroyed them, he smiled and offered to continue their journey. Since it was night, they could not move on and decided to wait for the morning. And while Riley was sleeping, Ian asked my lady if she knew for these abilities. But since she did not understand this kind of craft, she could not answer him anything and was only glad that he was okay. She asked Jan to keep the incident a secret no matter how much he wanted to tell anyone. She especially asked me not to tell the Count because he would not let him live in peace. He couldn't understand why she wanted to hide this exceptional talent anyway. She insistently asked him again not to disclose what he had seen, and he agreed because he could not refuse Lady Iris. In the morning, they finally made it to Solia, and Sarah was over the moon to be home. The young master still looked rather sleepy and did not share his servant's joy. And Iris was worried that she felt uncomfortable sending Jan to the castle alone. But Sarah reassured her that it was for the best, because he would not let her rest about what happened on the way. And here we had to respect the local traditions. In other words, eat, drink, and be merry. And then she looked at Riley and asked him where they would start their party. One look, and it was clear that he wanted to start with Coca-Cola or so-called non-alcoholic wine. There were a lot of places to go because the city was really big, and it was good to have them. Sarah was there because she knew where to lead them, as there was one place she often visited and had what they needed. They didn't know that they were already being watched by local thieves and fraudsters. I looked at the girl with a red stain on her face and a tattered rag instead of a dress. He said that she was a bastard of the magic tower, and it was time for her to earn the piece of bread they were feeding her. When Riley approached the cafe selling Coke, he was ready to cry with happiness. He thought that I would never be able to feel this taste again, gently tingling and burning my mouth and throat with its coolness. The dream was fulfilled. A pillar of radiance like a light emanated from him through joy. After drinking more than one glass, he asked his mother for at least one more for today. Meanwhile, behind them, a real game of scams was going on. The girl with the stain on her face was surrounded by men and shouted loudly. Sarah turned her attention, unable to contain the feeling of injustice for the poor girl. But Riley stopped her in time and asked her not to interfere because it was just a skit. He asked her to calm down and not pay attention, but she did not understand what he was talking about. Then he explained that they kept looking at her sword, which really stood out. He asked me to look at them again, but with a second look to see what they were. Because if that girl needed help, she would have looked for someone to save her with her eyes. But her eyes and the eyes of the two men were fixed on the sword, so I asked her what she thought it meant. He asked me not to get involved in any problems and continued to enjoy his drink. In the evening, when they returned to the place where they spent the night, Jan was sitting in the room, and he had no face. But he mumbled something incomprehensible under his breath about wanting to do something on his own regarding the fight. And he turned the glass over, drinking all the alcohol in it at once. Then he shouted to Riley whether he had any idea what had happened while he was in Solia's castle. When he came up to get tickets to participate in the fencing competition, they first asked where he was from. As soon as I said that they came from the Ippoletti estate, the girl who issued the tickets could not believe it at first. To convince her, he gave her a letter from the clan with the Count's seal on it, which said that there were 4 tickets. Crying into his pillow, he said that, as it turned out, the tickets were not for participation but for spectators. Listening to the old man's hysteria, he didn't know how to cheer him up. although he was glad that it was happening. But Yan said that there was more to it. An old acquaintance approached him and called him a mercenary hero, and he was very happy to see him. The man's name was Schneider, and he immediately noticed that Jan had remained an ordinary butler in the Ippolet family. However, he did not know, and asked whom exactly from that family he served and listed possible Lion and Lloyd. Then he joked and said that at that age he was probably serving Count Stein. When I got tired of listening to this nonsense, I asked the girl to give me the tickets as soon as possible. But the man did not stop talking, and remembered that the Count had a third son. And after a long time of thinking, he remembered that his name was Riley. I remembered that he had a surname because of his nature as a lazy swordsman. Crying even more, he said that at that moment he was very ashamed of his friend because he looked at him with pity as a mercenary hero. And he regretted that Lady Iris had asked him to keep the events with the goblins a secret, if only he could tell her. Beating his hands on the pillow, he said that it was not fair and not honest. In the morning, before breakfast, the girls were waiting for them and were surprised to see them. Riley was very awake and tired, and Ian came out of the hive all swollen. Sarah was still very excited and couldn't wait for the next day of the tournament. The mother looked at her son and realized that Jan was very sensitive and did not let the stories keep him awake. When Riley asked where they were going to go today, Sarah said that they were going to visit the right-wing salt. When asked why she went there, she replied that she wouldn't be able to walk there on another day. But he wondered why there were no plans to visit Lower Salt. Ian supported the conversation by saying that it was very dirty and not safe, so it was better not to go there. With such arguments, Riley lost all desire to go there, so they had breakfast. We went to the right side and visited one of the most beautiful places in the area. The Temple of Solia was a place where the goddess Irene was worshipped and blessed by her. They also treated all sorts of diseases and injuries, and the oracles received visions. Even Lady Iris was treated here for a serious illness. So another reason to come was to thank the priest and see the city. Riley did not like such places very much. He looked at them and wondered if people were really ready to become monks for life for the sake of prophecy. I noticed my mother talking to the priest about the stages of her recovery from that old illness. He decided to go for a walk and said that he could see that his mother would be busy talking for a long time anyway. Ian accompanied Riley, telling him about the beautiful architecture and that many people come from far away to see it. But he thought that in his past life, he had once met a saint, and she immediately told him that he was the chosen one of the Holy Sword. Therefore, the temple was almost the same as it was then, and it was also mentioned that it was in this temple that he drew that sword. Then they were met by a young girl who had her face covered, who greeted them, and said that she was honored to meet those who were gifted by the gods. Therefore, I greeted them with kindness and said that they were welcome to the Church of Saint Solia. Jan greeted him, but the master remained silent, and then the servant emphasized that he should greet him in return. But to do this, he asked her to open her face first, and then he would greet her. Those present in the church were alarmed by such brazen behavior. She was an important person, Jan emphasized. But Riley said that he was also an important person, and the saint in front of him found him funny. It opened, and there was a very young face hidden there. Quite cute for such a person. Jan immediately recognized her, bowed before her because it was Saint Phrasia, and apologized for not recognizing her immediately. But Riley was not going to bow down. He noticed that in this world there is also a stupid custom of worshipping living saints. Jan noticed that the young master was not going to make any movements and asked him what he had said under his breath. He knew that Riley did not like the saints very much, and could even say that he was disgusted by them. It was only because of those events that left him with no choice in life, and it was the saint who emphasized that he was the only hope and savior. Being in this world, the thought came to me why he had just blindly agreed to it. Without saying a word in response, he waved his hand, turned around, and walked toward the exit. When Ian stopped, he said that it was wrong and that he should at least say something. But Riley rudely replied that the more he looked at her, the more his appetite was lost. Phrasia was still watching and waiting, and her anger was starting to get the better of her, but they decided to leave. And then she asked them to wait because she had something to ask. Approaching Riley, she asked him to stop and look at her again. I had a lot of thoughts going through my head, and the main thing was that she didn't tell me to pick up the sword again and defeat the Demon King. She asked him to lean over so she could whisper a question in his ear. He didn't even expect to hear that and immediately shouted back loudly that he couldn't understand why the saint herself was asking about such things, but she was convinced that she was right. I was still indignant that she had come to such conclusions at all, and she explained that he had a very uncomfortable reaction when he saw her. Then Riley said that after such words, how could she continue to call herself a saint? And as far as he knew, she should not say such nonsense at all. But she made the argument that she was the youngest saint in Solia and could be proud of her beauty. Not wanting to talk anymore, Riley said that she could think whatever she wanted. He didn't care. He also added that he didn't care that she was a saint and asked John if he should kneel before her because she was. Without waiting for an answer, he folded his arms and his elbows and roared with anger at her. Then he apologized, saying that he hated saints and that he had once had a bad time because of one. So in the end, he asked us to just go our separate ways and not to irritate each other. Noticing the tears on her face, he asked her why she was crying as she was the first to start. She could not stand it and called his behavior sacrilegious and that one should not speak to saints in such a way. Riley looked at him and said that he was repeating himself, that he didn't care because he had no religion. He also added that she was funny because she was the first to start talking nonsense and now she's making him look bad. That was one of the reasons why he did not want to come to the church and asked John to leave. There was no longer any reason to stay here and my mother had probably already finished. This was the first time Frasier had ever experienced such a thing before, and it was a very unpleasant situation. I also heard 3 priests discussing that there could be people like this boy. Even more angry, I asked them to shut up and not to remind me of him in this situation. And to encourage her, one of them said that he considered her the holiest person and thought she was a goddess in a body. Such beautiful words calmed her down and the priest could breathe a sigh of relief. Tai swallowed the story herself and said it was time to go pray that everything was over, when suddenly a vision came that froze her in her tracks. I turned around to look at Riley, who was walking away, and the people around me didn't understand what was happening. She didn't say a word, just whispered that it couldn't be and that it wasn't the right guy. As they walked further around the room, Jan asked what the saint had asked in his ear. Although she asked him if he was the type of man who liked men, Jan said that she had asked him what type of man he liked. But he explained that even though she annoyed him a lot, he was kind and would tolerate everything, because there was nothing good and kind to associate with the saint. When they left the church, the mother guessed that something had happened there between her son and the saints, so she asked him what had happened. But Riley joked and reassured her that nothing special had happened, even though Jan's face said otherwise. After closing this question, Sarah invited everyone to visit the magic tower of Solia. She remembered that her young master was interested in magic and that he would have fun there. He was excited and said it would be very convenient to learn how to move objects without hands. Ian could not appreciate Riley's interest because there had never been any mages in the Ippolit family, so he called it all fiction. The tower was located in the center of the square and attracted attention with a blue haze around it. Riley noticed that the closer they got to the tower, the different the air became compared to the left side of the salt, as people said it was because of the mana in the air. Sarah pointed to the blue glow around the tower and clarified that it was a special device. For a person who hadn't heard much about Riley's magic, any stories about it were interesting. And if we look back, all of his unusual abilities were to inflict either curses or blessings. But it was better in this world because no one forced a sword into my hands and forced me to fulfill my assignment. And one could choose magic because no one could choose what to do in the future instead. But he wondered for a moment whether he would be able to cope with the trauma of the past if he chose this craft. Then Sarah suggested using a device that allows you to measure mana. She clarified that anyone who wants to become a magician must do so and suggested that the owner try it. The first 2 sons, Lion and Lloyd, also measured the level to master the magic blade technique. Lion manifested mania at the age of 12 and Lloyd at the age of 14. Since Riley never left the manor, his mother also suggested that he measure mana. For Jan, this could mean that the time had finally come for everyone to recognize the young master's abilities. I also thought that everyone around me would recognize that the mercenary hero Ian was the first to realize Mr. Riley's potential. When we went inside, there was magic in every corner and the tower in the middle seemed very spacious. Sarah explained this phenomenon so that people talked like this seems to be due to another special device. However, it was already like a tower. But the people inside attracted attention to themselves because they were not dressed in the usual way. Then one of the magicians approached them, apologized, and asked why they had decided to come to this place. When Jan said that their purpose of the visit was a simple excursion, the magician clarified that not everyone has the right to do so and asked to see a document. Seeing that they were from Ippolit's family, he gave them permission to inspect the first floor. However, it is strictly forbidden to go up to the second floor and touch any objects without permission. As soon as Riley barely touched the blue flying stone, the wizard shouted and knocked his hand away from it. He personally said that even he, the owner of the Count's family, was not allowed to touch him. And to prevent such incidents from happening again, he pointed out that there are signs on which it says what kind of objects they are and whether they can be touched. Lady Iris asked the young wizard to show them and tell them about this place and its objects. He gladly agreed, saying that his name was Ferda, and began to tell me about magicians and alchemists. But he said that he would not have enough time to tell me about them all day. He showed that many of them wrote such magical books about various experiments and interesting stories. Then he showed me 2 flasks in which you could pour water and over time it would freeze there, and Riley said it was like a refrigerator. When the magician asked what the young man was talking about, he said that he had just made up the word. Then he suggested that they go to the 2nd floor after one procedure. Riley asked out of curiosity what was so interesting about it that he wanted to visit it. Ferda smiled and said that you could see the trainees practicing how to use magic. He also added that you could see fireballs being thrown there, and Riley couldn't wait. But they were interrupted by Sarah because they had reached a layer that could measure mana levels. Just to be sure, she repeated that this was the device the young man wanted to try out. Jan was the one who couldn't wait for this to happen, and he was burning with impatience. Riley approached the layer and asked Ferda how to use it because it was not clear. He showed that you need to put your hand on the layer, or just lift it up. Then the layer will light up and fill with water, and the amount will correspond to the amount of mana. Ian interjected. He was interested in one question to which he had to get an answer immediately. What would happen if there was a lot of mana and the layer burst? Then the magician explained that such a person would immediately be offered training in the tower, but the layer never burst. Never once in history has the layer burst, and even if it did, it would mean that the person is a genius. But this is hardly possible unless the person is some kind of dragon. So you shouldn't worry about the integrity of the layer. But I remembered that one person managed to make a crack, and it was the great magician Asura. It was during the Great War when he was able to defeat the same mercenary hero, and it made Jan cough and was glad he didn't mention his name. Standing in front of the ball, Riley got in the mood and said it was time to start and find out what it would show. Leaning his hand on the top of the layer, he reacted and shone and began to detect mana. Everyone's eyes were on Riley, but his face was completely calm, and he was only surprised that it was over so quickly. The others were more interested in the result than in him, and they stared into the layer to see what was there. But the layer had water only at the bottom and was intact without any damage. Ferda took a look and reported that it was a fairly normal result. Just like most people, Jan could not be satisfied with this measurement. He could not be wrong, and thought that most likely the layer was wrong. Riley, on the contrary, was pleased and asked his mom if he could really become a magician. But Ferda smiled and said that the result was really not bad, but that it would be better for him to learn home magic. He also noticed that Jan seemed to ask him if he was okay and if anything had happened. But he shouted that this was impossible and took the ball in his hands. The magician tried with all his might to take the ball back, but Jan shouted that there was definitely a mistake. Riley tried not to pay attention, but he joined the girls and said he was hungry and suggested going to the right-hand side of the street for lunch. Sarah asked Jan to let go of the balloon and stop shouting at the top of the tower. Since a threatening look and words did not help, the only way out was to come up with a trick. She shouted at him to look quickly at the young master because he had managed to use magic. While he was muttering something under his breath, he turned his head in Ferd's direction and managed to snatch the ball out of his hands. Taking him away from there, Sarah said that it was time for them to eat, and she booked a table in a very nice restaurant. And she dragged Jan with her while he was writhing in hysterics that the young master would be called the lazy swordsman. Breathing out a sigh of relief, Ferda put the layer back in place and was glad they were gone. In the evening, while sweeping the floor, I noticed that he was quite tired from the whole day. I couldn't understand how the old man had so much strength, and I thought that the guy touched all the objects. Then a comrade came up to him and asked him if he was on duty today and why he looked so exhausted. Their attention was drawn to a group of magicians who had gathered in a bunch and were discussing something. When he approached, his friend seemed to have lost the ability to speak and did not answer his questions about what was going on. The elder among them asked Ferda if he was sure he was watching today and was on duty on the 1st floor. But I still didn't see why they were all so disturbed by what they saw in front of them. And as soon as the gap appeared, he froze in place just as the rest of us opened our eyes wide in surprise. The stone that was floating in the air cracked into many pieces. It was impossible to do that. It was used only by great magicians. And the main question is, who could have done it that he did not see? They had a big task to find out how it happened and, more importantly, who was involved. And their main task was to prevent the great magician Astroya from finding out about it, because he would raise all sorts of rumors. And if they still can't find the culprit, the great wizard will think that one of them did it. The magicians came to the conclusion that, judging by what they had done, it must have been a very unusual person. And they came up with the idea of remembering who had visited the tower today. After contacting Ferda again and receiving no response, they still had no evidence. When the stone collapsed, They were frightened and panicked. Walking through the streets, my mom asked Riley if something was bothering him, because despite the fact that there was so much to see, he seemed sad. Raising his head to the sun, he said that a lot had just happened that day. He was worried that the temple would not predict him again, as in his previous life, and he had to cheat in the tower so that no one would notice his true mana level. But he told his mom that it was good that they had a good walk and he was just a little tired from the whole day. Ian still couldn't believe that he could have imagined his host's enormous abilities. My mom even joked that it was Jan who was the most affected because he was weird all day. Riley asked his mom if she was sad that her son turned out to be an ordinary person. But she just smiled and said that she thought it was much easier that way, that it was a regular one. And on the way, we decided to visit a couple of beautiful places before it got dark. Meanwhile, the robbers were discussing among themselves that if they didn't stop, they might be caught. However, one of them had no plans to give up and wanted to get down to business for real. His idea was to go through people's pockets on the day of the festival in Solia. I thought they shouldn't miss this chance, because if they did, they'd have to suck their thumbs until the next festival. Beta then turned to Hamel to look at a group of people that looked quite large, and they remembered that they saw them when they were staging a skit with an attack on a girl. Then we came to the conclusion that, judging by everything, the young owner seemed very clueless among the company, and that his mother and servants were not a problem. And Beta decided to rob them because it was necessary to punish such heartless people, so it could not be considered a crime, and added that the goddess Irene would forgive them. So there shouldn't have been any problems because their target was only 2 aristocrats and 2 servants with them. But Hemil had a bad feeling, and Beta emphasized that they were not in a position to choose now. This convinced him, so they decided to try to rob them. To get closer, they first decided to disguise themselves in a crowd of people. They did not even realize that John and Sarah had seen them long ago and were ready to attack. With a powerful elbow, Hemil was immediately defeated and fell to the ground. And when he fell, he landed on his leg, injuring it, and could not run anywhere. Jan came closer and asked him who he was, where they came from, and what they wanted. Sarah also easily twisted Beta and decided to take her to a quiet place. Jan looked menacingly at the robber and told him that they would not be able to leave without attacking the young owner, Ippolita. Then Hemil realized why he had a bad feeling about Count Ippolita. Sarah threw Beta to the floor and wondered where she had seen him before and realized that Riley was right. Looking at him, I also decided to ask him where they came from, the fearless ones. But when I leaned down a little and sniffed the robber, I realized that he was from Lower Solia because he smelled like garbage. She said that the fact that he used perfume would not drown out the smell of a commoner, but she chose to leave him alive because it was still her land. However, she had to leave him something as a souvenir for trying to harm her master. With all her strength, she stamped her heel on his hand, not listening to his pleas for mercy. Finally, she added that next time they should choose a better target because her master does not like to be bothered. When Lady Iris came back for Sarah, she asked him where she had gone, but he reassured her and said that she had gone to the toilet. Ian asked Riley if he wanted to go to the restroom as well, but he said no. He only whispered quietly that if they had taken up the case, they should see it through to the end. The servant didn't understand at first, and when he asked again, Riley ignored him because he was already talking to his mother. And then the sky above them became very bright, and the fireworks were so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. Sarah also came over and muttered that it had finally started, and at that moment the owner called her over. She smiled happily and said that the fencing competition had finally started. The next morning, they all went to the castle where the tournament was to take place. They found their seats according to their tickets and sat down to wait for the show to begin. Before Riley could even ask Sarah if she had brought drinks and food, she had everything in her hands. Ian noted that this time the participants will be quite reputable. He asked Riley if he had seen the competition program hanging at the entrance, but he said he didn't pay attention to such things. Sarah supported their conversation by saying that according to the program, they had 3 matches today. Ian expressed his opinion that the fights were likely to end before dinner, and that the participants, although famous, were so-so by Ippolit standards. Riley and Lady Iris looked around and noticed one interesting thing, that there were quite a few people inside compared to outside. Sarah took the initiative again because she knew why they did it. It is very difficult for ordinary people to enter the castle because these competitions are held between the descendants of aristocrats. Raising her head, she asked them to do the same so that they could see. A large balloon was hanging in the center of the arena, and with its help, ordinary people could see what was happening. And it is highly likely that some of the young owners will do something stupid. Therefore, there was a time difference, and what they saw here people could see only a day later. The mages who were in the tower were responsible for this video, and if asked, they could cut out some fragments. Riley noticed that in this world, although it was a completely different era, all the amenities were made with the help of magic. They announced that the fights were starting, and everyone's eyes turned to the arena. The aristocrats were shouting from different sides, and Jan could not help but notice and make a noise. He said he couldn't understand why they were so excited about the tournament, and Riley thought that if he were to enter the ring, Ian would probably scream the loudest. They loudly announced that two participants were entering the ring, one from the Boyron family and the other from the Dries family. Both of these families were famous for their swordsmanship. The battle began, and the blades of the participants connected with such force that they created sparks. Watching the fight, Riley even became a little interested in some of the moments. Ian noticed this and asked the young master if he was really interested in watching the fight. And Riley confirmed that it is because you can see techniques that he hasn't seen before. But apart from the interesting techniques, he said it like little children playing with toys. Sarah picked up on this and added that the owner could even deal with goblins in one fell swoop, so it could have been that. Then Ian suggested that the young owner take part himself. But Riley said he was lazy and he liked his name, Lazy Swordsman. It's hard for an old warrior to understand this attitude because, having such a talent, he doesn't use it. But even more interesting was the fact that Riley had a very tired look on his face. He suspected that his young master was hiding his abilities and his face for a reason, and the name Lazy Swordsman may hide something because there was no other reason to go with him. Lady Iris distracted Ian from his thoughts and gave him an interesting idea that she thought would make their Riley more interesting to live with. I had to find him a local daughter-in-law and ask him what he thought about it, and Riley almost choked on a Coca-Cola at that moment. I put on a smiling face and just sat there in silence until they had something to say. After waiting for a minute, she laughed and said she was joking and made it up because Jan had a very serious look on his face. After drinking a lot of drinks, Riley wanted to go to the bathroom and get away from his mother's joke, because I really thought he hadn't been scared off guard like that for a very long time. And with talk of his daughter-in-law, as he was leaving the restroom, suddenly people from behind him caught his attention and wanted to tell him something. They heard what he was saying on the podium and they really didn't like his bold words. But he didn't understand and asked him rather rudely what he had said that they had to go out to settle the matter. And the boy told him what he said about children's games and informed him that the participants put a lot of effort into preparing for the competition. He asked him to take it back, and then he would forgive him. Riley didn't think twice and apologized, saying he was wrong. Then, pushing John in the shoulder, he asked him to leave because a second battle was likely to begin there. But the young man stopped him again, gave him a stern look, and informed him. I did not hear sincerity in his words, and it did not look like a real apology at all. Then he shouted that he was Aplocus, the eldest son of Arenzium, and on behalf of all the participants he was going to teach him a lesson. Of course, Riley couldn't like that. He didn't really want to show off his skills. Aplock insisted that he tell us what kind of family he was from, because if he was here, he had to be a noble. Standing there in silence, I thought that I should have kept silent, but in my past life I also suffered because of my tongue more than once. Ian looked at him and asked what he would do to resolve this discussion. But Riley looked at it, knowing what he had to do for a long time, so he calmly did it. He said that he had to run away and stormed off in the direction of the stands with a stone face. However, the two men had no intention of letting him go and ran after him, catching up with the bully. Of course, Jan could not let them pass and had to protect his master or give him time to escape. Apollo easily passed him, but noticed that for such an old man he moved very coolly. It was a pity that 2 against 1, and he had almost reached Riley, only a few centimeters away from grabbing him. Catching him by the shoulder, he managed to stop him and said that he would punish him for disrespecting the honor of the nobility. But Riley caught him by the arm, holding it tightly, and said he was sorry. And what else did he need from him? For a few seconds, Aplock did not understand what was happening and where he got his strength from. To escape, I decided to use mana because anything against it was meaningless. But Riley took one look at his pathetic attempts and told him to leave him alone. He used his power in response, and Aplock had no chance against it, his face twisted in pain. The two servants stood watching, and their surprise was evident. Riley was confused by his magic, as if it wasn't her, but he didn't know what it was, and he just wanted him to leave him alone. He squeezed his hand harder, and the man's face contorted even more, and figured out how to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Throwing Aplock into the air, he said that he just wanted one thing from life. Throwing it at his servant, he added that he just wanted a quiet life, and that's all. And they were clinging to him for no reason. After making a dent in the wall with them, I went over to tell him something because I realized what kind of magic he had. He asked me to listen carefully to what he was going to say next, as it would be useful. Because he was taking pills, he had a characteristic odor, and if he wants to avoid being exposed, He should try to behave quietly because there will be consequences. He also threatened that if he told anyone about what happened and he didn't care what kind of family he was from, he would get him out of the ground. Putting his hand on Yon, he brought him to his senses because he was standing there in disbelief. I only asked him to deal with everything here, and if anyone asked what happened, to take responsibility for it. He smiled and added that he takes all the responsibility and asks for a favor, calling John a mercenary hero. Jan still did not understand anything, but he could not help but fulfill the request of his young master. When he returned to his mom and Sarah, they asked why he was alone and where Jan had gone. He said that most likely he went to the toilet, so he thought it would take a long time and did not wait for him. Sarah asked if anyone had heard what sounded like an explosion before Riley arrived. He immediately changed the subject, noting her good hearing despite the noise and clamor around them. He sat down on a chair and continued to drink Coca-Cola, each time praising it as if it were a drink of the gods themselves. The second sparring match was about to begin, and the next two opponents entered the ring. Sarah said she heard people saying that one of the candidates could have won the whole tournament. And this is a candidate who stood at the bottom with 2 swords, and many expected great results from him. Appreciating him, Riley remembered that his brother Lloyd looked the same at that age. He's also the only one who uses 2 swords in these competitions, so he's considered a good match. He was from the Jenier family, and according to rumors, this was his first competition, and despite this, he kept coming in first place and was quite famous. And all the rumors started because of a secret competition between the participants, and there he was able to show a different kind of fighting technique. But that was not all. Sarah read in the booklet that this young man surpassed even the Ippolit clan. However, when it came to the Ippolit clan, the sword came first. It turns out that Riley noticed that it was not to their advantage to expect good results from him. But Sarah smiled and said that it was nothing like what they write, but she wanted to see a real duel of courage and audacity. The referee repeated the rules that the fight would continue until one of the participants was thrown off the field or until the end of the match. You could use mana, but threatening the opponent's life was followed by exclusion, and the opponents were ready to start. But the second participant was trembling with fear and could barely hold the sword in his hands, so the victory was already determined. Riley was curious about the second guy and asked Sarah what he knew about the second participant. She looked at his frightening figure and tried to remember his last name, and she managed to remember that he was from the Erenzium family. Meanwhile, the fight began in the arena. But almost immediately, the trembling young man managed to use magic to take away the weapon. Then he attacked his opponent, and victory was almost in his hands. All he had to do was throw him over the line. Riley was sitting there remembering this name because he thought he had heard it somewhere recently, and then it hit him. The Erenzium family was the same Aplock he fought with in the corridor. I exhaled heavily because I realized that the victory was only due to the pills. But it was clear from the guy himself that he was surprised that he managed to win. The judge declared the second son of the Erenzium family, Apillion, the winner without even knowing it. That he used pills, but still, comparing to his brother Riley, he noticed that the smell from him was not as strong. I wondered about Jan and why he was gone for so long, what he was doing with them there, or if something had happened. While Sarah was offering more snacks, Riley still couldn't get his mind off Jan. Meanwhile, he was helping a girl get up from the fight, even though she had asked him to help the guy first. That thanks to mana, it has much less internal damage, so it needs help first. Scrolling through all the events in his head, he assessed the opponents and they were strong. But his master's level of ability was higher, and then it dawned on him that maybe when they were measuring mana, Riley could have released it on purpose to avoid being caught. This could mean that the host could be a dragon that descended to Earth, and they were higher creatures and their life could be tens of thousands of years. And sometimes they turned into people for fun. He had no other explanation because he was so strong for his young age. But on the other hand, he thought that he had been with him since his birth and had seen him born with his own eyes. Or Lady Iris could be a dragon, and she could give birth to a dragon in human form. But I remembered how she had been poisoned by soup, and dragons could hardly do that, and decided to come to my senses before my thoughts went too far. The main thing is that his young master turned out to be, as he thought, the greatest man. And he happily walked down the hall with them on his shoulders until he remembered one important thing. If he searched his memory a bit, he recalled a conversation with the hostess in the carriage, and the fact that he then gave her his word not to tell anyone and to keep Riley's abilities a secret. Suddenly, a crowd of people came from behind and unanimously apologized. Turning his face to the crowd to see who it was, Ian did not realize what was happening, for he saw before him the saint from the temple of the right-handed Solia, accompanied by priests and guards. Saint Frisia asked him if there was a guest who came to their church. When Jan bowed before her, She quietly approached and asked if he also knew for his master. Meanwhile, Sarah was a little upset with the results of the fight on the stand because the one she was rooting for lost in an instant. Lady Iris asked her if this was the last competition for the day because it went by very quickly. Sarah confirmed and added that this year's participants are many times fewer than last year's, and the final battles will be quick. Still, they liked the fights and the strength of the last participant, although she did not expect to see it, was comparable to lions. And then the hostess wondered what if she compared the strength of that young man with that of Riley. Sarah appreciated the question because it gave her something to think about, and the young master had shown a different side to himself in recent events. Because the battle with the green goblins surprised her when Riley joined the fight with such ease. But I evaluated him as follows. Compared to his second son, the owner never doubted his strokes for a minute and held his ground. However, what was most surprising was that he was cool and his eyes were calm. But to determine who is stronger, you need to see who wins in a one-on-one match. After the results were finalized, I wanted to ask him for his opinion and how he assessed himself, but he was not there. The lady told her not to worry. Riley couldn't sit still because Jan was gone for a long time, so he went after him. This was strange news because the young master was walking alone in the castle without a servant. The mother could not help but add that perhaps her son was not only looking for Jan, but also for his daughter-in-law. Who knows? Not to mention the young master, for the second time Sarah was also caught in the middle of such words from his mistress. When they went to look for where the two had disappeared, Sarah's nose was down. When they came across a crowd of people, they thought that something had obviously happened here. And from a distance, the gray-haired man looked like Jean. She looked closely and indeed saw a servant in the crowd, but he was not with his master. He was holding a boy he didn't know on his shoulder and looking at someone, but it was impossible to see who. She didn't understand what he was doing there and why he was in the center of the action. And just as importantly, where Riley was. And then we heard someone saying that they were apologizing for the roadblock because they had a mission. When we saw Saint Frasier, we heard the following words. She is looking for people from the Ippolet family. Meanwhile, on the street, Riley was looking at the things he had bought at the market yesterday and thought it was a good buy. It helped us to get out unnoticed, but we still had to make sure that the Erenzium family member kept his mouth shut. At that moment, I managed to feel the familiar energy and realized that only then did Ian finally get it. I let go of the people from that family, but the energy was coming from the lower salt. Then I decided to follow them, even though it was a bit far to the lower Solia. But it could also mean that they could have gone on to take more pills. And yet one of them won the fight and made it to the semifinals. Walking away from the fight, one of the robbers still did not believe that the four were from the Ippolita family. I thought that I was very lucky to be alive after their meeting. Despite the fact that they came to the cave last night, he slept all day. I looked at Beta to see if he was alive, and he had to carry him in his arms, almost tearing up. When I got up to see what was wrong with him, he mumbled something incomprehensible to himself, and when I asked if he was okay, he was like a man off his rocker and started yelling at the top of his voice that he would not agree that he was fine. Holding his hand, he said that it was probably broken, which meant the festival was over for them. His friend suggested that he go to the temple, but this only made him laugh because he knew that upstarts from the temple did not like to treat people from the lower Solia. Beta could not calm down because what they did to him could not go unpunished. So he figured out how to take revenge for this and went to a person who could help him. A friend who had guessed it shouted in his wake that such an idea was very bad, and that it was impossible to ask an exile from a magic tower. The girl was sleeping at the time and did not even hear Beta come and wake her up. Nina shouted out nervously and tore her blanket off, and it worked. She woke up but did not understand why he was screaming and what had happened, why he needed her at all. Then he told her that he had one request for her, and that he could not fulfill one plan without her. She looked at Beta with sleepy eyes, and he sweetly said that he believed in her and asked her to do so. The girl could not let him down, and of course agreed, even without knowing what to do at first. A sly smile appeared on his face, and he told her where they were going and that he was counting on her. Under the cover of night in the lower Solia, the Erenzium family carriage continued to travel on in the middle of the night, while the younger brother told the older one how he had won. But he saw that his older brother Aplock was not himself, sitting sad and silent all the way. When the younger one did not hear him say to leave him alone, he pressed his brother even more. He could not stand it and rejected him, repeating that nothing had happened to him and everything was fine. When he sat down and calmed down a bit, I asked him not to interfere, and he was really fine. Riley was sitting on the carriage the whole time, waiting for this conversation, and he managed to make sure that Aplock would keep his mouth shut. I also thought it was good that I didn't have to barge in and guide him to the right path. And since he's doing so well, He can take off his mask and go to his mother's with the servants. Suddenly, the carriage stopped, and the girl shouted for unknown people to step out of the way. Beta and Nanny blocked the way, and there was only a carriage in them on the night street. Riley took a closer look and remembered that he had seen them before, so he was surprised when they crossed his path again. Nanny told Betty that the boy in the carriage was from the same family as Ippolet, but for some reason he was wearing a mask. Of course, it was not clear why he was alone without guards and in the carriage of someone else's family. But it was definitely him. When they were asked once again to move out of the way for the carriage to pass, Nanny asked if it was time to start, and Beta instructed her to do so and to destroy their main target and let her do what she wanted with the rest. Smiling, Riley thought they were funny, but he didn't know that he was not just any girl. Stretching out her hand in his direction, she could clearly see a dark purple energy near her. With a whisper of lightning, the carriage was struck by lightning, and those in it lost consciousness immediately. The two brothers fell out of the carriage and could not even get up and lay unconscious on the pavement. Riley's reaction helped him to quickly push off and jump to the roof, thus avoiding the impact. What was interesting to him was the incredible magic he had never seen even in his previous life. People around the area were upset by the noise and ran out of their houses, shouting that the sounds were due to magic. But Nanny clearly saw the enemy and assessed how he had managed to get away with it. Riley remembered Beth well, and when he took a good look at the girl whose face was illuminated by the moon, he recalled that when they first arrived in Solia, she took part in a play. She had crazy eyes and all her thoughts were aimed at destruction because she could not let Beta down. I kept repeating in my head that he needed her. He had told her so in the cave. So there was no turning back, and I laughed and gathered my energy in my hands. Noticing this, Riley realized that the situation was getting very heated. And in the castle, Sarah told us exactly where the young master was sitting before he disappeared. Frisia asked where exactly, and the servant pointed to the place and asked again. Or they don't know exactly where their owner could have gone. Sarah said that he said he was just going to the toilet. But she looked at Jan menacingly and muttered to him that he had actually gone to look for him. Lady Iris asked St. Frisia what she was going to do to look for him, or whether she would wait here. But she didn't say anything and walked over to where Riley was sitting and picked up his glass and looked at it carefully. But her look changed to an angry one, and it is not clear what she was thinking at that moment. Ian looked at her carefully, waiting for some kind of answer or further action. But the saint growled and squeezed the glass with all her might and crushed it into small pieces. The people around her could not understand why she did this and where she got her strength from. But she just smiled and turned to Lady Iris, apologized, and asked her what she had said. But what I saw made me swallow my tongue and stare at my son's cup. Jan's face became numb as she realized that she had definitely come for the young master because of the events in the church. So I'm sure she was still angry with him and he should avoid meeting her. One of the servants interrupted the conversation because he had important information for the saint. Namely, that the news came from the central district and it was terrible. Terrible things were happening there. When we went outside, we saw the night sky glowing purple. People ran wherever they could to escape the powerful magic and begged for help. While on the roof, Riley noticed that he had only read about it in books, but this was the first time he had ever seen it. The girl spared no effort from time to time whispering that it was all for Beta's sake. I had to make a little effort to dodge and avoid being hit. She was still just a child and was not afraid of the massacre of people older than her. The local guards were easily neutralized and scared out of coming near her. While she was busy, it gave her time to hide to come up with a plan. Sir could not be called, Ian would be useful, or two of the Orenzium family. But they were still unconscious, not even trying to wake up. This picture forced us to rethink the entire strategy of further actions because there was zero aid. This means that I had to intervene personally to stop the destruction and to ensure that no one was hurt. Judging by the girl, she was not going to stop and even started using fireballs. You can't stand in one place for long, so Riley tried to move, even though her attacks didn't reach him. I also admired her because she could use magic so easily at such a young age. I even thought of trying to master it because magic seemed easier than the art of the sword, which requires physical strength. Her thoughts were interrupted by the large ice spear she had created and was about to throw. And the throwing attack was quicker than usual this time, so I had to use my sword. It worked, and he was able to split the ice into two parts, which nullified the attack. Beta's nerves were starting to give out a little bit, because everything in the circle was on fire, and their target was still alive. As I watched their screams, I judged Sarah and Jan. They were very kind, and if they had understood back then, such events would not have happened. After exhaling, I accepted the whole situation as it was and decided to finish with them. Looking at the sword, he told him it was time to work and get the job done. In the Tower of Magic, the elders ordered Ferdy to bring the offender who destroyed the gem because it happened on his watch. And most importantly, it was necessary to bring him very quickly before Master Astroya noticed. Different thoughts came to mind, but he was most afraid that he could be thrown out of the tower for this. And he had no idea who could have done it, if he had any recollection of it at all. A clear picture emerged of how the young master who was in the tower touched all things, and the stone was no exception. I remembered that his name was Riley from the Ippolit family, and that he was the lazy swordsman. But he immediately remembered how he measured his mana, and there was not enough of it, so he definitely could not do it. Even a great wizard couldn't break off a piece of this mana meter, let alone a lazy swordsman. I proved to myself that even if I asked anyone, they would confirm that it was impossible. When I was walking down the street wondering how to find the culprit, I saw an explosion on one of the roofs of a building. He bent down to touch the ground and check if it was magic, and there was no doubt in his mind that it was a fireball. And people running by shouted that everyone should run away from there because some magician had lost his mind. It could have been a chance to find the person he was looking for, because only a madman would use magic without permission, and in the central square. Taking courage in my fist, I ran to the city because I had to stop such atrocities. But when I ran to the place, I saw that everything was on fire, and the exile was standing in the center of it all. She threw huge fireballs at buildings as if she wanted to hit someone. Further down the layer, I noticed a masked guy standing on the roof holding a sword. But with one light swing of the sword, he managed to repel a very powerful layer. The young wizard was not impressed because he had never seen before that magical layers could be cut with an ordinary sword. No matter how many times Nini tried to attack, Riley easily repelled any attempts to reach him. She even began to lose her temper, anger rising from within her and questioning who he was, and was sure that he had only a steel sword. Then I assumed that it was theoretically possible, but not as easily as he did. The girl leaned over and pressed her hand to her face as if a sharp pain pierced her head. She saw the blood and realized that it was time to end it after all. Beta had trusted her. Wiping the blood, she decided to change her tactics, and instead of putting a lot of energy into one blow, you can attack with magic arrows non-stop, which would save energy. The number of arrows was impressive, and they all rushed at Riley, who was on the roof and thinking about further actions. I tried not to run away but to fight them off, and it worked. They easily broke with my sword. Then I got down on the ground and shouted at her that her tactics were so bad. It was easy to avoid the blows before, and now they were even weaker. I wondered what she would do next, or if she was just practicing. Beta nervously asked Nana if she could beat him at all, and she remained silent. Then he shouted, demanding an answer, and repeated himself or she could defeat him. She told him that she would fulfill the request of her only friend even at the cost of her life. While she wasn't attacking, Riley began to suspect something because the color of her mana was very thin. When he encountered such mana in that life, it meant that its owner had very unique abilities. And even if he closed his eyes to all this, there was still one more thought that bothered him. Usually, purple-black mana meant powerful black magic, but this one seemed unstable and dangerous. When I looked closely at the girl and saw the blood, I realized that she could not even control it. Therefore, this case could not be allowed to go on a free ride and had to be brought to an end. I heard with one ear that people were shouting to look in his direction and that someone had joined the fight. They shouted that this man would most likely be able to deal with the magician. When I heard someone shouting from the crowd that they were now saved and safe, memories came flooding back to him. When he used to appear like this, people used to shout and believe in him. They said that a warrior had come and would definitely deal with everything because he was a warrior and could do it. He was frozen in place by the memories, and Nani was still in them at the same time. She saw it and saw something in it that terrified her, and she asked Beta to run away. She told him to just take her word for it, because this man in front of them was capable of destroying everyone around him, and that way at least he would live and she would detain him. Beta, appreciating these words, grabbed her by the skin and insulted her with swear words, telling her that she had no right to leave her life here, and if she does not defeat him here, she will remain only a pile of garbage with bones. He also said that he let her in for a reason and that she had to earn her keep, and the fact that she is disgusting to look at, and that's probably why she was kicked out of the magic tower. It was Riley who woke up from his memories and heard what he was saying to her, and looked at him with an animalistic look. He asked how he could tell her that she was garbage and couldn't listen to such words anymore. They made him sick. In fear, Beta fell to the ground and shivered like a wet dog in fear while Riley stepped on him. But he was stopped in his tracks by Naini using a pillar of fire. It was not difficult to destroy this magic as before in the match with just one move. The girl shouted at him not to dare approach Beta to harm him. Looking at her, he realized that she would make herself look even more stupid than he had when he was defending people as a warrior. Not wanting to hurt her, I turned it off with my hand because it was making a lot of noise under my arm. And yet his complaints were not to her, but to the red-haired, shameless robber. I emphasized to him that he was not as good as his servants and that in case of an attack he would not be able to pay with one hand. He swung his sword to destroy Beta, but a barrier formed around him, saving his head. At first, it was not clear who else could have interfered and who had such strong magic to block his blows until the top one raised his head. A gray-haired man with a long beard and a staff was standing over the square with the help of magic. He looked down and had never seen such a person before, so he asked who he was. But Riley didn't say anything, just gritted his teeth because he was stalling for time and a man with strong mana came. He noticed that the energy flows were coming from the left salt, and even from the castle this energy was different, so it was definitely not a guard or a regular mage from the tower. The man shouted that he was the great mage Astroya, and he personally intended to deal with him. When Ferda saw who was taking part in the battle in the central square, he decided to tell Astro all about it. At first he quarreled with him because it was not right to call the supreme magician for all sorts of trifles. The greatest magistrate representing Salt could not abandon his business for trifles, so he emphasized that next time he should think before distracting him. But Ferda shouted that it was really important because one of their subjects, who had been kicked out of the tower, was raging in the square. This immediately attracted the magician's attention because he thought that all of them did not survive the vaccines. So he changed his mind and decided to go for a walk and get some exercise. Ferda reported another participant in the battle on the square. He had just fought with their subject. Astroy realized who his subject was warning him about, but that didn't mean he didn't have the right to wreak havoc. Riley looked at him and decided to hurt him with words, saying that he himself did not find it funny to call himself a great wizard. I looked him in the eye once more and decided to give him a chance for a good fight and test his abilities. After Astor shouted that he would do everything to put him in jail, the meteorologist shouted, and Riley was ready because the great mage decided to attack first with a spell, a large fireball, but quickly assessed this attack and realized that there were 3 places where it could hit. Therefore, the first thing he thought of doing was to divide the light into 3 and send it back at once. The magician did not expect him to be capable of such a thing and used the following ability to defend himself. This is a water layer to neutralize the fire reflected back by the imposter. The combination of the 2 elements created a thick steam that made it difficult to see anything. The magician turned his head in different directions, trying to find where his opponent had gone. Suddenly, he felt the danger quickly approaching behind him. I sharply pointed my hand at the barrier, but the force was so strong that it cracked instantly, and the sword came straight at the magician Astroy, and he could do nothing about it. The sword pierced his arm, causing painful but life-compatible wounds. In a fit of anger, he used the ability to dispel the steam around him and find the villain. But he was nowhere to be found. Only the body of a red-haired boy was lying there, and he and the girl had disappeared without a trace. Saint Phrasia came up at the very end with her escort, and they only caught her. The couple was moving frantically toward them, and the saintly woman asked everyone to stand aside. She raised her hand and said the words, "Divine Barrier," and the steam disappeared as if it had never been there. She looked up and asked the others to look as well, and it seemed to her that it was Astroya's mage. Looking closely at him, I could see that he was not attacking them because of his gaze. His eyes were not on them but on the central square, and he seemed to be looking for someone there. She turned to her subordinates and ordered them to quickly pack up and leave the place, even though the goddess's prophecy said she had to find him first, but there were more important things to do. The darkness had already descended on the castle, with only the moon illuminating it. Lady Iris and her servants were still in the castle, and they were confused that the holiday had left them so quickly because something terrible might have happened. Sarah also asked why Phrasia needed Riley, and Ian froze at her words. Riley arrived in time to tell Jan that he had been looking for him everywhere. He could not contain his emotions and asked me to tell him in a serious tone where he had been all this time. But the young owner claimed that it was he who had been wandering around the castle looking for it. My mother smiled and added that they must have missed each other because the castle was large and had many toilets. Jan guessed that he saw that the saint was looking for him and just hid somewhere. Sarah was happy that the owner had returned and suggested that they go to rest, as it had been a very long day. On the way home, Riley wanted to ask Jan about the case he had requested, and he said that he would deal with it if the owner told him about the people of the Erenzium family who met the saint halfway along the road, and he did not know their fate. He himself was convinced that his servant had done a good job and praised him, calling him a good man. When he looked away, he remembered the girl in the tattered clothes and that he had to visit her since he was a warrior, a stupid habit that still remained. On the square, a policeman interrogated the people of the Erenzium family who had just regained consciousness, namely what they were doing in Lower Solia. The younger of the two told him that they needed to meet with someone, but they are not obliged to tell him who they were going to see, because it is their business. The servant also intervened and argued that the policeman knew they had nothing to do with the case. And then she kept yelling at him that he should stop interrogating because the whole mess was because of the magicians. And the Urenzium family, who were swordmasters, had nothing to do with magic. In general, she emphasized that they were victims of circumstances, and that they also suffered from this disaster. The policeman could not stand it, and gave her a piece of paper and asked her to write a statement on it and come to the police station later. Calling him scrupulous, she tore out the paper and grumbled that it was good. As soon as I got back to my hosts, I told them that they needed to go back for the night. But before that, they needed to have a good meal. The policeman looked at them and thought that she and her owners were very bad people. When Nani woke up, she did not understand where she was, as the last thing she remembered was the square, and what Beta said to her about being garbage and having to earn her bread at the cost of her life. She closed her eyes and felt sad because she had been abandoned again, and she felt empty inside. Tears rolled down my cheeks, and the emotional pain was more painful than the physical pain because of the magic. She bent over and covered her face, her thoughts still focused on Beta's bitter words. When the door opened and Riley came into her room, he waited until everyone went to bed to check on her. He came closer and tried to talk to her, but she looked at him silently. He said that he brought her here because she wouldn't wake up and even thought she was dead. The first thing Naini asked him was what happened to Beta, but Riley said he had no idea where he was or what was wrong with him. I had a couple of questions for her, so I wasn't going to go around in circles and ask her what she used to attack him with. She looked away and refused to tell him because she didn't owe him anything. Then the second question was for her to tell me at least what kind of creature she was, because I saw that she was not just a mage, since the color of her mana was completely different, or she was the result of some kind of experiment. She was still silent, so he decided to show her the position she was in with a clear example. And if she was going to keep silent, there was no point in keeping her alive because I did not love her. As rags like her wasted his precious time, she looked at Riley, and the memories of one snowy day when she joyfully shouted to her mother that it was snowing outside came to mind. She always liked to compare the color of the snow to their hair color, because she and her mother had snowy white hair. She was proud of the fact that she looked a lot like her mother, and especially noted her hair color. Throughout her childhood, her mother had high hopes for her because she believed that her daughter would make it. Because if she starts accepting experiments in the Tower of Magic, their lives will be secure. There was also a chance to show magical abilities and become a great magician. But when I got to the tower, the picture was horrifying. People were suffering and losing their lives. When it was her turn, she was given a pill and told that she had to take it and suffer the consequences. The magician warned her that if she failed, her family would not receive a monetary reward. Astroya held her hand with the pill and emphasized that she should try hard to make her mother proud. As soon as she took the pill, pain and trembling seized her entire body, and all she wanted at that moment was for someone to interrupt this hellish torment. After several months passed, other experiments by the magicians proved to be better than the attempt to improve with pills, because a group of other mages managed to make mana not evaporate and remain in the body, and they should be able to produce higher-level mages. When it was all over, the same red mark appeared on her face and her hair turned from pure white to dark gray. She was kicked out of the tower, told that she no longer needed to take her medication and that she had done her best. The thought that she would soon see her mother gave her the strength to move quickly home. But when she came home and knocked on the door, her mother did not recognize her at first. She tried to remind them that it was her daughter with long white hair, but no one opened the door. Falling to her knees in front of the door, despair gripped her. She had suffered so much and it was all for nothing. Tears began to drip down the sharp sword, and Nini said that it was her fault. She just wanted no one to be disappointed in her. But the harder she tried, the worse it got for Riley, who was touched by her words that he was like that too. He gritted his teeth and told her that she and he had made a mistake in the way they had chosen to go from the beginning. Then he hid his sword and offered her help. All she had to do was agree. She looked at him, and at first couldn't understand what he meant and how he could help her with her body and face and her circumstances in general. Of course, Riley clarified that he didn't want to just help her, so he offered to sign a contract. But first, he looked at her again and told her that her life had been ruined by unreasonable expectations and hopes, and that she was looking for someone to rely on again. Then he extended his hand to her, saying that he would help her start her life from scratch. But Naini did not understand until the end why an aristocrat like him was lending a helping hand. Scratching the back of his head, he replied that there was no particular reason to do so, but he still said that when he looks at her and listens to what she says, she reminds him of his past. Meanwhile, in the magic tower, The magicians apologized to the master because they could not fulfill his instructions. Astroya shouted and asked if they had even managed to find the perpetrator of the stone they had destroyed. And they tried to say something. But the master was very angry and asked them to stop making excuses, and if they could not find him, to tell him so, otherwise he would burn them. They immediately bowed their heads and promised that this would not happen again in the future. Astroya threw the magician to the ground, who fell hard and hit the floor. And immediately, with a new burst of anger, he slapped Ferdy on the cheek, shouting that they were all completely depraved. Slapping the other man on the cheek, he emphasized that only fools could let go of a masked man, and a man who had split a stone, and an outcast to boot. I also realized that it was difficult to catch the man in the mask, and there could be little evidence of who split the stone. But how they did not find the exile from the tower, he wondered, because it still had a seal on it. But the magicians told him that it was also difficult to find it because the seal they had put on it had disappeared. And if he doesn't believe it, he should try to find it himself and see for himself. There was also a question about the Orenzium family, namely what they say because they did not receive the goods and they were there. Ferda reported that they couldn't take the goods, and Astroya sighed and said that it was a pity, and now they wouldn't get them at all and would lose the tournament. Having heard everything, the Supreme Magician turned around and ordered everyone to disappear from sight, as he did not want to see them. Ferda mustered up the courage to stop him because he knew he was heading to the basement and asked him to stop at last. And so, through medicines, magicians could reach the 7th circle of magic, or it was not enough. Looking down, he whispered quietly that it didn't look like a passion for science. But there was no answer. Astroya used the teleporter and all that remained were blue traces of his magic. Meanwhile, the exile was still trying to figure out what the aristocrat meant and how she could remind him of him since he didn't seem to have any traces of the experiments. But Riley was interested in the boxes that were in that pantry, and the smell that came out of them was something he had heard before. When I opened the box, I saw a large number of unknown plants, and they were full to the brim. To be sure, he picked it up to examine it closer and then realized what it was. But one question was still open. What were these forbidden plants doing in the magic tower? From the back, they heard someone sneaking up behind them, and he coughed to attract their attention. Nini looked at Astra in horror. She didn't know what to do now, which was more than could be said for Riley's calm face. The magician was happy to see her and took it as a wonderful gift of fate that she had found herself. To prevent anyone from guessing, Riley used the mask again and changed his voice to ask him if he was the one bragging about being a great master, and whether he recognizes his old friend and whether he remembers the mask he fought with. Taking a couple of leaves, I smiled and said that I could see that they were not very sad in the magic tower. Waving in front of him, he continued to mock him further, questioning whether it was his goods in the boxes. He also hinted that, according to his memory, such plants were banned by law in Solia. In general, he wanted to find something related to the girl, but he managed to catch a big fish. And the most interesting thing is that if people find out about this, they will turn the tower upside down. Astroya could not stand the bullying and created a magic ball and sent it at Riley and Nini. Realizing that she could not defend herself from the attack, Riley stood in front of her to protect her. I also provoked him to new attacks. Namely, I thumbed my nose at the fact that he had abandoned the poor girl and now wanted to harm her. Gritting his teeth, Astroya asked who he was and why he heard that he was a retired soldier who was just passing by. This response made him furious, and he prepared for another attack and shouted at them. But we couldn't let him do that. So Riley attacked first and managed to deprive him of a precious body part. I looked at him without any emotion and how he had not yet fully understood what had happened. Then Astroya looked at his hand, which was lying on the floor, and a cry of pain resounded throughout the room. Nini covered her mouth with her hand in shock as she did not expect everything to happen so quickly. Hiding from the screams, Riley asked the magician to leave as quickly as possible and to take his hand with him as a souvenir. He screamed even louder because the words coming from the masked man irritated him more than the pain. Still, Riley gave friendly advice as he hit the largest blood vein on his arm. And if he does not get his wounds repaired as soon as possible, he will die like a dog from blood loss. I kicked his hand to take it with him and told him that he would not interfere with his teleportation, so he could get out. Since I was looking for it, and judging by the fact that it appeared here, I was on the right track. When I hit the floor with my sword and felt the emptiness, I was sure that the stairs leading to the basement were here. Astroya stared in disbelief that the stranger knew about his basement for experiments. He hit the floor harder and the stones cracked and the sword went through. His intuition was right, and he got to the place where various human trials were taking place. Of course, the wizard could not believe that the masked man had found the place on his own and accused Nana of treason. He thought they were giving her a chance to get magic, and she stabbed him in the back. Unable to remain silent, this time she had something to say because he had not taught her. Ferda spent all his time with her, and it was he who taught her magic. So now the words he spoke are meaningless to her. And now, after the person said he would help me start my life from scratch, she shouted not to disturb them and made a ball of dark magic in her hand. Since it was already dangerous for his life, he had to teleport. Still, Riley was surprised that despite his arm, he was still able to talk for a long time. But the girl wanted to know why he had only crippled him and not destroyed him. The explanation was quite simple. You need a complete picture of the circumstances to make such a determination. Going down further, he explained with an example that a person wants to live a quiet life and something incredible happens. And in such cases, he takes one step back and tries to keep his distance. The girl was curious but still could not fully understand what kind of step backwards we were talking about. And she continued to listen to what she said even if the whole world collapsed or Satan himself rose from hell. So he comes up behind me to set the bomb rope on fire to speed up the process and then watches from the sidelines. Opening the door, he added that they had just set fire to the rope and asked if she was coming in with him. To go to that place, she gathered her thoughts, gathered her courage, and set off. Riley asked her if she had the medications they used on her, but she didn't know what they gave her. He was also interested in how she found him yesterday on the square, when the girl pointed to his right eye. If you present it with clothes or what a person looks like, it can find the location of whoever it wants to find. Riley got curious and called it a radar. And it turned out that she learned all her black magic and skills in the human condition in this basement as a result of experiments. I saw that she lowered her head and realized that I was right, so I told her that it was time to add fuel to the fire. After cutting the locks off the bars, he added that he told her that before the bomb exploded, he would set it on fire. And now it was time to step back and watch what would happen next. Throwing the badge on the floor, he told Naina that she was now free. The girl looked at the floor and asked what he was talking about and in what sense she was free. In the morning, the castle hosted a competition in the semifinals, with 2 participants standing in the arena before the fight began. My mom woke Riley up because the match was about to start and not everyone gets to see it, so let him watch. The youngest of the Erenzium family stood in the arena, out of sorts, trembling even more than yesterday. Jan heard about his fight and Sarah said that he easily defeated his opponent. Riley joined the conversation and asked her if she had noticed anything strange about the Erenzium's youngest son. And then he asked me to pay attention to whether the smell of it had changed somehow. She looked at him and tried to sniff him just as the judge was counting down the seconds to the start. And I really noticed that the smell from him was completely different compared to yesterday. As soon as the referee waved his hand to start the fight, it was over very quickly. The youngest son of the Erenzium family was lying face down on the floor. Meanwhile, in his chambers, the eldest son of Erencius was beside himself with anger, since no one gave them the goods, although they were supposed to have received them yesterday before the start of the competition. The servant asked him to calm down, but he couldn't because his brother had failed and lost. She also said that she went to Lower Solia in the morning and was told that they would no longer be able to distribute the goods. He asked again and then began to accuse them of being betrayed by slime balls from the Lower Solia. Then the servant added that she tried to blackmail them, but they did not fall for the provocations. Although he was trembling with rage because he did not receive the pills he needed, he occasionally remembered the aristocrat from Ippoletti, and how he told him that he stopped taking pills because he could smell them from a mile away. He grabbed his head and growled that how dare they do this to him. He was a man of the nobility after all. Then he caught himself thinking that he had a feeling of insects running under his skin. And then he decided that if they did not give him the drug voluntarily, he would take it away from him by force. Because he had enough strength to deal with a couple of people from the Lower Solia. Taking his sword in hand, he headed for the exit and did not hear the voice of the servant asking him to stop. As Sarah walked, she was glad that the competition was over for the day and that it was the final and she could go home. And Riley's thoughts were only about Naina and her people and whether they had reached the place. Then in the basement, he told her that after the competition was over, in 20 minutes they would go to the temple. This time, it was she who was supposed to set fire to the bomb rope and tell about everything that had happened. Since she did not recognize the person who had completely destroyed her life, she had to do it. But she was worried about another thought. Even if her own mother did not listen to her, would they listen to her in the church? Suddenly, people interrupted their conversation, saying that everything would be fine. But now she's not alone, she's one of them. And since they look alike, she's their friend. And to make sure everything worked out, we had to throw a bait that they would definitely pay attention to. The pain they went through cannot be allowed to happen again. Nayani looked at them and told them that they had to grab this chance by all means. And in order to start living from scratch, I had to fulfill everything and went to the church. At the entrance, they were met by a monk who did not let them go further and asked them who they were. But what they do, what their condition is, how terrible it is. Nayani looked at him and remembered the words that they should have been listened to there and not somewhere in the castle. The monk looked them over again and asked them to leave the temple because, judging by their clothes, they were from the lower Solia. He called the guards who had surrounded them and were waiting for them to voluntarily leave the church or else they would use force. But Nini could not stand this moral pressure and shouted at them to wait. And among them, only she was from the lower Solia, and the rest were from the right and left, and they barely survived. Clutching the leaves in her hands, she insisted that she had something important to tell the people in the church. Specifically, he wants to tell us about the Tower of Magicians and how they conduct brutal examinations of people there. A saint came up to them and asked them to identify themselves first, and then she would listen to them. She approached quietly so that no one even noticed Nini stood silently for a few seconds. Then, when the holiday came closer, she was able to say her name. I smiled at her as I realized that it was her on the square. She asked Estiel how many people were currently free in the church. Aplock, wandering around the city, still couldn't believe that their descendants from the noble Erenzium family had been abandoned. He promised himself that he would be able to bring everyone to their knees and kill them in an instant. And he didn't even notice that they were sneaking up on him from behind. He turned his head and saw a familiar face, and he could help him just then. But Astroya pointed a finger at him and said he was looking for him. Aplock shouted that it was on his orders that the people from Lower Solia did not give them the goods. Unable to withstand the accusations, he slapped him in the face with all his might to make him come to his senses. I looked at him and ordered him to close his mouth and listen carefully. When I saw that Aplock was listening, I asked him what he thought of him since he had found out some things about him. Then he took the plant out of his pocket to make sure and see how it would react to it. And it worked. He looked and reacted to nothing else but her. Then he continued to say that he gave them everything they asked for and he took it and betrayed him. Poking a plant in his face, he asked if he wanted it. So he ran around in a mask like a mean rat. But Aplock lost all common sense and just nodded his head up and down. Then the magician took something out of his pocket because he knew it was his and showed him that he had lost it in his basement near the boxes of plants. When he saw his sign, he managed to come to his senses a little bit and searched himself and asked why he had his sign. Astroya looked at the boy and asked him to stop fooling around and that it was too late to make excuses. He demonstratively caused a fire and burned the plant in front of him. Although his hands were trembling, he tried to put the burnt pieces together because he really needed this plant. He screamed and fought in hysterics for doing this to him, and only then did the magician begin to suspect something. Because something was obviously wrong and very strange and he was not a masked man, he was so weak. A holy woman came up from behind and without greeting me, immediately informed me that she had received information that he was involved in crimes. She looked at him menacingly and asked him to answer a few questions about the situation. But he turned around and smiled at her, ignored her question, and asked her what she was doing here. Frisia immediately began to list the reasons why he was involved in inhumane experiments on humans, the manufacture of illegal substances, and their sale. Laughing loudly, he said that he would talk to her later and wanted to teleport away. When suddenly the spell was abruptly cancelled, Astroya didn't even realize who did it or how. Taking the hood off her head, Nini showed her face and asked the magician where he was going. Sviataya told him that this girl told her this information about him. So I asked him again whether it was true that he was producing banned substances and conducting experiments. And at that moment, the Ippolit family was passing by and Sarah noticed that something was brewing. Even Jan told the young master that it might not be easy and dangerous. He was glad to see that Nena eventually managed to come to an agreement with the people from the temple. She even brought a saint with her, so now all we could do was watch from the sidelines. Realizing that they would not let him go just like that, he answered Frisia that they did not make any illegal substances in the tower, even medicinal baths. Then she looked at him and asked him loudly if he could give his word in the name of the goddess Irene that he had not done such a thing. Riley didn't like this approach because Astroya was able to lie, and she clearly didn't have a lie detector in her eyes. But still, the magician's face changed to an angry one, and he remained silent thinking about what to do. And she kept giving him more and more holidays to confess. The magician put his head down, took in air into his lungs, and laughed out loud at the whole square. He admitted that everything she accused him of was true in the basement of the tower. He made those substances and sold them to aristocrats to cover the costs of his modest experiments. Freyja looked at him because, as a magician, how could he do such a thing? However, Astroya himself did not understand what he had done wrong. It was all about light substances and easy experiments. Gritting her teeth, Naini noticed that almost all of his words were completely untrue. If the experiments and substances were simple, how many people would not have suffered, including her? And suddenly she was interrupted and heard a man's voice loudly cursing behind her. Unable to resist, Yan also gave vent to his feelings, calling the magician all sorts of bad names. He was burning with rage and people around him were looking at him and listening. Because once upon a time it was precisely because of illegal substances that the Great War began. And that because of that war, many people shed a lot of blood and tears, and how dare he do that? He also never liked wizards, especially arrogant ones like him. To draw attention to herself, Freyja coughed and told Astroya that due to her stay in Solia and the manufacture of substances for sale and human experimentation, he was supposed to go with them directly to the Ministry of Solia for trial. The magician laughed at this and was not going to go anywhere and began to gather mana around him. He shouted out to see if they had forgotten that he was still a 7th Circle High Wizard, and it was better for them not to become enemies. He asked me to immediately send her into exile so that he could deal with her himself because she was a mistake. Naini immediately accepted his words and was ready to answer, but she spoke wholly. Maybe we shouldn't have quarreled, but she recently had a revelation from God. These words made the magician hear what she was going to say next. And she said that the one who would save them all had arrived in this world, pointing to Astra, and ordered his arrest. He warned her that, given all the circumstances, she could consider it self-defense. The first spell sounded like the sands of Greece, which gave us an advantage. It knocked some of the guards down so that the next one could be used. My eyes lit up and the next spell came out of my mouth like mud. The legs of the rest of the soldiers were stuck in the ground like in a swamp, and they could not move any further. He gave Saint Freyja one last chance to take back her words before it was too late. Because if she contacts him, many people around her could suffer. She spoke a word of healing, and her people were cleansed of the mud and sands in an instant. Then she asked her dear knights to evacuate all the residents in the area. Because if it does not stop Astra here and now, many more innocent people may suffer. When he saw that she was not going to let him go, he shouted that he should try to take a chance on defeating him. Being on the backside, Riley was waiting for the fight to start, and it did. The magician went up into the sky, created a huge fireball, shouted that they were all going to hell and let them blame the saint. The meteorite spoke and threw its magic at them as it flew rapidly approaching. However, Freyja could not give up just yet and raised her hand and shouted a sanctuary spell. The dome that formed over them was able to stop the heavy fire in time. Astroya even appreciated her skills because he thought she was too weak to do that. Therefore, having made sure that they had the strength and would go to the end, I decided to intensify the attacks as well. The knights reported that they were able to call for reinforcements from the castle. They just needed to wait and ask them to move away so they could protect her. But she couldn't leave people behind. And as long as she had the strength, she wanted to help and use the barrier to hold back the arrows. Seeing that the barrier was about to crack, she asked Nana to try to reverse Astroya's spell. Most of the arrows fell as soon as we managed to cancel. Still, one managed to get to Freyja and make a cut on her face. While everyone was running for their lives, Jan could not stand by and watch. He drew his sword and jumped in front of the saint to protect her, and she recognized him. He managed to repel the second wave of arrows himself, and one blow destroyed the arrows that were flying at the saint. And the second managed to wipe out the rest, thus reducing any arrow attacks to 0. I appreciated Astroy and his skills because it was not an easy task to cut all the arrows, but he managed. Meanwhile, Sarah was shouting to the young master that it was time to get off the square and to a safe place. But he gestured for them to go, and he would watch for a couple of minutes and catch up with them. The magician was hanging in the air and mocking them because there were so many good specialists in the city and he was fighting the worst. So he got tired and the warm-up is over and now he's going to play like an adult. Svyataya shouted that he would definitely not retaliate with a simple arrest. Astroya smiled in response and said that if he got rid of all the witnesses to the crime, he would automatically be innocent, and a sharply darkened purple mana surrounded him from top to bottom, and then the spell hell was uttered. Looking at Naini, she immediately realized what the magician was planning to do, and there was one problem. It was impossible to reverse the spell, but if she wanted to start a new life, Astroya had to disappear. However, will they succeed and will they be able to defeat such a strong magician? Suddenly, she felt that she could not move her legs and a voice inside her told her to stop thinking about nonsense. And that she who wants to start a new life and that the hero who is destined to save the world must eventually pass the tests that have fallen to their lot. When the voice disappeared and she was able to move again, Nana looked around the circle, still not understanding where the voice came from. Saint Freyja was looking at Astra, and she had no idea that he had such great power. He looked back at her, asked her to give her greetings to the goddess Irene, and used a spell. A wave of dark energy was coming at them, and they needed to figure out what to do quickly. And Nayani shouted to everyone to run away from there quickly to save themselves because it was a very strong spell. She stood in front of them and tried to stop the flow, gaining time. I gritted my teeth and believed that she could cope and that she was strong. And even though the moment she had been waiting for so long disappointed her and left her with no hope. A person who met her on her way and wanted to help her start her life from scratch. This man showed that there was still hope, and even if he was here only for life, he would not regret anything. But a man appeared from the side and asked me not to talk such nonsense anymore. He also told her that he went out of his way to save her. And if she is going to lose her life here, all his efforts will be in vain. With just one blow, he managed to break the spell of hell, and the people around him were delighted. Her people watched this action with open mouths, and she was saved. Even Astroya opened his mouth, but he immediately recognized him as the person who was in the basement. In order to start acting, Sarah needs to take her mother away from her, and she has always been slow. Then he looked at the saint and said that now she annoyed him even more than before, because a saint with divine power cannot stop some crazy magician. This is how it turns out that a saint does not have much power. And while he cleaned up hell, or whatever she called it, she could take her people and make a path with a tablecloth. They hid behind the stones in silence, and she did not know what to say or what to do next. But there was time to heal her knights, which she did. And Naina, who heard what the saint had said, was a little embarrassed. She immediately switched to Riley and asked him what he was doing here, as he said he was. Nodding his head, he replied that he remembered his words and did not plan to interfere. But there was one thing. Astroya still couldn't believe that the masked boy had managed to break the spell so easily, but he wondered how he had done it. And that was due to the fact that she had been doing her job for a very long time. Even Jan, who was standing on the side, heard and could not believe that it was so long for him. Astroya's magician took the words personally and shouted at the whole square, asking what he had said. And he said that everything takes a long time to be resolved here, and that his mother almost got hurt because of him. So he would quickly sort everything out. Nayani looked at him and thought that she knew he was no ordinary guy, but it was a miracle that he could break Astroya's spell with a punch. Then he went up to her, took her by the shoulder, and asked her to finish everything and they would think about the rest later. Then he called Jan over because he would need his help as well. He raised Naina's hand and asked her to take a deep breath because it was time to end it. Jan was given a bow and arrows and ordered to shoot at the magician with as many arrows as possible. Astroya, who was watching everything that was happening downstairs, also decided not to waste time and attack. To prevent them from escaping, he surrounded them with a large wall of fire. Looking at Jan, he asked him to continue to hold him back and he would deal with the magic. To finish the job, Astroya even decided to use dirty tricks such as poisonous fog. Then the sky above them changed color to green and seemed to begin to sink. The holiday intervened in time to bring its own benefit to the common cause. But Riley asked her to take a break and stand aside until he could handle it. As all the attacks were repelled or destroyed, the magician's nerves reached their maximum, and he was already shouting that he had no time for them. I realized that I still had about half of my mana left in my body, but it should have been enough. So he shouted at them to just die at his hands, at the hands of the greatest magician. He created a large number of circles of pronunciation of the blizzard spell and called it on them. Riley looked at him, calling him an angry old man with crazy eyes. He looked at Naina and asked if she had caught her breath and could fulfill the request. Because she needed to hit Astra once, but very hard, and she was ready. This was good news because he hadn't fought an adult for a long time, and he ordered us to aim for the heart and hit it simultaneously. At that time, Jan's main task was to destroy ice icicles from a distance. Astroya's mage was also ready to destroy them with one strong attack. To keep Naina focused, Riley emphasized that she should only focus on the attack and nothing else. Since we could rely on Jan to take care of the rest, he would definitely do it. And if the plan failed, he hinted that they had an almighty saint. As soon as the icicles started falling from the sky, Ian was ready to shoot. He was hit by a hail of arrows, one after another, and the main task of protecting them was on him. But remembering how he stood up for the holiday, she decided to help him with a barrier. There was not much time left for Naina to accumulate maximum strength for the attack. But I noticed that a pattern appeared under the feet of the saint and the aristocrat. It resembled a current. Riley looked at him sharply. He picked up the saint in his arms and stepped on an ice block that almost destroyed them. Taking off his mask in front of her to calm her down, he asked her if she was okay and hadn't hurt herself. When I saw him, I couldn't believe my eyes that it was him on the square that day. Wasting no time in talking, he shouted to Naina whether she was ready, and she answered yes. So as soon as he shouted fire, she was supposed to hit Astra with magic. In the meantime, he will be her backup so that everything works out and they win. Naini realized that she would use up the last drops of mana and would not be able to fight the mage any longer. Jan was also holding on with all his might and knew that they had survived to this moment because of their joint efforts. But Nina was gnawing at the thought that she might not have enough strength to destroy Astra. But I was glad to think that after the blow, she would not have a single drop of regret for having tried. Once again, Riley assessed the situation well, picked the right moment, and gave the order to fire. All the dark purple mana the girl had rushed into Astra in one super hit. Blood appeared on her lips again, and she felt as if her body was going to be torn apart. But the mage was not so easy to defeat, and he still had the strength to resist her magic. She had doubts about the attack because she estimated that her mana might not be enough. And Riley, seeing the sword thrown, did not understand whether his plan would work if it hit him now. The sword passed with lightning speed, creating a large hole in the magician's chest. For a minute he hung in the air, not fully understanding how it happened. And at that moment, the shield fell down and Naina's punch was able to hit it, creating a powerful explosion. It fell to the ground from fatigue and its explosion caused snow to fall in Solia. The lifeless body of the once great magician was lying on the ground and covered with snow. Saint Freysia and John immediately rushed to the rescue, seeing that Naina had fallen and never got up. They ran up to the saint and lifted her head a little bit, trying to get her to wake up. With tears in her eyes, she asked me not to leave her and that she could not just leave her. And the snow was still falling on the fork of the city and did not stop even for a second. On the evening of the holiday, she sat over Naina and took her to the temple to try to heal her. It was hard for her because she was very worried about her health and not a single thought left her. After the ending, it is not clear where that boy went. Ian saw only Naini and how the magician fell, and she was too far away to see anything. He appeared and disappeared. But one thing was clear. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have been able to stop Astra. When I looked closely at Jan, I remembered that I had seen him in the church and that he served the Ippolit family. I was distracted from my thoughts by Naini, who opened her eyes and drew my attention to her. Rubbing her eyes with her hand, she asked where she was and what had happened. And Saint Freysia said that she was in the church and that she was fine. However, she apologized to her and said that she had done everything in her power, because her health condition was much worse than she could have imagined. The magic that accumulated in the body after the experiments in the tower led to a kind of mutation, and shortened her life expectancy by becoming her disease, and since a lot of time has passed since then, and Naini continued in her place that it cannot be cured. Svyataya punished herself for this because she could not help her, despite all her merits in the battle with Astra. Naini rushed to reassure her because she knew what she was getting into, so she was fine. But Freysia could not do that and did not even know how to thank her or how to apologize, because thanks to her, it was possible to stop Astra. But Naini noted that in the long run she did nothing. Then she clenched her fist and asked me to give an honest answer to how much time she had left. The pause in their conversation was difficult for the saint to say. Her eyes got wet immediately, but she said that it was not possible to cure the disease completely, but they could increase her life expectancy a little. In the worst case, she had until the end of the summer, and if everything went well, she would be able to live through the winter. But the most realistic forecast was that it would happen in late fall. Naini sat down and thought that autumn meant that she had a little more time, which would be enough for her. Still, she felt that she had focused too much on revenge, but she thanked the saint for her efforts and care for her. But she asked me not to thank her because she didn't think I had done anything to her, and she couldn't even look me in the eye. Then Naini asked for a contract so that her feat would never be officially documented or highlighted anywhere. In the disclosure of Astroya and his defeat, she only helped to carry out instructions. It was done by another person, not her, so we should be grateful to him. And who really deserved the glory and honor for his feat was that masked hero. And if she wanted to do something, she should fulfill the man's request. Freysia asked if she knew him, and Naini answered yes. Fireworks were heard over the castle, which meant it was time for the final battle of the tournament. In the last match, the participants gave their all to win. This battle even managed to interest Riley, who even asked if Sarah had seen the movement. But she was frowning, and he asked her what she didn't like about their fight. Squinting her eyes, she looked at him and said that her legs, and he was glad that she understood. It was very annoying that they did not work with their legs at all and only waved their arms. My mom liked to see that her son was really interested in something and was happy. She glanced sideways at Jan, who was sitting there, muttering about how his body hurt and he was not the same as before. I blamed myself for not being able to do anything to help in that battle, but I was glad that the owner was not hurt. The competition ended, and the opponents bowed to each other and waited for the winner to decide. Sarah wondered why the young man had stayed there, and he replied that he had just looked at the spectacle and gone to a safe place. Then she said it was good that he was not hurt because it was very dangerous there. Next, Prince Solia appeared in the arena, and before presenting the awards, he wanted to say something. Not long ago, a man revealed the terrible crimes that took place in the tower, and he knew that this man was an aristocrat. And he knows that this person is in the audience today as a spectator. He said loudly that this man was from the famous Ippolit family. Since the prince knew for sure that this person was definitely present at the competition, he asked for a sign of where he was. When Sarah returned to her young master, only a trace of him was left behind. Meanwhile, I was sitting on the toilet, wondering what it was and how they knew about him. To avoid anyone recognizing the mask, he used and even changed his voice. And when he fought Astra, he calculated the force so that the sword melted from Naina's magic. So it was a mystery how they managed to find out that it was him, and he was interrupted by two voices. They went to the restroom and stood in front of the stall, one of the voices confirming that he was there. Naini offered Freyja that she would open the door and began to conjure as soon as the saints tried to stop her. The door opened abruptly, and they watched as Riley sat on the toilet. The girls looked at him and he at them after a moment of awkward silence. Riley threatened them that he would sue them for this and that they were completely crazy. When asked how they found him in the first place, Naini pointed to her eye. Then he shouted that it was not fair to use radar to find him. He even made a remark to the saint that she walked around the men's toilets as if they were her own room. Still, he got up from the toilet and asked what they wanted from him. Then Freyja coughed and said that he was chosen and blessed by the goddess Irene herself. He immediately remembered how the saint had come up to him that time, and also told him that he had been chosen by the holy sword, but this time he was not going to go for it. And just as the saint was about to say something else, Riley stopped her and told her instead, doesn't she accidentally want to tell him that some evil will appear and he has to stop it? She looked at him in surprise because how did he know about it already? But he was annoyed that they were trying to make a knight out of him again, like in his previous life. Freyja spoke again, saying that according to the revelation, the master had received power through the dragon. At first, he did not listen carefully to what she said, but he asked her again what she said she got her power from. He even made a serious face when she confirmed that it was from the dragon. She also said that according to the visions, a dragon would soon appear, which would bring disaster not only to Solia but to the whole world. And as the goddess Irene said, it is the man who will catch the dragon. Riley looked at the saint and did not understand why her omnipotent goddess could not cope with the huge number of planets in the universe, and she clung to the earth. Then he answered the saint that he planned to do nothing for the rest of his life out of fear of being forced to catch the dragon. He also reminded her of the last time she called him gay in the church. Naini asked again, and Freyja said it was better for her not to know. So, after these words, he did not want to cooperate with them and gave them a hint to look for another fool. To stop him, the saint shouted out Astroy's name, and to tell the truth, she knew that he had stopped him. And it worked. He actually stopped and apologized and asked what she meant. She had heard that it was he who had found out about the forbidden substances and experiments on people in the Tower of Mages. Riley was still trying to deny her involvement and asked to know who had told her that. And then I realized when I looked at Naina because she was the only one who knew everything. He shouted at her that he asked her to keep quiet and not to tell anyone for him and moved towards her, who stood in front of him to protect her. He came up to her and looked at her menacingly and asked her to quietly get out of the way. Holy stood still. He walked over and put his hand on Naina's and asked her if she knew that she had betrayed him. Freyja exhaled and said that he shouldn't worry. She had told him only to her. Then he did not understand what Prince Daniel was talking about and clarified that I did not tell him only about his strength. I just remembered that he had contributed a lot to the victory over the mage Astroya, and Naini was against revealing his secret until the last moment. One thing was clear at all times. His power was simply incredibly great. Therefore, I asked him to catch the dragon as it was said in the revelation, and received the answer that he did not want to. Freyja still tried to get her way by emphasizing that he had the power to save everyone. But Riley asked her to leave him alone. For the love of all that is holy, he just wanted to rest. He turned his head to Naina and looked at her. She stood there looking at him, sweat rolling down her cheeks as she was afraid of what would happen. But Riley made a smile and continued as far as she was concerned, they needed to go out and talk tete-a-tete. The next morning at the Ippolit estate, the Count was reading the morning paper in his study as usual. This issue is particularly interesting because it says that last night a warehouse with boxes was found in the Tower of Mages in Solia. They found a large batch of forbidden herbs inside, and the news that the 7th Circle Mage Astroy was their owner shocked the people of Solia. A young owner from a family of aristocrats helped to uncover the terrible truth. Prince Daniel himself presented the medal to Count Ippoliti's third son. When he finished reading it, he froze in his tracks as he was very pleasantly surprised by the news. Even a smile appeared on my face and pride for my son came to the surface, so I had to send the letter immediately. When they left the castle and walked through the streets of Solia, Jan could not hold back his words because he was happy for his master. My mom asked Riley where he had recently gone, and he scratched the back of his head and said that he had gone to the toilet for a while. And as they walked on, he heard that people whispered for him and recognized him, and that the bad rumors about him were not true. And that's why he didn't want to be known and wanted to stay in the shadows all the time. It was annoying that if you swung your sword a couple of times, people would start to get excited and surprised. My mother was also happy and said that this news must have made my father happy too. She also wanted to know who the girl was with him and who was always following them. I stopped and bowed my head, thinking how to say it correctly and delicately. I apologized for not warning them immediately and had something to tell them all. The fact was that he picked up this girl in the restroom. Sir and Lady Iris looked at her closely, and her right eye caught their eye in particular. And they continued to listen to Riley say that he saw her use magic yesterday, and it was unbeatable. And after his mana was measured in the tower, he also wanted to learn magic. So he thought that another servant would not be superfluous during his vacation, and she had magic. Although Ian tried to tell Riley that the girl had taken part in the experiments, he already knew that. And because he knew the situation she was in, he couldn't just leave her. The mother smiled happily and told Jan to stop arguing and that she was not against her son's idea. It was the first time Riley chose something on his own, so he wants to respect his choice. When everyone had calmed down, Riley pushed Nina in the shoulder to say hello to everyone, because these were people who served their family and their mother was Lady Iris. She bowed in front of them, greeted them, and said her name. However, Sira recognized that they were from the Lower Solia because she did not notice any manners or nobility. Having visited the Lower Solia a couple of times, I knew what I was talking about, so I promised to take it on hard. When Riley came up to her in the restroom, he immediately said that it was unclear what she would tell anyone else. That's why I wanted to take it with me to Ipoletta County because it's better to keep it close. To be able to follow her, and it was a chance to get rid of the saint. Although Frasier was against it, he had no choice. If she had been able to keep her mouth shut, he would have left her alone. But he asked her not to make a show of it. She chose to go with him because she still had some unfinished business with him that needed to be settled. If he was around, he had a chance to learn how to start his life from scratch and how his fate might somehow become clearer. Sarah happily told me that I could go to the county and that there was a letter from the count that he wanted to meet with me as soon as possible. As they continued to walk through the city, Nini asked if she should call him Master from now on, but thanked him anyway. I could not even imagine that I would ever be able to leave this horrible place. He smiled at her and said that she was funny, and if someone heard her, they would think he was saving her. A little further on, the Bishop of Rivos came to meet them, bowed and was glad to see Mrs. Iris again. Getting straight to the point, I asked him what he was here for, and he replied that he was looking for someone. It was about an event that had recently happened, and he was looking for them because he thought that these two noble people had forgotten their belongings in the temple, but they were looking at the bishop and his ministers without understanding what they were talking about. Squeezing his eyes shut, he whispered quietly to Riley that these were their trophies from the battle against the Astros. He looked at Rivosa as he tried to understand what kind of trophies they were. Because it was a public place, he couldn't tell them directly, but it was gratitude for stopping him. The mantle, ring, and bracelet were magical, but he did not know how to use them. He was only sorry that he could not keep the staff because it broke, so he gave only this. Nini also asked him if they had to take these things, because for her this person was worthless, and she did not like him, so she did not want to take them. Rivosa smiled and insisted that they take the gifts for themselves. For who else but those who stopped Astra should have given these things to the Temple of Solia? He put his hand to his heart and promised that he was responsible before God that these things were clean and safe. Nayani looked at her new owner and asked if they would accept these gifts, but he asked her how they looked to her, and she said that she had checked them to see if there was any magic left. After listening to her opinion, he turned to the bishop and thanked him, saying that if they give, they must take. My mother apologized and said that they had to go, as the count asked them to come as soon as possible. In conclusion, Rivosa also expressed that she must be very proud of her son because, after all, he received a medal. He thanked them for everything and hoped that they liked everything in Solia and would come back to visit them again. He was closely watched by Saint Frisia, who did not like the bishop's actions because he behaved suspiciously. Already at dinner in the church, they talked to each other, and Rivosa confirmed that he was really different. Seeing the saint's blank look, He clarified that he was talking about the young master. He became interested because he knew that she had received a revelation that he was destined to stop evil. Seeing that she wasn't going to talk to him, he wished her a good evening and said that we would see how things went. I looked at him and thought that this Revosa didn't know what he was up to yet, but he was definitely up to something. In addition, there was more than one revelation of the kind she received, 3 in fact. Standing in front of the goddess Irene, she told her that the time for the first test would soon come. She especially asked her to be careful of those who would lead her to those trials, and especially to beware of the dragon that would come to Earth. Freyja clearly understood that her first trial was definitely somehow connected to Revosa. But who knows? Maybe the young master will be able to destroy his insidious plans. That's why I didn't tell Rivasi about the existence of the first revelation on purpose, because I knew he didn't know that Riley was a very complicated person. And one of the monks came to invite the saint to dinner, since everyone was already waiting for her. As evening fell, they managed to get to the Ippolit estate, and the count was already waiting for them in front of the house. They were surprised that he was waiting for them because at that time he was usually asleep. He looked at his son with a serious look and asked where the medal he had read about was. And Riley pulled out a shiny, rather large medal from his pocket. My father covered his hand with its radiance, and the fact that it was handed to him by Prince Daniel himself made him delighted. To bring him back to his senses, Lady Iris hinted that he was more excited about his son than about the medal. Coughing into his hand, I asked if it was difficult for them to have only Jan and Sarah with them, and she replied that they had done a great job. And they also greeted the Count with a low bow and informed him that they had returned. He immediately looked at me and asked who the child was who came with them. But his wife intervened and asked him to go inside the house because they had something to talk about. My mom sent them first, and Riley was glad they were home and not going because he had done his ass off in the carriage. When his middle brother appeared in front of them, he wanted to see the medal from Solia in person. Riley didn't want to see anyone because he thought he would arrive and rest after the trip. My brother began to mock that perhaps the rumors about his medal were just that. Rumors. He said that this happened to him. A righteous man who always told only the truth, but this time he lied, and there is no medal. Therefore, I demanded that he show me the medal to confirm it. In order to listen to his chatter less, I put my hand in my pocket and said that I had talked him into it, and he would show it to me. I opened my mouth when I held it in my hands because I had never seen what the medals from Solia looked like before. But when he asked if it wasn't a fake, Jan and Sarah's faces looked irritated. To be understood correctly, he simply could not believe how his brother managed to get it. With a sly look on his face, Riley turned to his brother. If he likes this medal so much, why doesn't he take it for himself? He was dumbfounded to hear this. Even his servant stood still at the suggestion. He explained that it still got on his nerves, and that it would be better if the heir to the family had it. And he stood there silently looking at her before he could ask if she was really ready to give her to him. Like Riley, she snatched her out of his hands, saying that if she didn't want to, she didn't have to. I did not expect this from my little brother, who stood there like a stone-faced man filled with anger. Then he grabbed Riley by the barrels and yelled, "How dare he mock him!" just in time for his father to call him. I ordered him to stop making a fool of himself in a menacing voice, and he immediately let Riley go, even though he was very annoyed with his younger brother. He switched to Lady Iris and asked her how they were traveling and how they were doing. She smiled and said that everything was fine, and thanks to their prayers, they got home without incident. She turned around and whispered quietly while she occupied him to go inside quietly. Riley was grateful to his mom for covering for them and bowed before leaving. Naina didn't like this guy with red hair. She thought he was very nasty. Talking to Lady Iris, Lloyd turned their conversation to the topic of training, and that laziness is bad. But laziness does not apply to him and his older brother, because they were contenders for the place of the heir to the Ippolit family, and some people were not even interested. Naini heard him say in the end that it would be good if, when he became chairman, Riley would not ask for help when he got into something. So while he was saying that he did not understand how he managed to win that medal, he did not look at his feet. She quietly used her magic and quietly lifted a stone from the ground right in front of her foot. He immediately caught his foot on it and flew down screaming. He landed directly on the ground with his forehead and lay still for a couple of seconds. Later, sitting in front of his older brother, Lloyd listened to what was fashionable about being such a clumsy person. But he still tried to prove to him that there was something strange on the ground, so he tripped and fell. The older man understood how he fell and believed him on his word. But he still could not understand how he fell so hard that the wound was on his forehead. Even a 10-year-old child could not hit it like that, and he managed to do it. After mocking his brother a bit, he turned to the topic of how their younger brother Riley was doing. But Lloyd said that nothing much had changed in him. He was the same as he was before. However, I remembered that he had brought with him a strange-looking girl, and she certainly wasn't an aristocrat in her gait and manners. And it really interested the older man and made him feel guilty because it was strange. He also remembered that she gave off a strange odor that he had never smelled before. The elder did not pay attention to the smell because he knew that different people come to Solia, and it does not surprise him. In any case, it was clear that their younger brother was up to something. He had never been interested in women before, so I had to pay special attention to this and ordered Lloyd to keep an eye on her just in case. And he will also try to find out something about her, and asked him to leave. Left alone, he wondered how their lazy sword managed to win that medal if he didn't even participate in the competition. Without knowing how or why he got it, he knew for sure that it was supposed to interfere with his plans. The next day, Sarah took over Naina's upbringing and kept her informed, even if she was chosen to teach the young master magic. First of all, she had duties to fulfill every day. She also asked her if she remembered what she had said to her before they arrived at the estate, and Naini said that she had said she would take care of her well. She liked what she remembered and praised me for my good memory. The rules in Ippolit's house are very strict, so she had to forget everything she learned in the lower Solia. After going through the theory, she suggested that we move on to practice together and work hard. As she looked at Sarah, she thought that she now felt as if she was more afraid of her than she was of Beta. Then they went to Riley's room and he asked if they had to do it in his room. Ian said it was because Sarah hadn't played with the newcomers for a long time and was thinking of establishing order and discipline. Jan was also interested in what the young owner was going to do with the things he received. He asked the servant what the bishop had said then, that these were the trophies won in the victory over Astra. If only we had an understanding of how to use them and how they work. Otherwise, you can try to sell them because they are still the things of the great master of the magic tower. But first I had to ask one person about them and then figure out what to do with them. Meanwhile, Sarah taught Naina how to tie the curtains with a bow, which she had to do every morning. Then I told her to look at the carpet and take a closer look. If she saw any marks on it, she had to immediately clean them with a brush. When they finished cleaning the room, they said that they had done everything and were going to leave, but indicated that she had to bow before leaving. As soon as they left the room, they met Lloyd in the corridor, who needed Sarah. She immediately bowed to him and greeted him, but Naini was still standing upright. Then she grabbed the back of his head with her hand hard and fast and tilted it in front of him. I whispered to her quietly that she could have noticed before that this man had a very stupid character. She also asked me to make my face simpler because if I look at him with such disdain, he will definitely get off the horse. And Lloyd asked her if she was the same girl his brother had brought in last time. She replied that it was, and she was just being introduced to the work, shown the house, and explained what her responsibilities were. Sarah asked the owner why he was here, and he replied that it was nothing. I was still interested in her and asked her what her name was, and she said her name was Naini. Since he now knew her name, he wanted to talk to her because it was the first time his brother had brought a person into the house, and he was curious about who he had chosen. I also asked her if she knew how the lazy sword managed to win the medal. She hadn't said a word yet, and wondered why this fool kept talking about her master like that. He even asked her if she was going to answer questions. But still watching and evaluating him, I saw that he didn't have much mana, and that he wasn't even half as strong as his master. Sarah saw that the situation was escalating, and tried to explain that she hadn't finished her studies yet. But Lloyd could no longer hear her, and he said in a menacing voice that since when were maids allowed to ignore their masters? And if she valued this place and did not want to be kicked out, she had to answer the question clearly, and she asked if he was her master. Sarah's face twisted and she prayed that Naini would not say something stupid, but it was not to be. She kept saying that he hadn't brought her here, but that Riley's owner had. Lloyd laughed and put his hand over his face, saying that this was out of line. He took a swing at her and started shouting at her how she even dared to look him in the eye. But Naini could not allow a hand to be raised at her and quietly said the word sleep. In an instant, the almost 2-meter-tall guy collapsed to the ground and started sniffling. She saw that Sarah was worried, so she explained that he had only been asleep for 30 minutes. I noticed that he was really a son of a great family, because when I was casting magic, he even tried to fight the magic. But it was useless, as she was still a 6th circle magician. Sarah looked at Lloyd and thought that her master had brought home a very strange man. Naini suggested that in order to avoid uncomfortable questions, we could put him on the couch and he would think that he was dreaming. She was also worried about something else because, if it were her ex, she would have covered it with a 3-story mat. And she knew perfectly well that she would be scolded for her mistakes more than once. So she asked if she could use magic at least a little bit to help her cope. Riley had just come out of the room and saw Lloyd lying on the floor and asked what was going on. But he immediately switched to Nana and asked Sarah if she was done with her studies and he could pick her up. He immediately grabbed her shoulder and she jerked it first from his heavy hand. And when he relaxed his hand, he led her away, shouting in a cheerful voice that it was time for magic. Sarah thought that this time she would forgive her, since she had promised that she would forget how she had behaved in the lower Solia. She could not sit still and offered to make him at least some tea. Riley told her that she was a wizard, and Nini called him a fool, reminding him that she was now a servant. He could not let this go unnoticed, calling her a cheeky sorceress from the lower Solia. It didn't matter because he would learn to speak quickly and politely, and he called her over to look at these things because that's how he understood how to use them. But she only knew that these items could contain mana or traps, and she did not know how to use them. Then Riley concluded that, judging by her words, she did not know how to use them. She explained this by saying that when she was in the laboratory, he only wore a cloak and she did not see the rest of the items. He heard her and asked her to keep these things and then ask a friend of hers because he knew about it. And she wondered if he had a friend who understood magic, why he didn't study with him. She further expressed her opinion that she had reached the 6th circle of magic with the help of medicines. Her abilities were so-so compared to others, so why her? Riley smiled and said that, in truth, it didn't have to be her. Naini asked him to explain why he had chosen her, with a serious tone in her voice. The answer was not long in coming, as Riley knew she wanted to be free, and she had trusted anyone before and been abandoned. Some people thought it was a magical work of art and kicked it out into the street afterwards, and someone mocked it morally and considered it useless and simply used it. But no one thought about her feelings and told her that she had to realize that she didn't need a reason to be there and didn't have to be useful. To be a free person means to do what your heart tells you to do, and you have to remember it. He says this to her because she reminds him so much of what he was like in the past. So I asked her to think less about why and wherefore and just live life. A smile appeared on her face. She had never heard such words before. Another reason was that his friend refused to teach him magic even under threat of death. An acquaintance said that if he mastered magic in addition to the sword, he would become Satan himself. He replied that he did not like to do dark things because they were tiring, so he asked him to stop talking nonsense. The next day, in a carriage on the way to an acquaintance's house, Nina explained to the owner that if he wants to use magic, he first needs a circle of magic. These are like rings that surround the heart. If there is one ring, he has one circle, and if there are 6 rings, he is a 6th circle magician. She explained why she had said earlier that she was a 6th circle mage and that the source of magic was light, and Riley said that in this world, it was. Naini immediately asked him if his words meant that he was in another world, but he said that he was just saying what he had to say. She went on to explain that the basis of what magicians are taught is to create light. In order to use the magic of light, they must first learn what its characteristic feature was and what it is capable of. And I thought to myself that I didn't really have a business in which I was the best, because I was good at everything and could do anything. Therefore, this could be one of the reasons why she managed to survive the experiments. So I told her what kind of company, and for that we'll ask her if she's interested, since I still had to ask a friend about the ring and bracelet. It was the same friend who refused to teach and also had magic. And they were almost there. About 5 minutes to go and they were there. Naini looked at him and thought, I wonder what a great friend he has. Of course, she thought she hadn't missed a beat, because she had 6 laps and was no worse than her friend. As soon as we got out of the carriage, Riley immediately headed for the house, saying that now we would find out everything. She was already looking forward to seeing who her owner had brought her to see. As soon as we got inside, I heard the owner calling him Endall and shouting that he was wandering around again. And when no one responded, he shouted louder to him. Perhaps he wasn't there at all. But a man came out to them, grumbling a lot because the store was closed for the day because of the scoundrel who had come to him. When he saw me, he immediately asked if he hadn't been taught manners and that he shouldn't enter the store when it was closed. Riley immediately began by joking that their Princess Endall was almost up and he had just gotten up. He replied to whom the cow would moo, since he was no longer a lazy sword but a hero, and asked how he was doing and if the metal was pressing. I noticed the servant, but Riley said they wanted to ask him something, so they came together. Nini could not look away from him because she did not understand why this creature was here. And Riley decided to tell us that when he was in Solia, he was told very interesting information in the temple. Scratching his ear, he listened attentively to what they had said to him in that temple. They looked at him in the temple and said that he was supposed to catch a dragon that would attack Solia. Enadal smiled and asked if he had heard him correctly. Repeating himself, he added that the only dragon he knew was him. He was laughing so hard that he was hitting the table with his fist. Naini was watching, but she didn't understand what was going on. Wiping away tears of laughter, Endel calmed down a little bit from the news. I immediately said that everyone in that temple of Solia must have gone crazy. Then he asked Riley why they started asking him for help and whether he was going to become a dragon slayer. But he was a little angry about it because he couldn't think about it, and what a stupid name he had given him again. Endal was still holding this news, which could mean that he was sitting very quietly if they took him for a simpleton. Just to be sure, Riley asked him if he was the only one here, and he said that yes, there was only one dragon in Solia, and that was him. I also thought that it had been a very long time since I had seen my comrades, about 3,000 years. He also noticed that Nani didn't really want to drink his cocktail, so he told her that there was no alcohol in it, and that it wouldn't interfere with her work. Riley also asked him if he was planning to make a fuss in Solia just in case, but Endal hadn't even thought about it, and he didn't see any sense or benefit in it, and it would only add to the problems. He also bent down to Nana and told her to keep her mouth shut. Bending closer, he deliberately showed her his dragon's eye to make her understand that he was not joking. Riley intervened and asked him to stop scaring her and look at something, and he took out a robe, a ring, and a bracelet, saying that he had recently been given these things but he did not know how to use them. But he asked me first if I remembered that this was a tavern and that he was selling alcohol here. And Riley knew it and added that he and the whole neighborhood had long known that this was a paradise for alcoholics. Endal started to shout if he knew why, but he didn't finish. He calmed down and took his things, saying that he would help him out for old time's sake, but would he gild his hand? But Riley laughed and said that what kind of money could we talk about at their level of relationship, making a bad face? And Endal still got down to business. This made Nini even more surprised at his skills, because he could research 3 things at once. When I finished, I asked them what they were interested in starting with. With such skills, Nini realized that she would not be able to compete and dropped a little bit. Riley asked to tell about the cloak. But there was nothing special about it, Endal said, and whoever wears it will always be able to use magic to the fullest. But the bracelet was more interesting. It was like a portable warehouse on the hand. If you put a little magic in it, it would open immediately and you could put something in it or take something out. Riley wondered what would happen if the bracelet broke and heard the answer that everything inside would be lost and the bracelet would no longer be made. Surprised, Nini said that these were all things of a 7th circle magician, and how he had managed to learn everything so easily. He smiled at her and told her that for a dragon like him it was very easy. He also threw her a ring and suggested that she wear it for good. When I put it on, I felt as if energy began to flow to me in the place of the ring. Endal explained to her that this ring would help her collect the mana that was around her, just in case. Riley added that when he wore it that time, nothing happened to him. And Endal explained that no matter how you slice it, he would not succeed because he is a monster. Nini asked what he was talking about and the dragon told her right away, as she had not yet realized that her master was a monster. I immediately asked Endal to keep quiet because if he spoke, no one would feel better. He also took his things and gave them to Nina, since he didn't need them anyway and couldn't use them. And if he doesn't want to accept it as a gift, he can just keep it. The next question to the dragon was whether he could accidentally measure his mana level. And just recently, a keeper fitted him with a measuring stone. He asked me why he needed it and what he was going to measure, waving his head to the side. He clarified that this time he was more interested in measuring mana in Nina. Endal approached her again and carefully examined her face and eyes, even her smell. Then he took up his beard and said that she was really a very interesting girl. And looking at the right eye, he clarified that there was a lot of stuff mixed in it. Riley asked if this could be the reason for the strange color of her mana, like flames and ice. All her mana is dark purple. Then it became clearer to Endal that his friend had met a very interesting person. But did he think or know that this girl had very little time to live? And if they were going to measure her mana, Riley asked if he could measure it for him at the same time. But Endal was categorically against it, and he told him that people like him shouldn't do magic unless they decided to conquer the whole world. He immediately shouted that he had lost his mind in this tavern, but then the dragon was interested in the reason why he did it. With a calm face, Riley explained that he was tired of picking apples himself. The two of them looked at him as if they were looking at some kind of madman. After finishing the conversation, Endal took them a little further behind the house where the stone was located. As soon as Riley touched it, nothing happened. But as it cracked a little, he asked why. Since they were both mages, they understood what his ability was, and Endal noticed that he hadn't seen anything like it for a long time. However, Riley thought that the stone was simply not of high quality if he reacted so late. Nayini intervened and looked at her master, saying only one word: time. He did not understand what it meant and why she said this word to him. She went on to explain that its peculiarity is closely related to the time at that very moment. The stone on his backside fell apart, so he did it not immediately but under the influence of time. Endall intercepted the conversation and explained briefly that he could only use time-related magic. And to make it even more accessible, I decided to show how I practically created a fireball and explained that it was a layer of an ordinary magician. And then I created a second one, but it was very small, and I wanted to show how the fireball would look like if Riley had done it. Of course, he didn't like it, comparing it to a fire from cheesecakes. When he realized that his dream of becoming a magician was becoming impossible, Endall shouted that he should give it up. But he really wanted to, because then his life would be even better than before the internet. Naini remembered that when she was in the tower, she learned that people who used time magic always became bosses and held high positions. He also asked if there was any magic that could turn back time. And Naini looked at his expression, smiled, and happily said that she did not. But he could accelerate the ripening of apples, so they would ripen earlier, and then when they fell, you could eat them. This would have been just right for its owner, and there was no need to wait for the second season. Annoyed, Riley stopped her monologue, saying that the female would pick those apples. When we returned to the mansion in the evening before dinner, he sat and reflected that after all, he did not have any unique abilities. Naini noted that at least he was able to create light. But he immediately said yes, but it lasted only a couple of seconds. She decided to share her opinion so that he would know that, for example, she did not care that they never identified her special features. Astra was gone, and less magic was needed. Brother Lloyd and Brother Lion came to the table and greeted him. They were finally lucky enough to see his face because he had been climbing around all day. But he said that it was not that complicated. He just went to the village of Listgiv for a short time. Then my brother noticed that Jan and Sarah were in the house all the time because he was traveling alone. Riley immediately calmed him down by pointing his finger at Naini and saying that he had traveled with her. Their conversation was interrupted by Lady Iris, who was glad that everyone was finally at the table. She also told her son that while they were traveling, they had a guest. They both looked at her and did not understand who she was talking about. Lady Iris called out to the man, and Bishop Rivosa came into the room from the church. He greeted me and said that he hadn't seen Mr. Riley and Ms. Nana for a long time. He bowed before them, and his eyes went to his forehead. She sat the bishop down at the table, told him that dinner would be served soon, and gave him the utensils, to which he replied, "Thank you, Mrs. Nana." Lloyd was the first to ask Rivoso why he was being so polite to the servant. I looked at Riley and asked if he had told them, but he was silent and looked away. He looked at the owner Nana, who also closed her eyes and remained silent, and he accepted it. For permission to tell her how last time she and Master Riley caught the great wizard Astro and burned him to the ground. And when I told them that she was a sixth circle magician, the brothers were speechless. Then the next question that was not clear was how she went to serve and why she did it. Riley looked at her, not caring that her identity had been revealed. But when I looked at Bishop Rivosa, I thought he was definitely up to something. He seems to be very kind. But in the end, he may turn out to be the main boss or the villain. He had no particular reason to appear in their home, so he was sure that he was definitely up to no good. The next day, they went outside to say goodbye, and the bishop suggested that they come to them one day and gave them a box. He thanked them for hosting them last night and feeding them a delicious dinner. Lady Iris also thanked him for his visit and that he was worried about her well-being. He bowed before them and added that he would pray for her and for the young master. Riley watched the karate leave the mansion for a long time and then said that he could see right through him. When I saw that Nana did not understand, I explained that formally the bishop came to check on her mother with a chronic illness. But he was talking to them all the time, so he was most likely here because of a revelation. So he definitely did not come for a checkup for my mom, but to give me more gifts. Or to put it even more simply, it was a kind of bribe, and Nanny asked again what it meant. Riley explained to her that they give you gingerbread, and because you've already eaten it, you have to work for it. Or if you like to ride, you can drive a sled. She thought from these statements that now her master was going to help them after all. But he replied that of course he would not do it, because he was tired of it all and these saints were sitting in his liver. I did notice that Saint Freysia was very different from the saint from her previous life. As soon as Riley thought about it and said out loud that there would be no problems at all, Nini asked him not to say that because it would be the other way around. A little later, the Count summoned the two of them for a conversation in his office. As it turned out, his servant was a sixth-ranked magician, and he had to speak for her. But Riley repeated that he had already spoken for her, and the Count shouted that he had only spoken for her being a simple mage and had said nothing about the 6 circles. Astro himself had 7 laps and she had 6, and she looked normal against him. At the time, it was not clear why a sixth circle sorceress was working as a servant to the one who managed to stop Astra. The answer to why she became a servant was simple. She liked living in the house and serving the Ippolit family faithfully. She also added that she had found here what she had lost in the magic tower a long time ago. Then the Count asked the following question. As far as he knew, she was with his son from Solia. That's why he was interested in her opinion of his Riley. He didn't expect his father to ask her such things in front of him, and she was a little confused. But she put her hands to her chest and smiled, saying that she thought he was a very good person. While the two of them were giggling, Riley couldn't find a seat and catch up on what they were talking about. Nayani bowed her head to the Count and continued to tell him that the sixth circle was the result of the past, and she wanted to live in the present. And in my head, I kept hearing Frasia's words that she had until the fall to live, if she was lucky, and that she wanted to live a quiet life during that time. And she told the Count that she was now living a much happier life as a servant than she had lived as a magician in the past. He listened to her and understood, and asked if it was possible that she didn't like what she was doing. But everything suited her. In the end, he asked her to continue to help his son. She bowed low and promised to do her best. The Count smiled, surprised that a sixth circle mage himself was a servant in their house. Seizing the moment, Riley decided to ask his father some more questions since summer is coming soon. He wanted to go to Rhinefield again this year, so he asked his father if he minded. In Lion's room, the brothers were haunted by the news that Riley's servant was a sixth circle wizard. We were very curious how he managed to get it, but thought it had something to do with the medal. Lloyd could not stand it and shouted that he could no longer sit idly by. They also had to do something because they could lose the battle for the inheritance. It turned out that because of Solia, Riley definitely became one of the candidates for his father's inheritance. When Lion was going through the documents, he noticed that a dark wizard was wanted in Rainfield. Then they had the idea to catch the dark wizard and destroy him. Lion also mentioned that summer was coming and that their lousy little brother was going to go there for vacation, and if he didn't come back, it would be a real thing. The father looked at his son and with a calm soul allowed him to go wherever he wanted. The next morning, when Jan was getting ready to leave, it was hard to let the young master go. He followed him around and asked him everything, most of all, how long he was going to stay. I thought about it and decided to joke with the old man, saying that he might not be around for more than 3 weeks. I saw how Jan was behaving, calmed him down, put my hand on his, and promised that they would return safe and sound. Nayani established a communication channel in the hand mirror of Mistress Iris, so they could communicate frequently. Lady Iris said that she was not worried at all because she would be with him. They said goodbye and wished them a good trip and that they would miss them. Sarah instructed Naina to remember what to do and fulfill her duties. Suddenly, Lady Iris shouted for them to wait. She didn't know something yet, and she handed Naina something rolled up in a black tablecloth and worried whether she would like it. Since she did it for her, she asked her to take care of her son during her vacation. Riley used to use it, but she had it slightly altered for her, so she didn't know if it would fit her. Nayani bowed before her and thanked her, promising her that everything would be fine, so she could not worry. Looking forward to the vacation, Riley dreamed of getting to Rainfield as soon as possible. But to get there, they came again to the dragon who was not very happy to see them. But Riley kept up with him, asking him to teleport because it wasn't hard for him once. But Endall emphasized that he should stop waking up the beast in him, and if he forgot, he would remind him that he was a dragon. He growled that he was annoying him and dodged the fireball. When he calmed down, he came up with something, and he would move it to where he needed it, but he had to give something in return. He asked to give her to him, but Riley reminded him that he had already told him and would repeat it again that a person is not a thing, and to think about his desires. Nayani could not recognize her because she reminded him of him in the past, and it was somehow strange to recognize her. But there were other reasons that he was not supposed to know, and he, a fool, would not have understood them. Endall was amused by his words and wiped his eyes, saying that he believed in the lazy sword. And in any case, if they appear in the middle of Rainfield, they will be arrested immediately. He would send her a little out of town, and Riley was happy and agreed to the terms. Before that, I stopped him for a minute because I had something to tell him. When it came to Naina, his maid wanted to find more delicate words. But Riley beat him to it, asking if he wanted to tell him that she didn't have long to live. At first, I was surprised that he knew, but then I remembered that he was not just anyone, and it would be strange if he didn't know. So it was interesting to find out what he was going to do with it. Nayani was getting a little bored as they had been talking for quite a while and it was time to go. She picked up the package from Lady Iris, looked at it, and hesitated to open it. As soon as I opened the package, I saw a half-face mask decorated with interesting patterns. Looking at it, I started to cry because of such a pleasant, unexpected gift. She coughed heavily, and her cough was getting stronger and more unpleasant. The blood on her hands reminded her that she did not have much time left, but she hugged the mask and was still glad that in the end she had such a life. Riley came over and asked if she was ready, and if so, to come over to them. Standing in front of Endall, Riley said he was counting on him. If they were really ready, he asked them to get closer to each other and started teleporting. They found themselves far in the woods from their destination, and even in front of it, there was a giant ogre who was very angry with the uninvited guests. When the ogre growled, Riley shouted that Endall had sent them to this place on purpose. The monsters were looking at the opponent and called him crazy for such an act. The monster growled and tore up the nearest tree near him. But he just laughed because he thought he was the strongest because he had torn out only one tree. Nayani shouted that she would take care of him, but he asked to see if he could handle it himself. And the best she could do was to put a protective screen against the rain because it's coming down like a bucket. She fulfilled the request in a heartbeat and asked him to be careful in return. The ogre lost his patience and struck the ground where Riley was standing with a strong swing of the tree, but he easily turned away and asked him to calm down. He was no longer alive anyway. But still, the monster did not understand and just waved the tree in the hope of nailing him. Riley wanted to play with it at first, skillfully jumping from side to side, avoiding blows. But Ogre's Club was the first to leave their duel, and it was shattered. Still, it was necessary to finish because he had come here to rest, not to fight. Otherwise, there was no point in using the teleporter. Just one clear blow to Ogre was enough to make him stop moving. But to be sure to take the victory into his pocket, he thought that this was not enough. Almost instantly, a sea of cuts from the attack appeared on Ogre's body. After seeing this picture, Nini did not regret creating the barrier because she would have been completely covered in blood. Riley was not so lucky because he was covered in scratches and grumbled that he hadn't washed his face before leaving. It was definitely Endall's fault because there were no other reasons. Nayini ran up to the owner and said that she would clean him from stains with magic in a moment. But now, in addition to Ogre's blood, there was mud all over his body. She didn't understand why the magic worked and tried to reassure her that it was just mud. They were interrupted by an ogre who returned from the dead and roared at the whole neighborhood. Riley went crazy and thought it was because of Naina's magic. She offered to deal with him, and the owner told her that she didn't have to ask. She raised her hand, gathering her magic, and promised that she would overcome him quickly and they would move on. He was surrounded by dark energy with patterns she wanted to defeat in one go with an eraser spell, and it all worked out without making past mistakes. She said that she would first wipe his face with wet towels. From the very beginning, they were watched by a young tall girl with red hair and a very long braid. Having taken out a map, they tried to determine how long they would be gone. But first they had to understand where they were. It was hard to say exactly where they were because there were no signs in these places but somewhere in the outskirts of the city. And just in case, I used search magic and felt someone's presence in one place not far away. Since there was no other way out, they had to go only there. Maybe someone could tell them how to get through. When they left, they didn't notice that Ogre got up again and was ready to fight. Before they had even walked half a kilometer, it became clear who Nayini had sensed nearby. They were surrounded by a group of 3 people who were aiming at them with archery arrows. Riley asked who they were because he had been coming to Rainfield for several years, and this was the first time he had seen them. But a girl with red hair shouted at them not to pretend because they saw everything. They saw the magic of a dark purple color coming from the girl's hands. Therefore, they knew that this color meant that she had black magic. But they could not fully understand what they were telling them. And then the guys who were with the girl with red hair said that they thought she was a black magician and that she shouldn't even dare to make excuses. And they also heard that she used purification and thought that she had also bewitched the man who was with her. Slapping himself in the face, Riley couldn't help but wonder how things had gotten so messed up. The arrow was drawn and they shouted at them to stop making excuses because they would soon be finished. Riley growled at the fool not to dare point a gun at him again or he would lose his life. The girl was dumbfounded when she saw the strength and guts of the master in front of them. He demanded that they first tell them what was going on, otherwise they would accuse them of using black magic, so they should be the ones who were outraged. When they lowered their weapons, they whispered to each other what it felt like, as if his aura had passed through their entire body. He emphasized that they should hurry up with the answer to his question. The girl spoke for all of them, and she saw black mana in her. And this could mean that she was a black mage because only they had such mana. But Riley realized that something was wrong. If she was bad, he would have known it long ago, but it was her peculiarity. So he asked her to tell him what else she knew about his servant being a black magician. But she had nothing to say, so she just looked silently in their direction. To make it easier for them, he suggested that he would give them a few questions and let them think and say. To begin with, he could swear on the name of his family, Ippolita, that she was not a black magician, and what else could they swear on? This finished them off. They had no idea what the aristocrat was doing here. I don't know how it was in Rhinefield, but in Solia, they were arrested for insulting the nobility at least. In fact, he was on vacation and wanted to take a quiet break from the fact that they had come to them without even knowing who they were or why they had come. As the group stood silently without saying a word, Riley decided that they had made their choice. He will act like a true black magician, destroying all witnesses and going on his way. Since Naini realized that he was not joking and people were in danger of death, she asked him to give her a chance and tell their story in the hope that they would understand. Only then they could see that her face was not all right and it was strange. Naini asked only that they listen to her carefully and try to understand. The first to cry was the commander of that group, who took the story to heart. She even called the tower to Solia bad and the great magician Astra an asshole. I also blamed myself for not knowing such things about them and accused them of crimes. Then she fell to her knees apologizing, and Nana came over and gave her a towel to wipe herself off. But Riley stood there a little annoyed, as she had just been about to deal with them. But what annoyed him even more was that her crying face reminded him of someone else. Nini asked if she had thought right, and Riley said that the man was Ian. In any case, it's good that it's over, that they realized they were wrong. I was also curious why they didn't believe him when he told them about it. But after Nina, everything changed, and one of the group said that their commander had a good intuition. Still, I asked them to tell me what kind of black magician they were looking for, and they explained that this magician had long been notorious. But not long ago, his tracks were seen in the vicinity of Rainfield, and their commander was one of the victims of this criminal. They also had a leaflet with his description and the amount of the reward if he was caught. They gave me a leaflet, and it said that his peculiarity is dark-colored mana, and he can control the body of an inanimate person or creature. So in reality, they were trying to catch up with him because the black magician could control the dead people. The commander said that because of this, her father became a victim of this criminal. Suddenly, one of the people interrupted the conversation and asked if anyone could hear anything, as if something big was making a step in their direction. From behind the trees came the same ogre they had fought a short time ago, standing right behind Riley and growling. After being told that you can go deaf in this way, the ogre's body fell completely without a chance to get up. The lightning speed impressed the group, and at times they thought they were lucky not to be attacked. Meanwhile, not far from them, a black wizard in a cloak noticed that one puppet was missing. I felt that it was an ogre, and he was not a grateful animal because he had only saved him for eternal life. He walked further through the forest, talking to himself that it had become harder to find a good carcass lately, so he wanted to find a creature similar to Basilisk. Under the umbrella, Riley finally breathed in the fresh air of the area, even though Nini had suggested creating a barrier. But he refused because he thought it was very romantic to hide under an umbrella in the pouring rain. However, the group commander was glad that they were not saying goodbye, and was surprised that the hero uncle worked for them as a butler. And Riley told her that he was surprised that she cries over little things like he does. I felt that I was now in their debt, so I gave them at least a postcard. Since they were supposed to be in the city for a month, they could have visited the place on the leaflet at any time. She treated them to a delicious lunch and wished them to have a good rest. When they were down to 2, Riley was glad that although a lot had happened, they had made it to the goal. And as they say, a black streak is always followed by a white one, and I really enjoyed the fresh air and that my vacation had finally begun. Now they had to decide where they would go and where they would start their journey. And the right decision was to go out for a delicious meal. Nini asked for some hot soup, but Riley interrupted her with a suggestion for pancakes. On days like this, eating pancakes with Paige on and washing it all down with rice wine sounded great. So it was time to head to a cafe to try some local traditional dishes. Nana didn't like the look of the dish at all, and her face spoke for her. She did not understand how they called this mass that looked like someone was eating food at all. Riley asked her to apologize to all pancake lovers on a rainy day. Before judging, he suggested that I try it first, and if I liked it, I shouldn't ask for more. She leaned over and began to eat the first bites with distrust. As soon as I tasted it, I covered my mouth with my hand, and it felt like roses bloomed in my mouth. Riley knew she would love it, so he waited for her reaction with a smile and asked if she liked it. And after taking a piece, she said that it was very tasty, and that she had never tasted anything so delicious. Now I wanted to try the divine taste of this dish myself, and Riley felt as if an incredibly beautiful firework of flavors was exploding in his mouth after them. It made me feel nostalgic for the old days when he ate them and now offered to clink glasses. Ninety recalled that Lady Iris had asked them not to drink alcohol during the vacation. But Riley insisted that if she drank, nothing would happen to her. Or let him just try it, because as soon as he tries, nothing will happen, so I insisted. And Ninety turned the mug upside down, which was also new to her. This drink was also insanely delicious and left a very pleasant aftertaste. Then, she turned the glass completely over and drank it all in one go, and Riley couldn't look away. As soon as I finished, I slammed the glass on the table and laughed and shouted that it was delicious. He was pleased that he was right and that he had opened a new world of food for someone. We continued to eat and enjoy the rest and comfort of Rainfield, until this coziness was interrupted by a man who came to the cafe and also sat down to eat, but he was smacking very loudly and behaving noisily. Riley didn't want to make a comment, but he couldn't sit there while such fools ruined the whole atmosphere. And then he started talking to himself, whispering that he needed to do more and do more. I saw that Nanny had already finished eating and suggested that we go for a walk from there. Before leaving, I looked at the ignorant man and thought it was good that he would not see him again. The black magician finished everything he had ordered. He was very hungry after a long wandering in the forest. The bartender came up to him and asked if he had had a good meal and how he was going to pay. And he grabbed the poor man's face with his hand and used his magic. But he was sorry that he only managed to catch one person and make him a puppet. He raised it in the air and said that this is his payment and let them accept it. As they walked around the city, Riley asked Nana how she was doing and if she liked everything. And she liked it, and in general, the alcohol was not like what they drank in the lower Solia. Then Riley told her that they were now accomplices, and she could not tell her mom what they were using from now on. It was their little secret. Also, if you go to Rainfield, it's better to take raincoats and not go under an umbrella, so I wanted to buy her one. But Naini rolled her eyes and said she liked walking with him under the same umbrella. I suddenly realized that she thought she was probably drunk and didn't think about what she was saying. I immediately lowered my head and felt sad because I really said something that shouldn't be said. She asked me to come to my senses because she would be gone soon anyway. At the same time, in the temple in Solia, Ravosa asked one of the servants if he had managed to find Riley's master. And he managed to find out that he had gone on vacation to the city of Rhinefield. This news made me rack my brains. It was very bad that it was there. He had a strong hope that he would not encounter a black magician there. The fact that it takes a little more time to create enough puppets, and if Riley destroys him, he could be in danger himself. He told the servant that there was nothing to be done, and that he would probably have to go there as well, because there were no other options, and he had to go there because Riley's master was the hero chosen by the goddess. So there was no time to talk, and he ordered him to prepare for the trip to Rhinefield. Just then, St. Frezia approached and asked him if he really wanted to meet with Mr. Riley and asked him to stop pestering him. But he emphasized that he was elected because the bishop had to meet with him. The fate of the whole world depended on him. And if so, why does she keep asking him to leave her alone? She had nothing to say to him, so she just looked at him silently for a while. But I was worried about what this thief Rivos was up to, and it was something really bad. Not wanting to continue the conversation, she turned around and warned me that she had told me not to touch Riley more than once and left. He just smiled in her wake and thanked her for worrying. Freyja still could not simply forget the revelation about the Bishop of Rivos and what the goddess Irene was trying to tell her with it. Riley brought Naini to the library as it rains here for days on end, and the condition of the books was at the highest level. That's why I noticed that people here use the magic of storing objects in a new way. Not knowing what the rules are in this library, he suggested that we have fun because reading books to the sound of rain is a heavenly pleasure. So he suggested that we split up to choose a book and meet in the center of the library. Naini reminded him that she had to guard him all the time, and he asked that by looking at him, he needed to be guarded. And if she understood him, she would go to choose a book, and whoever chose first would take a reading place for 2 people. There were a lot of books, and Naina looked at them and didn't even know which one to take to read. All I could read in the Tower of Mages were magic books with all kinds of spells. She found books on how to make pancakes, but she was distracted by why she was here and why she left Mr. Riley alone. Then Nara Vasilisk came out of the ranks to greet her and asked what she was doing here. Because I came to look for some information about black magicians, thinking that maybe something would help her. I came closer to ask what books Naina came to read and saw that she was hungover and had pancakes and thought she liked to drink. Naini was embarrassed and said that she just thought it would be nice to learn magic that could sober her up. Nara heard her smile and reminded her not to forget her promise to come to her one day, when we suddenly heard a scream somewhere else in the library and immediately paid attention to it. They also asked each other if they were imagining things and someone was really screaming. Nara also remembered the owner and asked where he was, but she didn't know. They had only agreed to meet in the central part of the library. It was lucky that she knew the library well and could get there quickly. They didn't know what the scream was, but Nara had a very bad feeling inside. Before they even got to the place, they were stopped by a horrific picture of the bodies of people lying in front of them. The question immediately arose as to who could have done such terrible things. Nayini looked closely at some of the people and saw black marks like magic. Nara didn't immediately understand what she was talking about, so she asked her what magic meant. However, she stood there wondering how so that she did not hear any explosion, unless the thief somehow suppressed the noise. But I was 100% sure that the person who did it had high-level skills. As soon as she hid the mask, she asked Nara to remember Mr. Riley and introduce him, and to not ask unnecessary questions and fulfill the request as soon as possible. I activated the radar and started searching the library because he could be in danger. Very quickly, we managed to see that he was on the second floor, choosing a book. She immediately asked where the stairs to the second floor were, but asked me to wait. She guessed whose dark spots were on people, and there was no doubt about it. The black maid she was looking for was also here with them. Then the people in front of them stood up again, and the black magician definitely transformed them, as well as her family and friends. Nini shouted to her that it was getting very dangerous here, so she had to find Riley first and then find a safe place. But she had a different opinion because if there was a real hero here, he would have taken the people out first, and her father would have done the same. So she suggested that Nana should first look for the owner, and she would find the people who were still alive. Riley looked at her, wondering what she was doing here, since they had agreed to meet not here. After catching her breath, she told me that something terrible had happened to a black wizard in the library, and he was up to no good. She asked me to remember the ogre from the forest who was chasing them, whom they thought they had destroyed, and then he came back to life again. And in the library, a similar thing happened. People who were lying there without signs of life came to life and wandered around. To make sure, he walked to the edge of the balcony and looked down to the first floor. There were indeed people in black spots walking around growling and making all sorts of strange noises. They felt like they were in a zombie apocalypse movie. He also asked if the scream that was heard throughout the library was somehow related to this. After hitting one of the zombies on the head with the book, I understood the situation. But he didn't think the situation was so dire that he had to run to him with all his might. After dealing with some of the monsters, Nara was determined to find the Black Wizard. On that terrible day, he came to get them, and my father stood up for them. I remember my father asking him why he did that to them, and he shouted something that would save them from suffering, and they would become soldiers in the army of someone terrible. I remember begging my dad to run away with her, but he couldn't because the mage took the lives of Uncle Theo and my sister Lana. Even though the little girl asked that they could not also be left alive, her father looked at her. He let go of my little hand, said that someone had to stop him, ordered me to run away so that at least someone could be saved. Therefore, as an adult, she had to find the magician who took her father away from her and take revenge on him. Taking all her will into her fist, she gave herself a word and heard a voice very familiar to her ears. The magician was looking for a book about Rhinefield's clouds and quarreled with his puppets that they were useless. I brought back the brain and revived it, and they couldn't find one single book, and one of them handed it over. When she saw that it was really him, she was happy and praised him and asked him to keep it up. Nara watched him quietly at first to make sure that the man was a black magician, and I overheard that he was going to make acid rain in Rainfield with that book. Unable to resist, I shouted at him to repeat what he was going to do. Before he teleported, he added that he would add a few hundred more soldiers to the army, all in the name of getting rid of suffering. When they left the library, Riley walked in silence. Nini tried to say something, but he silenced her. He explained that he came here to rest, not to catch some magician. And maybe in her opinion it's not right, but that's what ordinary people do, so why get into an unnecessary fight and complicate things? She looked at him and wondered if he knew what these creatures were that she could not even see with her right eye. But he recalled how in the past he was often told that if it hadn't been for him, none of this would have happened. And people around him were alive and said that it was better that he hadn't appeared. Solia had a different situation, but here he was not going to help and was interrupted by Nara, who asked him to stop. She remembered how he had been able to defeat Ogre in the forest with just one blow. And she saw a black wizard in the library, and before he disappeared, he told her that he wanted to mix clouds with magic to make it rain acid. And since she saw that Riley's master was very strong, she asked him for help. Because if the black wizard succeeds in his plan, and it rains acid in Rainfield, it will rain in the library. And Riley continued that just like there, people will turn into puppets. It was even funny because wherever I went, I always met such people. But since not a day had passed since the vacation, he refused to help her. Although she burst into tears and said that it was a black magician who took her father away from her. Riley said no because he was on vacation and let them deal with their own problems. When walking around the city, I tried not to think about this situation because it was not my problem. I finally got a vacation for the first time in a very long time, so I didn't want to get into sad stories. In the middle of the square, Nanny asked her host if he was having fun, but it only made him angry, but he kept silent because he had nothing to say. And Nara, after putting a lot of effort into finding the Black Wizard, finally found him. She saw that he hadn't finished preparing for the acid rain, but that was okay because she was going to take his bad head off and avenge the family. The magician took a good look at her and scratched his beard and remembered that he had seen such eyes before. He remembered the eyes of her family as the fire embraced their bodies, and even if he wanted to, he could not forget that look. Correctly realizing that it was revenge, he called her ungrateful because he had given them eternal life. She looked at him and shouted at him to shut his fucking mouth. But for him, it was a great chance to destroy the only one who could be saved. And when the magician used his magic, Nara looked at him clearly, as if from under the ground. Her father came out and stood in front of her, and she could not help but stand there, not moving. The Black Wizard also shouted that the meeting was finally coming and apologized that his father had looked a little bad during this time. As soon as she got herself under control, she immediately attacked the magician, threatening to finish him off. But he raised his hands in defiance, smiling and mocking that he was afraid of her. And Nara was in the air during the fireworks, her body lit up by one of the explosions. Riley and Niney were just watching him at that moment because he loved fireworks. But there was sadness on his face, and he asked if Nana liked him and if she had fun. Because I was really looking forward to it and was probably disappointed, but Nanny said that she wasn't having fun either. He looked up and asked why, but she said that he had the answer to his own question. Then Riley said that they had to go because he had an insect in his eyes, and it was not clear whether it would bite him or not. Meanwhile, Nara skillfully fought all the enemies summoned by the Black Wizard. He was delighted with her. She and her family are incredible people and decided to try to add more people. And she coped with them perfectly, holding the alibard in her hands and using it as if it were an extension of her. The enemies had no chance to cope with her skills, and she shouted that she would get him anyway. Then the magician waved his hands and, just before he struck him, put Nari's father in front of him. Even though she was going to take revenge on him, she could not harm her own father. Her comrades were shouting for her to wake up because her father had long been in the other world and this was just a body. And to shut him up, the magician created arrows and pointed them at him to make him talk less. But another comrade was also very busy being surrounded by enemies. They realized that they could not withstand such an opponent and asked her to retreat. But she stood frozen in place, her father's very confusing body still not shutting up. When I was able to come to my senses again, I shouted at the magician to shut up and took the alibard and attacked. Of course, he used her father again as protection and bait to get away with it. Create an air hammer over it and nail it like an annoying bug. Though Nara managed to jump away, the hammer only caused minor injuries. The magician had just finished all the preparations and was ready to give eternal life to everyone. They did not have the strength to stop him, and Nara, who was wounded, and her team could not do it. The black magician raised his hands and shouted that now this city and its inhabitants would live forever, and then they would be one step closer to getting rid of suffering. After counting 3, 2, 1, he used a spell under the lightning strike. But a very strange thing happened. All the raindrops in the air froze in place. The team did not understand why this happened and how it could be done. And in the air, shouting that he had finally found this fool, Riley joined the fight. Under the fireworks, the drops looked incredibly beautiful and mesmerizing. Not realizing who the magician was, he asked to introduce himself and not just wave his sword. But he received the answer that it was useless for him to know who he would meet the end of his life from. It took so long to prepare for this and now all the efforts have gone down the drain. He asked if he liked the feeling. The Black Wizard could not believe how this guy managed to stop the rain. How dare he take them away from prayer for the sake of deliverance from suffering? But Riley asked him to stop playing the offended one. He wouldn't have interfered if he hadn't ruined his vacation. He told Nana to act, and those drops began to move back into the sky, and the magician's plans were completely destroyed. And how could he call him ungrateful if he had ruined his vacation with his own hands? But the Black Wizard did not want to give up and, with a bunch more puppets, tried to grab Riley. And he recognized that his talent was very unusual, but being so talented, you don't have to write off your opponent even if you have a numerical advantage. With one sharp blow, he took off the heads of the attacking creatures, saying that he himself was no slouch. The magician shouted even louder that he could not forgive him and would not just let it go. He took out from the ground more perfect beings who even possessed weapons. Seeing the ogre goblin and even the wizard, Riley became even a little curious. but it's a pity that he can't do anything else but play with dolls. Such words outraged the black magician, who had never been told that he was weak. So he ordered the puppets to surround the scoundrel and rush at him all together. Riley shouted out to him if that was all he could do. And if so, he was finished and the monsters froze. Nara's team watched and also saw that they stopped and did not attack, as if the black magician had lost control of them. Having penetrated the magician's mind, he emphasized that he had done all this without using mana and that he was finished. The body of the mage flew down from the abyss, losing his head because of the last blow of Riley's sword. Immediately, all the beings that he had called from the other world began to disappear, including Nara's father, and she cried but hoped that now his soul would be at peace. Seeing that everything was fine and he did well, I wondered if everything was as good in Nina. All this time, it kept the raindrops above the city and its inhabitants. But I had to finish the job because I could run out of mana, so I slowly moved the clouds and what was left in them outside the city and just managed to finish in time because I had very little mana left. Looking at the happy faces of the people enjoying the fireworks, I was very glad to have saved them. In the morning, Nani bought a newspaper and it was written about yesterday's strange events about the rain. In the end, they wrote about the black wizard that he disappeared without a trace and could not be caught. Riley realized that Vasilisk's team had followed the magician's body and made sure he was gone. But Nini offered to tell everyone that it was his fault, and he didn't appreciate asking if she wanted to bore him as much as Jan. But she felt over the moon that she had helped people and wanted the owner to feel the same way. Suddenly he called her over to him and she thought she had said or done something wrong again. And when he took me by the shoulder, I thought I would have to listen to lectures again. And Riley said that he probably hadn't said that to her before, but she did a great job. He asked her to continue to be as hardworking and skillful as she was. After raising a cup of tea, he shared that he was also happy in the end. But it seemed that she was enjoying this vacation more than he was. Although Nini apologized again, it was not clear why he was happy for her and enjoyed the rain, but a little more and he had to go back. And suddenly, when Nini remembered that they had forgotten her, she froze on the spot and her face turned up. Then Riley told her that they forgot to do something small at the beginning of the vacation. Riley thought about it for a few minutes, and it seemed to him that they had done everything they could. And she reminded me that since arriving in Rainfield, they had never contacted home. And they agreed to get in touch using this mirror. Riley was now wondering what to do and how to deal with it because his fear of his mother was great. And I couldn't think of anything better than to yell at Nina that it was her fault for not reminding me. I ordered her to stop apologizing and to turn on the mirror immediately. His mother was smiling as always, but she asked him very sternly to explain why he hadn't been in touch with them for so long. And with a strange expression on his face, he tried to think of something to tell his mother just to avoid scolding her. As Riley remained silent, not knowing what to say, Lady Iris switched to Nina and she wanted to tell everything. But behind the mirror, he threatened her that she was crazy to even think about telling her mother. I read so many books, but I didn't get any new cells in my brain. My mom asked if they were okay, and Naini said they were and could guarantee it. Guarantee reassured Lady Iris, and behind her, Ian cried as he always did when he saw his young master. Riley said they would be back in a little while and apologized for calling so late. At the end of the conversation, Sarah asked to talk to Naini for a while. Sarah immediately insisted that even if the owner forgot, she had to contact the house, because it was Riley's boss who went on vacation, not her, who asked if they had seen the fireworks. Surprised by this question, Naini said yes, and she liked them very much. She could say without exaggeration that it was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen in her life. Ravosa arrived in Rainfield, but it was too late, and only a trace of his accomplice remained. Still, he warned Uriel not to go where he shouldn't and when he shouldn't be asked. All this for the sake of prayer from suffering made him act more cautiously now. Nara Vasilisk went to one of the city's pubs and looked closely at who was there. She was looking for Mr. Riley because she needed to talk to him. Then she explained that she looked like an ordinary person, but in reality she was something else. And she is the only one left of her Vasilisk family. Her family was helped during the great devastation by the famous mercenary hero Jan. So if he didn't mind, could she go home with them? But Riley said no. But she really wanted to meet Mr. Jan at least once. It was her father's last request before he passed away, and he always said he wanted to see him again. She fell to her knees and begged me to take her with me to see him. In the evening, Nara sat happily in the carriage as Riley gave her permission to go with them. Looking at her, he could see for sure that she needed to meet with Jan. They were like a pair of shoes. Nayani was sitting on the side and was glad that he was in a better mood. But she was also a little worried. The trembling came from somewhere unexplainable. It could be because I had recently used too much strength. Riley saw that something was wrong with her and asked her how she was feeling. but she said she was fine. Then he asked if she remembered the conversation with Nara about the Vasiliski family because he had questions. It turned out that they can recognize what kind of ability a person has and what kind of energy they have, and she confirmed that they determine the nature of mana. Nara overheard their conversation and explained that her family did not judge a person by his appearance but by his energy inside. Because there is red, blue, and white energy, and there is also dark purple energy, like that of a black magician. I asked her to tell me something else about dark mana, everything she knew about it. But a large number of carriages with people heading to the city drove out in front of them. The head of that group was happy to see Naru. He called her Captain Thunderrock, and 6 months later they met again, and she asked if he was going to Rainfield. And he said that he did because they said that his old friend had come there and wanted to meet him. I also asked her if she had seen any priests wandering around the city, but noticed that she was not alone and was carrying someone with her. He and Riley looked at each other, and the man realized from his gaze that he had a sharp temper, and the pattern meant that this aristocrat could be from the Ippolit family. Nara asked Kaval to stop his interest and get out of her sight as soon as possible. Immediately understanding her, he did not get involved in the conflict and simply turned around and drove in his own direction. Nara said that it was a nasty guy with purple mana. Riley asked why they were here so often, but she said that it wasn't that much. There were 4 of them in total, and I met one in a village that has a name. Another priest I met in Rainfield by chance. That bald, tall man with a mustache whom they met on the road. And the last one, of course, is a black magician who has finally been to the other side. Riley asked. So it turned out that there were 4 in total, but she only knew for 4. During the meeting, Ruvosa handed Kaval a sack and said that now they had reached Uriale. Kaval realized that because of this fool, the whole plan would now take longer to put into action, and without their left arm they could not fight as before, so it had to be restored. I also wondered why those 2 did not come to the meeting today, but the bishop reassured him because they had intellectual matters to attend to, and their right hand was not clear where he was. Kaval asked the bishop what they should do next because the plan was in jeopardy. To begin with, they need to deal with the problem slowly and move forward, and then they will patch up their left arm and wait for the right moment to pray. When they finally got home, their estate greeted them with the usual good sunny weather. Before they could even get out of the carriage and breathe in the native air, John ran to his young master. He rushed to hug him, as he hadn't been there for a long time and missed him very much. Wiping away his tears, he said that he was very worried about him and could not find a place. Nara looked at him and wondered whether he was the same mercenary hero or not. Riley asked him to come to his senses and stop crying for no reason. They had a guest with them, and she came to meet him. Jan looked at her calmly and could not believe that this girl was from the same Vasilisk family. Nara bowed, calling him a great mercenary and honored to meet him. And they stood there looking at each other until he offered to go inside. After listening to her story, he sighed as the Black Wizard took a large number of lives of those who were dear to him. He looked at Naru and said that her father, Hap, was a first-rate mercenary, so she could be proud of her father and herself, because she did well to go through a lot on her own. Then he told Riley that as soon as the Earl arrived back at the estate, he would say that Captain Thunderrock had arrived. He didn't understand what it meant when the Count arrived, and Jan explained that he had actually received a letter from Solia 2 days ago and had left immediately because there had been an attack on the border. When asked whether his brothers had also left, he said no, because he could not leave the estate unattended. But he also said that his mother was at home, so everything was fine in the mansion, and suddenly they heard a rumble. Riley ran to the dining room because the sound was coming from there, opened the door and asked what was going on. He saw that the plate was broken into small pieces on the floor, and Naini stood there with a frightened face and watched her hands tremble. He immediately rushed to help, because it wasn't just her hands that were shaking. She was trembling all over that he could see. But she said that everything was fine with her, and that she was taking it so that he would not pay attention. Then I took her hand and asked her what she was going to do with her shaking hands. She began to apologize, saying that she would work even harder and do everything in her power. She asked him not to leave her and fell on the circle, fainting in front of Riley. Barely opening my eyes, I saw that the owner was talking to a man who looked like that dragon, and it was he who discussed that in this condition she would not even last until the fall. She kept repeating that she was fine, even when she could not stand on her own 2 feet, not knowing why. But there are also stupid people in this world who are ready to go all the way and endure pain and take all the burdens on themselves. And he understood it because he also thought that he had to save the world and live up to people's expectations. And all that self-sacrifice could bring was that he was torn to pieces. Endal looked at her and said that people are amazing creatures and maybe they do this because they have a short life. She spent a lot of mana in Rainfield, and that's probably why her time is shorter. I looked at my friend and asked him if he remembered asking him to take care of Nana. He said he remembered, and Riley asked to take her in just to save her. The next day, Naini felt better and could even stand up on her own. She looked at the owner who was sleeping, thinking that it was getting cold outside and he might catch a cold like that. I noticed that at one point his face was covered with sweat, and he squeezed his eyes shut as if he was having a bad dream. Suddenly, she was somewhere in a strange place that was hard to understand, and a very strange feeling went through my whole body as I stood in the middle of big houses. But among the people in strange carriages, she saw her master walking sad and wounded, and his eyes were very dark and he looked angry and growled. He screamed and woke up from a dream in which he saw himself in his past life and where he did not look like himself. Nini ran out to him in the garden, scared, because she thought she saw some kind of danger associated with him. But before she could run, a sharp pain went through her entire body. But Jan, who was nearby, helped her to her feet and asked her to rest even more today. Although she told him that she was fine, he could see that she was shaking like a leaf. He asked her once again to go rest and stop arguing with him. Ian approached the young man and asked if he was okay, and Riley said that he was and that he had just had a nightmare. Their attention was drawn to Naini, who had not yet entered the building and was coughing up blood loudly. She gradually began to lose consciousness without hearing anyone speaking to her. She was taken to a room where she was put back on the bed and could sleep peacefully. And Lion and Lloyd came into the room and looked to see that their brother was not in the room. Lloyd noticed that the servant was lying down and did not get up when they came in and immediately began to scream. But Lion saw the blood on her pillow and asked his brother to leave the poor girl alone. He couldn't help but notice, hinting that his father hadn't left it there for nothing. When he got tired of the idle chatter, Lion slapped him across the face. I shouted at him to finally wake up and see that the girl was no longer alive anyway. So she asks him, as a brother, not to touch her so that she can meet her end in peace. The two turned their heads because a man in glasses and a bathrobe burst in. This was the first time they had seen this man, and he immediately began to examine the patient and saw that her condition was terrible. Then I attacked them because of what they were doing all this time. Although they tried to ask him who he was, Endal did not pretend to hear them. Of course, Lion could not let such insolence go unchallenged, for as his eldest son, he could not be ignored. But Endal still ignored what he told himself, saying that if he exchanged one place for another, the girl would live and become even stronger. When his nerves finally gave out, Lion pulled out his sword and pointed it at him, repeating the question. He looked at him, considered what to do, and said his name was Endal. Then he approached them and said that he could see that they were interested in him. He stood up to his full height and asked if they had any problems with him and what the issue was in general. What they want from a doctor who has come to do his job. Riley had just come into the room, acting out a scene in front of his brothers that he was looking for a doctor all over the estate. He apologized to his brothers for not introducing him earlier. This is the doctor he brought from Rainfield because he was worried about his mother and her chronic illness. They looked at both of them and could not see the doctor in Endala. He smiled because he had also explained to them a few minutes ago who he was. Lion said that he believed them, but why did he talk to him so rudely? And Endal replied that he found the snotty boy funny and should be grateful that he was alive after he pulled a gun on him. Lion gritted his teeth and drew his sword to punish him for such rudeness. And then Endal showed his dragon aura, which froze him in place and made him unable to move. I felt as if someone squeezed me hard and wouldn't let go. She woke up to Naini's screams, held her head and shouted for them to stop. Riley immediately jumped up on the bed and asked what was wrong. She could not understand where she was and how long she had been unconscious. Riley said half a day. Then she got up to go to work. But he told her that from now on she would no longer work for them. In a short period of time, the servants and butlers in the house fell in love with her. It was also hard for her to say goodbye. And no matter how hard she tried to hold back, the tears came out of her eyes. 2 hours before she left, Sarah was crying. She did not know that Naini was seriously ill. She asked me to forgive her if only she knew not to torture her and not to chase her so seriously. Ian also could not stand aside and went over and hugged them both. Riley came over and asked them to stop crying and reminded them that they wanted to give her something. I wiped my nose and blew my nose, remembered what I was supposed to give her, and folded it neatly. She gave her the handkerchief because it was her favorite, and she was the only one who did not feel sorry to give such a gift. Ian also could not let her go empty-handed and untied his sword from his belt. He gave her a souvenir and emphasized that she should not forget that she was now part of the Ippolit family, and that they would wait for her not for their own sake, but for the sake of Mr. Riley, so that she would definitely return. Lady Iris came running out of the room and asked me to wait because she also had a gift for her. She didn't know where the children were going with their gifts and couldn't take them from her because her hands were busy. So Lady Iris took the ribbon she wanted to give her, approached her from behind and tied it in her hair. Nayani thanked everyone, bowed low and said she would miss them very much. Sarah asked Riley if he wanted to leave something as a memento for himself. He approached her, looked away, picked out the words to say and held out his hand. He gave me an apple and asked if it would be enough to remember him all the time. One day in the garden, she asked him, since she had outlived her time, to stay with him to the end. It was then that Riley told her that her disease could be cured and asked to see her. There was a big apple hanging up there, and it was bright red from the sunlight. And when she looked at him and did not understand what he meant, he said that he would save her and wanted her to be alive to help him pick these apples. As soon as they walked away from the house, Endall told her that from today she was his student. He asked me to call him teacher, but I smiled and said that it would be better to call him mentor. For a while she did not understand what he was telling her, but she tried to speak up. And then we went on, and finally she turned around and looked at the estate and promised to get better and come back. At the meeting of generals, Prince Soli I did not expect Antirium to be the first to attack the borders. And the attack was a problem. But an even bigger problem was the mercenary who was at that attack, and the rumors about his extraordinary strength turned out to be true. Many soldiers fell at his hands, and if it were not for Stein Ippolita, they would have lost that battle. The prince slammed the table and emphasized that mercenaries should not be underestimated. At the end of the meeting, he asked how Count Stein was doing and whether the amendment was going well. The assistant reported that his condition makes us expect better. They could not sew back the right arm of Count Stein, who had lost it in battle. The news was bad, so I ordered to put Caval's entire team, including him, on the wanted list. The Count's sacrifice could not be allowed to be in vain. Lloyd walked around the house at night, disturbed by the thought that his brother had changed so quickly. Because if such a situation had arisen in my father's presence, he would have done the right thing, and my mother and brother would have always done the right thing. I thought I needed to stop thinking about it for a while and went to the window. When I saw Riley and Ian walking on the street, I knew in my gut that my younger brother was up to something. However, he was distracted by a servant who was looking for him to report that the Count had returned from Solia. He was brought by the Bishop of Rivosa, and they stood together and watched their sons run to the meeting. They were very excited because everyone was worried about their father. Even the servants were happy, but what they saw upset them greatly, and behind them stood Nara, who had also come out to meet the Count. She looked in their direction and clearly saw a strong purple stream of mana coming from the bishop. Her gift could not be mistaken because the mana coming her way was alarming. But she knew that there was a saint because she had crossed paths with him, but it was not clear what he was doing here. When Riley and his brothers came running, they saw a heartbreaking picture of their father missing one arm. The father showed them the face of the man he had met on the battlefield and who had done this to him. His name is Caval, and he is known for his immense and unusual strength, and he has a whole gang. Riley remembered seeing this man on the way home. The father also explained to his sons that in battle, every time a weapon struck, a whirlwind immediately rose. Because he killed a lot of good soldiers and wounded a lot more, we had to fight one-on-one. While there was a fight, during one of these axe attacks, he lost his cool. And it happened that he got hit in the arm and lost it. Riley stood in a stupor at the story of his loved one being hurt. But he had never cared about what happened before because he had always stayed out of other people's business. I wanted to live this way all my life, but I had once given my word that I would not let any of my family members end their lives. And I never thought that this would happen to my father. The father stood for a minute, gathered his strength, and then said that his body was not the same as before, so it was time to choose the heir to the Ippolit family. Riley lay on the carriage with the horse while it was riding and thought about the task. Because their father gathered them and told them that to become heir, they had to fulfill only one task. Because of the broken borders of the Arturium gang, many villages in Solia were in a very bad state, and they needed to go there and help people. It was their task. And when we were leaving the office, Nara came running up and asked us to wait because she had something to tell us. She asked me to recall the priest who stood next to Count Stein, and he had purple energy, just like the Kabbalah. That's why Nara's words were even more alarming about Rivosa, because it was not the time to choose a successor, and in the village where they were going, not even 100 people would gather. Jan said that it is called Alivki, and that the area around Alivki is overgrown with dense forest, and recently there were rumors that orcs roam there. He asked if he was listening, but Riley thought about how long it had been since he had eaten olives. He didn't even notice how quickly they got to the village. Looking at it from afar, it looked empty and not at all large. When they wanted to get closer, they were met by an old man in an interesting hat. So that he would not think they were enemies, Jan introduced himself as someone from Epaulette's family. The old man introduced himself as Malto and was very grateful that they had come. Riley scratched his beard and asked if it seemed like there were too few people in their village. Even if we judge by the fact that some people got scared and hid, the village is very empty. Malto bowed his head because the young master was right, for 10 people from their village had recently gone missing. It happened 4 days ago. First, a couple of people disappeared, and then more and more children went missing. As soon as Riley heard about the children, he took the situation seriously, and the schedule was so-so. And I will have to deal not only with orcs, but also with children in my past life. And they were in the very center of the city. They were wandering around the center, crazed and bloody. Then, by means of purification, they were able to free their minds from obscuration. When they came to their senses, they looked at him and asked who he was. And the older children immediately realized that he was a warrior. The children were afraid of him. Some thought he had come to destroy them. The girl who approached him first, on behalf of all of them, asked him for one thing, to spare them pain and suffering by taking their lives. They were crying, saying that they were in pain and could no longer bear the pain, and asked to fulfill their request. To leave life without pain and suffering was the only request of those children, and he certainly fulfilled it. Jan distracted him from his thoughts about the past days by asking what he planned to do and how he would look for children. He scratched the back of his head, calling the situation painstaking, so he had to think about what to do. According to the head of the village, the children began to disappear 4 days ago, not all at once, but one by one. So if this is true, they must have been in the vicinity of the village. This meant that we had to immediately go in search of them, find the villains who had kidnapped them and destroy them. Malto stood there, not knowing what to do, looking suddenly frightened. Riley stood before him with a sword that reflected the sun brightly off the blade. The starosta fell to the ground and begged him to spare him and not to hurt the residents. Ian, who was standing behind him, realized that he had simply misunderstood and the young man had not explained it correctly. Without any explanation, he bypassed the headman and headed toward the forest to destroy the orcs and save the children. The servant stopped him because he did not believe that he had picked up a sword. But the young master reminded him that he had said that sooner or later this day would come. He also asked that if he failed, he would be there to help at the right time. In the forest, as soon as he came across a group of orcs, Riley immediately jumped up a tree to attack from above and finish them all off with lightning speed so that they don't have time to blink. Swinging his sword at the orcs, he didn't feel the almost tense blade from the battle. It went through as easily as butter. Ian looked at him without looking away. He knew well how the Epaulette family fought, and Riley did not move like that at all. Head after head flew up, the speed only increased, and the thirst for battle appeared at least a little. When the first group was down and the second was on the way, he clarified with Jan that he had said that there should have been about 150 of them. It was just that, according to his precise calculations, a few creatures were missing. Enthralled by the spectacle, Jan did not notice how one of the orcs came behind him and shouted that he would avenge his comrades, but he avoided him, going to the master. And Riley counted that he had already killed 90 people, so there were not too many more to go. But there was a problem. When I looked at my sword, I saw that it would not last much longer. When I finished clearing out the orcs, I didn't find any children among them, so I tried to track them with energy. We really managed to feel that there were at least 14 people, and the energy was gradually disappearing. So I made a quick decision and got to the cave where I felt that energy. But by the time he reached the place, it was even smaller than it could have been, and he dismissed the bad thoughts and decided to check it out first. As soon as I entered the cave, I saw that there was a fire burning in torches and clay on the walls. As soon as I got closer, I realized that it was not clay, and that the mass gave off a nasty odor. In addition, the bodies of orcs were lying around. But how they ended up here and who killed them? As soon as he walked a little further, he saw a silhouette heading in his direction. A guy who was tied up for some reason and in some black mud asked him who he was. He introduced himself as a man who was looking for them and came to rescue them and bring them home. The children were very happy that someone had finally come for them and would return them to their parents. Riley asked them if there were any strangers in the cave with them. In one voice, they shouted that a short man called Epidemic was with them. He hid them in a cave and left a note there. Riley went to the wall where it was scrawled that they were left there on purpose and helped them as much as he could because there were children with weak immune systems. Then I noticed that the children were talking about their problems among themselves about a rash, and at the end of the message it was written that they could have contracted the plague. When we came out of the cave, I untied all the children and counted them to make sure that everyone left that place. Ian came over right away and Riley said that he had found the kids and they were fine, but they were talking about some strange uncle. They described him as a kind man with whom they agreed to be friends and who had long braids right up to his navel. And they also noticed a very unusual feature in him the whole time he was with them. He did not breathe. Riley shouted to the children to describe him more accurately. One kid burst into tears because he thought the man was very scary and apologized to him and asked him to tell him more. And the boy explained that when he noticed, he immediately asked him why he was not breathing. And his uncle explained that as soon as he started breathing, their lives could be in danger. And then I remembered that those orcs' remains were dark purple in color. In one of the unknown places, this man was on his way to a meeting and a strange smell was coming from him. He walked and talked to himself about the children and whether they were okay, and he could only hope that they survived. When he suddenly ran into Kaval, and he called him by his call sign as his left foot. They had agreed to meet to discuss business, but Kaval did not know that she was supposed to meet with him. He himself was not happy to meet him, because he did not really like him or any of them. He started to breathe, but warned him to move away because if he got this air, even Revosa would not help him. Kaval was outraged because of all the 6 parts of the body, the foot behaved like an animal, being their fellow. But he reminded me that he was not interested in their affairs with prayer or anything else, so he asked me not to involve him in these matters anymore. And he shouted, hiding from the smell, that he knew from the very beginning that he could not trust him. Meanwhile, the villagers rejoiced at the children's return, and the starosta bowed low in gratitude. Riley warned him to take the children to the temple as soon as possible so that they could be checked and treated. Immediately taking the wagon, he called the children to him to set off immediately. He was satisfied with the work because he and Jan had done a good job and now they could rest for a couple of days. But the servant turned his head to him and asked if he could ask him a question about the sword, how he had never held it and had learned to fight like that. In order not to tear off all the cards, he replied that he just took the sword, imagined how to move, and it went away. But Ian could not believe it because there was another time when he was fighting, and I was able to send him a prediction. However, he realized that he would not tell, and said that although he did not know what the young master was hiding, he had always believed in him. Suddenly, they heard and saw a postal eagle arrive with a letter on its paw. It was sent by Nara, who wrote that the enemies were approaching and that the black mage from Rainfield was alive. It was very strange, especially the Bishop of Rivos, who recently asked Nara to dig into him and find out something. And then I received a note that the black wizard had survived, as I could not understand it at the time. Jan looked at the young man and asked him what had happened during the vacation and why he was hiding it. I went up to him, took him by the barrels, started shaking him and asked him to tell me everything as it was. An hour later, Riley told the truth, and it was no longer his business to believe him or not. Jan looked at his master with a stern face and said that he believed every word. I stopped him before he left and told him that now it was time for him to make a choice. He offered to return to the center of Solia because, if what was written in the note was true, we had to leave immediately. But Riley noted that his father had not yet chosen who would be the heir. So in his opinion, it would be right to leave when the fate of the family was being decided. With fervor in his eyes, Jan said that there was nothing more important than to find the man in the black cloak and destroy him. He was very surprised because for a long time his servant had been hoping and waiting for him to become the official heir to the Ippolet family. And now, without batting an eye, he gave up the most desirable thing and wanted to run in a completely different direction. In other words, human life was the most important thing to him. But even though I now felt among my family and enjoyed their presence, they are again trying to take away this time that I missed so much again. In one of the bars, there was a gathering of strange creatures. They hadn't met for about 1,000 years, and everyone was still missing, including Endal. But they knew that he could be late because he had to pick up a student he had taken under his care. He burst into the room where they were sitting and waiting for everyone to gather. As soon as he walked in, Endal immediately complained that he couldn't get used to the humid air of Rainfield. He asked why they all left, but noticed that one of them was missing. They switched to his student, asking if she was the one he was talking about and what her name was. The orc smiled and sneeringly said that he would like to see his bodyguard and this girl fight. And Endal laughed and asked her not to make his knees laugh because his guards wouldn't even be able to touch her little finger. The elf girl asked them to stop flapping their tongues. She had not summoned them for that. The reason for the gathering was that she felt some strange energy in this place, and it happened a couple of days ago. The energy was vile and not like mana at all. Compared to mana, it was negative and very dark, and there were only 3 people with such energy and they were all in Rainfield. And if I had not seen it with my own eyes with the help of spiritual power, I would not have believed it. She also thought that these people threatened her balance, and the girl with the fins on her ears tried to explain. When I saw them, it seemed that they were interfering in the affairs of life and existence, deciding people's fates themselves. I looked at Nana and asked her to tell me everything because I saw the past with the help of spiritual power. I saw that she was there, so I asked her to tell me what happened that day. Naini said that on that day they met a black magician and that he had the same dark purple mana as her, and he used it to revive people. The mud-like creature did not appreciate such tricks because their dragon Endall could do the same. It was true. But the elf said that the problem was in the human soul. She was immediately interrupted to better explain how it was that the magician was not just controlling bodies but completely reviving a person, and she was asked to listen. Naini continued that when her master Riley was able to destroy the Black Wizard, all the bodies disappeared at that moment. After listening to the lady, the elf asked about the eye, as it was said that she could find any person with it. So she asked if she could try to find the person who was no longer alive. And to make it clearer to her, I retold my request in a different way, namely, where the black magician was. And the picture before my eyes showed the silhouette of someone who should not have walked on this earth anymore. She could not believe that she had just seen that man survive. Meanwhile, at the stables in Solia, while Jan was hiding the horses, Riley offered him a meal first. But he said that in this situation we need to hurry, because this matter is more important than food. As we walked down the street, Riley said that he was officially running for the position of heir apparent. Therefore, he needs to move with extreme caution and try to remain unidentified. Turned his head and saw the masks in the window. And immediately, for reasons he did not understand, he remembered her face. Ian saw that the young master's face immediately turned red for some reason and asked if he was sick. But Riley just grunted back that he was fine. I approached the seller, chose 2 masks I liked, and paid for them. He handed it to the butler with the words to keep it with him, as it would come in handy. Something immediately caught Jan's eye and he asked the young man to stop. When Riley came closer to him, he pointed where to look. The magicians from the magic tower were walking down the street and there were many of them in a group. They could recognize Ferda in one of them, but his expression seemed disturbing. And judging by the direction of their movement, they were clearly headed for the lower Solia, so we wanted to follow them. When they arrived, they told the people that they had come from the Tower of Magicians and that they should disperse and make way. Upon arrival, we looked at a long staircase that went far down. From there came a strange growl that did not even resemble an animal. And none of them had heard anything like it before. Ferd asked them to take the people away. After closing the entrance, the magicians announced that it was not safe here at the moment, so they asked to leave the place. And out of the darkness came a creature that looked like a human being, but with black eyes and a mouth. Ferda immediately sensed the danger and asked everyone to move back so that he could use magic. When I managed to stop the monster, I could see that it was a human being, but the question was why it had become like that. The first one was followed by a large number of the same people, who growled terribly and quickly approached. As soon as they saw what was happening, Ian asked what they were going to do, but before they could act, they had to meet with Nara first, Riley replied. Holding back from the onslaught, Ferda shouted that he would block the passage, and with the help of his abilities, he wrapped the stairs in branches and thorns. Meanwhile, Bishop Ravosa was to meet with a man not far from that place. The Dark Wizard was in Astroya's body, and he was very happy with his new body. Rivos asked his left hand to try not to lose any more body parts in the future. He replied that of course, because it would be somehow ignoble to be deprived of life a second time, and he said to Astroya's body that he would avenge him, using the strength of his left arm and a pile of bodies he had prepared in advance. And if you don't take into account the bunch of them, I had the ability to summon such creatures from the ground. The magicians also came across bodies, and they did not understand how they had appeared there or what had happened. But their eyes were drawn to a very familiar voice that sounded almost unreal. They looked at Astra and had no idea how he had managed to survive, or why the bishop who had ordered them to be killed was with him. They were surrounded and gradually narrowed by the same creatures as on the stairs. Ferda realized that there were too many of them and not enough people, so he wanted to call for help from the tower. But they failed to escape because they immediately saw the intentions and caught the group with tentacles. The only time Ferd failed to catch it, he created fire magic and destroyed the tentacles. Rivos made a sneering smile, and the dark mage called him ungrateful because he didn't expect them to do anything about it. In the church of Saint Phrasia, she prayed to the goddess Irene and asked what to do next, because I didn't know what to do with Ravosa, and the thought of the dragon was still in my head, and I was also very afraid of failing. Suddenly, a voice from heaven spoke to her, and she was overjoyed that the goddess had answered her prayer. Irene suggested that if you lose your way and wander, you need to find a black butterfly. And to find it, you need to turn to the black butterfly child and she will help you find the way. Jan sat gloomily, his eyes looking down at the floor, and Nara wondered if he was okay because he didn't look good. She also wondered if they had seen undead people. And Riley answered that yes, they were exactly like the ones in Rainfield. They had no mana and moved on their own. While chewing the sausage, I asked her if she had learned anything about Revosa and his plans, and she had a lot to tell him. In the morning, he did work in the temple and then went to the lower salt and returned late in the evening. Jan intervened in the conversation and asked the young owner to listen to him. He had already seen such eyes in people who had come back to life. 26 years ago, I once went to a village as a mercenary and have regretted it ever since. People reported that there was a witch in their village whom they disliked and condemned. And like the people who came back to life from the lower Solia, her eyes were completely black. So I thought that's why they called her a witch. When I met her, I realized that it was just a rumor because she was a master swordsman, and that girl with black eyes taught him the art of the sword and became his mentor. Once, after a training session, I asked her why her eyes had darkened. She said she was blessed in honor of the gift. But there was one thing. She herself did not want any blessing and did not need such eyes, and the girl said that her power was from the other world. Riley was really surprised by this story. He had never heard of someone who was also connected to the second world before. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a very loud noise coming from the street. When we went to the window and looked at what was there, we could not believe our eyes at first. Because outside the window, the magic tower split in half and collapsed. Nara said it was true that she was gone and there were people there. Riley wondered where Ferda was when the mage tower fell. But the biggest problem was that the tower fell on the temple, and John was worried that at that time saints could have been praying there. So he asked what they were going to do, and putting on a mask, Riley commanded that they were going to the temple. There was complete horror on the streets of Solia, with more and more creatures filling the streets. City guards helped people escape and directed them to shelters. One woman was crushed by a large stone from the Tower of the Magicians, and a creature was coming at her. In time, Ian noticed it and was able to defend it and destroy the creature with one precise movement. Then he lifted the stone from the woman and asked her to get to a safe place as soon as possible. But she said she had a child. But a stream of light magic lifted the stone, freeing the child from the trap. The boy's mother shouted that there was someone on Jan's backside and pointed. He immediately swung his sword, but the light magic stopped the sword despite the sharp, strong blow. Hiding under her cloak, the saint asked me to move the sword away from her. Ian just wanted to apologize for the attack, but she interrupted him and suggested exchanging pleasantries later. When she was sure that the mother and child were alive and well, she asked them to tuck in. Then she came back and asked if she wanted to know who they were, and Ian apologized to her because they couldn't tell her. And she pulled her cloak back over her face and spoke clearly. And since they were helping people, that was enough for her. At that moment, the creatures from above decided to attack, taking them by surprise. Pulling out his sword, Riley was able to easily erase the closest to him into the dust. It was also not difficult for Nara to lift the second one up with the alibard. Sviataya saw what they were doing and shouted at them to stop destroying them. And with the help of holy magic, she suppressed the creatures so that they could no longer move. During the fight, Jan heard the saint's request, but he wondered how they could survive without destroying them. The magicians also joined in, and despite their condition, they easily managed to create a fireball and ice arrows. Having assessed the situation, there was no other choice but to retreat immediately. A voice from the neighboring street said that he was not letting them go where they were going. When he saw Astroya's body, Riley was dumbfounded because he did not believe that it was possible to survive that blow. Revosa asked Urile to stop playing because it was time to do some magic, and he squeezed the magician with all his might and shouted that he was an ungrateful fool and then swung. He threw it on the ground, causing Ferdy a large number of wounds, and the pain from them stiffened his entire body. He struggled to his feet and said that it was not Astroya but something else in his body. Riley realized this because there was a completely different energy in the air, and it was also familiar. Then I realized that there was a black mage in Astroy's body, and I wondered what he was doing in it. Saint Frasia was also concerned about why the Bishop of Revosa was in league with that man. He took hold of his face and pulled the skin over it, saying that they didn't need to know, because they will meet the end of their lives here, and under the mask was an old man, and Riley also dropped his mask. He finally waited for the moment when Revosa showed his true face. Ivriel realized by the reaction of the mage's body that the one who had thrown off the mask was involved in the destruction of Astroya. Smiling at him, Riley reminded him that he was also involved in his destruction, and he realized that this was the one who interrupted and delayed the time for their prayer. This made the Black Wizard very angry, as he had been waiting for that day more than anything else. Revosa also took a closer look and recognized Mr. Riley. Then he smiled and said that he had a hunch that it was him, but he was still surprised. As he was nicknamed the Lazy Sword because he could do nothing, It turned out that he was an outstanding swordsman, but unfortunately, he had to destroy it when he found out who he was. But Riley said that he was not going to get involved with them because they did not surrender to him. But their plan to open the underworld was going to be thwarted because it shouldn't be that way. By the look on their faces, Ivriel realized that he had figured out their plan and asked how he had found out. He replied that it didn't matter how he knew and that if they let everyone go, they would. Not to mention that he saw his loved ones surrounded by tentacles. And as soon as he was about to move toward them, another tentacle caught him by the leg. Saint looked at him and didn't even see one of the revived mages aim a fireball at her. Ian shouted for her to dodge or use magic, but she was out of energy. Then I closed my eyes, shed a tear, and asked the goddess Irene in my mind if this was the end. As the goddess answered to watch the black butterfly, dark magic repelled the attack with flames. Frasier heard someone say that thank God she was not late, so she opened her eyes and saw. As a smiling Niney stood in front of her, she apologized for the fact that her studies were a little longer. At first, Revosa didn't know who the girl was, and Evriel looked at her and couldn't believe that it was an inverse space. The bishop asked about this other thing, and it was a magical technique that allows you to create a portal, but only mages of the 7th circle can use it. Ferda also noticed that the inverse space had opened up, but he knew that not long ago it had only 6 circles, and now it was already the 7th. Niney came over to say hello to him, since I hadn't seen him for a long time, and she said she wanted to talk to him longer, but had more important things to do. Then I asked the owner to briefly describe the situation, and he said in 2 words that the enemy was attacking. I asked him what their plan was, and he said that the zombies had to be suppressed, but not destroyed, and eventually they would be left to their own devices. Having understood everything, she wanted to complete the task as quickly as possible, and then she could return the apple to the owner. The zombies, as Riley called them, started attacking, so it was time to act. The sword that John gave her before leaving the estate came in handy because it was easier to use, and it was faster to mark the zombies to cast a spell to stop them. They stopped attacking and moving towards her and her family. The way Naini skillfully performed her magic made it hard to look away. Even zombie magicians could not use her abilities, and she was the first to stop them. At one point, with incredible speed, she threw her sword to the side. He was flying at Jan, who was standing, and he didn't realize anything from the speed of the situation. He also did not see that there was a danger behind him, which Naini stopped. She looked at Jan and thanked him again for the sword and said that she had taken very good care of it. Revosa and the Black Wizard didn't even know what to do anymore. Their strength was not enough. Suddenly they felt anxious and then realized that they were being attacked from behind. We managed to group up in time and use our skills to save ourselves. The bishop did not understand why only the girl was attacking them, and the aristocrat stood aside. Then he shouted to Urieli that he had to deal with it from the very beginning, since he knew he had created the Pillar of Fire. With such an attack, he thought that it would definitely come to an end and win. But when the fire was over, he saw that there were eyes looking at him from under the cloak. But it was impossible for a cloak to be fireproof. And I saw that she not only defended herself from the fire, but also wanted to attack. And if this continued, they could find themselves in a disadvantageous position. The bishop looked at Evriel, said he would use it, and asked him to hold on for another 30 seconds. He asked if it made sense to use what he had planned, but there was no answer. Having prepared himself, Revosa spoke so that the creature would hear and come to his call. A seal formed behind him, and he hovered in the air without moving. Riley looked at him and thought something was wrong, so he asked Nina to end it. She switched her quickly accumulated energy to the side of those bastards. Fighting off the attacks, Evriel asked Revosa to hurry up because he could not stand it anymore. He opened his eyes and praised his left hand. He had held out well and managed to call. He raised his hand and was surrounded by dark magic and said that the creature appeared before him. The ground began to tremble underfoot, and no one knew what exactly was happening. Riley had never experienced anything like it in this world, but it was like an earthquake from the past. The bishop showed his smile very broadly and laughed that it was too late for them to run away. A portal opened and a big mouth came out of it and roared at the whole of Solia. A huge monster was looking at them and appeared more and more from the portal. Riley looked and did not want to believe that a real dragon was standing in front of them. While the black mage grumbled that he had almost thrown away Rivos, he watched the reaction of their opponents. And he did see the dragon they had somehow summoned, though not perfectly, which was a surprise to him. Urieli rejoiced being on the back of a huge dragon, feeling that now he was not victorious. So the bishop threatened him to stop stalling and start. The tentacles from the black magician's back began to move and envelop the dragon all over his body. Laughing like a crazy black magician, he shouted that he would pay them for everything in full. Then the dragon glowed purple. Its eyes lit up, and it was clear that something was happening. It was even stranger for Naina to look at the undead after this transformation because it reminded her of her mentor. I also saw that this creature began to draw air into itself, and I started to recall a little bit the words of my mentor that it should have been after the retraction. Endall told her that no matter what happens, she should always try not to get caught in the dragon's breath, because it would be impossible to survive. And the only thing that could save and interrupt this breath was the breath of the second dragon. She watched them because she wondered how they could use the dragon's breath after barely deflecting her 7th Circle Mage's attack. Even though the use of power caused the Black Magician's new body to bleed from the mouth of his eyes and ears, he rejoiced even more and shouted to the dragon to take their souls as sacrifices. It was already collecting not only air but also energy in its mouth for a few seconds. Nini saw it, understood it, but her body did not listen. She waited with her mouth open for the end. However, it was not the fact that she was going to die that depressed her, but the fact that she could not stop this breath. Suddenly, Riley appeared in front of her and asked why she was shaking. He asked her not to worry and to remember that he told her he would help her. She asked me to move away, but even at my speed, I realized that I would not be able to escape. Those two were happy that they were lucky and could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Riley turned and pulled Naina close to him so that she wouldn't be so scared to watch. He asked only that she give him an apple in the next life. A huge pillar of purple flew at them with incredible speed. Nini closed her eyes and asked Mistress Iris, Jan, and Sarah and her mentor to forgive her because of her, Master Riley. The bishop and the magician looked on and saw their plans coming to fruition. But out of nowhere, a real fire appeared and enveloped the sky in front of them. They asked each other what they were seeing, but had no answer. As soon as the flames disappeared, we saw a huge red dragon. It opened its mouth and also began to absorb air with mana to create a fireball. And he released it on the fireball of the second 2 dragons' breaths collided with each other. The purple fire circled over Riley and Naina and gradually stopped. Seeing that they were alive, he asked to open her eyes and showed that there was not even a scratch on them. She rejoiced that thank God they were safe and abruptly pulled away from her master's arms. The dragon asked what they were doing there, and in general, he warned Naina not to overdo it. Looking into his eyes, I was glad that my mentor had come and saved them. Trembling with fear, Revosa did not realize where the second dragon had come from. And he remembered that Saint Phrygia had told him that in her revelation, it was said that a dragon would appear in Solia, although he heard the Black Mage shouting and asking what they should do next. But my body was so petrified that it felt like it had become stone. If only I could move my fingers a little bit and try to move them. But Endall approached him with his eye and asked him not to even try to move. He also told them to wait for him for a while, that he would come back for them, and that he had to deal with the other one first. My left hand shouted at Revosa, and he whispered to me to shut up and do nothing. When they passed them, Nini told him that as a bishop he had already guessed what was going on. Then I looked at the dark dragon and asked Endall what we were going to do with it. And he raised his head above the flames and said that he did not know this dragon, so he would just finish him off. After a powerful kick to finish this monster off, I decided to stomp on it with my paws. Even Riley intervened to make him stop and leave him alone. Then I went back to Revosa and the magician, as it was their turn. But it was Riley who wanted to take part in their execution, to finish them off for good. Their bodies were still trembling with fear, and they could not do anything about it. The first person to get hit was a black mage, who screamed in pain all over the street. Looking at him, I asked him to close his mouth as he had been dead for a long time. However, no one could let him leave this world so easily. He bewitched time in a seal with his power and ordered him not to leave this world. The bishop looked at this and let out a light laugh, which immediately caught my eye. As soon as Riley asked him what was so funny and why he was smiling, he faced the same fate. He burst out laughing and said that he didn't even think he could interfere with them. Riley thought it might mean that these fools might have an ace up their sleeve. But I was curious about something, so I asked them before destroying what prayer they were always talking about and where they got the dragon's body. I also wanted to know about the afterlife and to have them explain it properly. Suddenly, a black magician said that they were collecting people's souls and would open the underworld. After a second pause, he gathered his strength and began to say what the dragon's body had given them. But Revosa interrupted him and started shouting at him why the hell he had told everything. Then Riley asked what they meant by the word underworld. Before he could say anything, Evriel's face grew boils, even though he was screaming that they shouldn't do this to him and writhing in pain. And before my eyes, his head swelled and burst even more, and blood got even on his face. Revosa shouted at everyone that he was a fool, and how dare he talk about their prayer, and added that his head should have been blown up a long time ago. Looking again at the bishop, Riley asked again what they were hiding that he had even removed his friend. But if he did not want to tell, that was fine. Even if he had told me, he would have been destroyed by his hand. But the sword struck Revosa, and it was time to pay for his evil actions. But it is not clear where the barrier came from and blocked the blow, and then a voice shouted to stop. An elf-like girl who suddenly appeared pointed to Revosa and said that this man's body should be preserved. After taking a good look at her, I thought at first that she was an elf, but the energy coming from her was very familiar. She was a dragon. When she came down to the ground, she said that she had heard a lot from Endal, and that her name was Isilter, and she was the head of the dragons. And they are also entrusted with the mission of maintaining balance in controlling the Wheel of Fate, so they must keep the body of this person alive. Riley asked if that was the only reason she stopped him. She replied that it was possible to remove it at any time, and it would be more logical to extract information from it. But he didn't want to because the bishop had resurrected a person he had recently killed, so he didn't want to let it go, and Isilter emphasized that he had taken his life. The next 100 years will be calm, but she cannot guarantee that everything will be fine afterwards, so she needs to think about humanity. And this has happened in the past, so this time they want to finally fix everything and prevent it from happening again in the future. Hearing her, he decided to attack her defense and destroy Revosa anyway. Because in 100 years, let the people who will live in 100 years think and deal with it, but I wanted to live in peace. She looked at him and thought that he looked like an ordinary guy, but the amount of mana was very high. Therefore, it is necessary to stop him before he breaks the barrier and delivers the bishop. By chaining the person who asked to stop and put down the sword, you can only achieve a momentary truce. Unable to take it anymore, Riley is forced to use force to break free. Because of her release, Isilter's body stiffened in place, and she noticed it and could not believe it. I watched how easily he dealt with her chains with a very ordinary sword. He said that he didn't want to worry anymore, so he just got up and headed to Revosa. Trying not to pay attention to the shouts of the dragon leader, he wanted to finish what he had started. So he raised his sword, looked at his enemy, and said that there was no need to stop him. A strange voice spoke, and he said that he was disappointed in Revos because he woke him up too early. Immediately, I began to feel a great dark force, and a hand appeared. The bishop was saved from destruction by the bishop's defense. Riley's sword was stuck in it, and he was also very curious about the hand in front of him. But she continued to press, and I had to dodge the sword and duck to the side. But all she wanted was Revos, and she grabbed him so tightly that he couldn't even breathe. She pulled them into the portal and appeared in front of them, looking large. When Riley saw him running away, he rushed to catch up with him because it was his prey. Suddenly, he stopped, and a silhouette appeared in front of him, and he recognized it because he knew it. He also said that he sees him running back and forth because of what he did in his past life. Suddenly, he felt as if the silhouette inside him liked what he saw, because thanks to it, he watched a very incredible spectacle and wanted to give a small gift in return. Then the hand closed into a fist and struck Riley's torso with great force. At that moment, he thought that he was completely without mana, and that he was being twisted as he pleased and knocked down a dozen walls. Isilter tried to stop the alien creature by chaining it up. She tried her best to prevent them from escaping and to return the bishop. Nayini also joined in, standing from the side, raising her arms and directing her strength to the delay. But all the efforts were in vain. The creature got rid of the chains for the second time and did not even feel Nina's magic. And then it disappeared into the portal, fleeing to its world and taking Revosa with it. Endal shouted for her to use her eye to track their location. When she opened her eye and saw a very familiar place, she saw something similar in his dream. But I immediately changed my mind. It didn't look like they were him, and this creature was there. She was interested in why she saw this place every time and how it was connected to the owner and those types. And everything was strange with that underworld and the owner's strange dream, as if he was hiding something from them. There were a lot of guesses, and they all converged on one thing, that perhaps the owner was in that world. After recovering from the blow, Riley climbed out of the hole he had punctured with his body and asked where the creature had gone. Endal was surprised and joked that his skull looked really strong, but it was probably because it was empty. Trying to ignore it, I immediately asked Naina if she had found those guys. But she took him by the shoulders because she wanted to tell him that she had seen amazing things in his dream. Strange chariots with black wheels that moved on the ground covered with black gravel and houses taller than a magic tower. There were also people fighting monsters she had never seen before, and even that seemed too real for a dream. And when I decided to track down the man with the black hand, I saw the same world from his dreams. So she asked the owner to tell her that he had already been there and knew the place well. But he grabbed her by the shoulders, asked her to stop, and then ordered her to erase everything she saw from her memory. A man in a long red cloak watched all this, and as soon as he finished listening to the conversation, he left in an unknown direction. The next day, Riley read newspaper articles describing the events as a riot created by religious fanatics. At the next table, Saint Yan and Nini were sitting with Saint Yan, who was happy to see that Nini was healthy, but sad that the scar on her face could not be healed. But she didn't expect to be able to take him back, so she wasn't particularly upset. While finishing the newspaper, I watched and listened to their conversation in a calm atmosphere. Suddenly, Andal crept up and shouted loudly in his ear, whether he heard what he was saying. They have managed to make her life easier with the help of magic, but it is not enough. They removed all the circles she had and taught her everything anew, as dragons do, and it seemed that they needed to remove all the rot from the inside. And then she really got better. But it was not the biggest problem. The whole problem was in her eye. If they were able to wash the inside with fresh energy, so to speak, if you draw a parallel, the eye is like a large number of threads from different tangles that are tangled and rotting. If they do something wrong with the threads, Nana could not only not be cured, but could also lose her life because, as long as she is human, she cannot stand it. But we can assume that if it is reborn into someone more resilient to such stress, it could survive. I added it at the end to make it clear that their world is not such that you could insert a prosthesis instead of an arm. The most important thing is that in order to be reborn, you need to give up the human shell. The two of them thought that his consent was required because she was his servant after all, and whether she would leave human life as a human or be reborn depended on him. Riley asked what would happen to her if she gave up her human shell. He snapped his fingers and said that he needed to see it for himself, so let him watch. A little fairy appeared and greeted me and introduced herself as a spirit who serves the red dragon, and her name is Hellion. Endal continued that if Nani is reborn, she will become a creature similar to this one, an artificially created spirit. She was flying around saying that he was not very handsome and that she didn't understand what Nani saw in him. She thought he would look nicer. When he was fed up, he tried to catch Heliona, but it didn't work. She seemed to open up in his arms. But the dragon emphasized that it was impossible to catch it because it was not material. And if he tells everything, it can take forever. And the fairy comes to make him tell it and rubs it in his face all the time. She was so angry that if she hadn't been the daughter of the Spirit King, he would have shown her. To consolidate the information, Endal repeated that these small gnats retain all human memories and preferences when they are reborn. But looking at his spirit, Riley doubted that there was anything human about it. And the dragon added that they had their downsides too. In order to preserve their essence, mana must constantly circulate in them, and artificial spirits need to avoid ordinary spirits because they do not like them. But he reassured me that I didn't have to worry about that and about mana, because it would be behind a strong creature. And if she has a spirit like Helion's from a higher level, she will not have any problems with pure blood. After listening to the end, Riley thought about it and said that it would be very good and agreed. Andal stood up and wanted to leave, but Riley asked where he was going and said that he needed to go west for a while because he thought something strange was happening there. He also warned Helion to stay with them, as they had been given the go-ahead. Riley stood up because he didn't understand what it all meant to him, whether he was leaving her or leaving, or what he meant. Turning his head, Enadal once again said that they had just talked everything through and the time was his. It's the pie's turn to act because it's his turn to act, and he was her owner before. So he told her all the details that he would tell Helion and left. He looked at the door that the dragon had just closed and had no words to say. Walking in the desert, one man told the other that he had seen a black magician who had entered a man and controlled him. After listening to the second person, I realized why he did not come to the meeting last time. But they were both interested in how they managed to catch the dragon. They are only human. And he was right. For a man to control a dragon was a big deal. But if it was connected to what he thought, it changed the whole point of the matter that we had to catch these creatures. In Solia, before leaving for the estate, the saintly woman asked Mr. Riley to take her with him. But he kept saying no to her every request like a donkey. She asked for it because she needed to hide her identity and needed a place to stay. Even Jan and Nara stepped in to help her, because after all, she is a saint of Solia. But he was categorical because he thought that she had probably been blown in the ass all her life in the church, so they first needed to understand that no one would fulfill her whims. Therefore, the actor, or someone who saw a virgin in adulthood behaving like a small spoiled child and pointed the finger that he had found her. Freyja could not stand it and started shouting that she was really a spoiled child, so she could not even protect her subjects. And if he had helped even a little bit, she would not have been in this situation, and she also thought about it a lot. So she said she would survive on her own without water and food. Naina and Jan gave him very bad looks, accusing him of making the saint cry. Such pressure from all sides even made sweat break out on my face, so I had to do what I had to do and shouted that we would take her with us. We all arrived together when the sun had set and the moon was shining on the estate. When they got out of the carriage, Riley asked Nara right away if she had fulfilled his order. She had forgotten that she had managed to do it. As he approached the entrance, Riley thought it was time to hear his father's final statement. In front of the entrance to his parents' office, the Lion brothers were already standing there, greeting him and saying that he hoped they would be judged fairly and the right heir would be appointed. And yet, as he always said, the Riley heir with such a character does nothing but hide behind Jan, and Lloyd stood silent behind him. I also heard that his servant had returned, so I congratulated him on her recovery. When Riley came into the office, Lloyd called his brother over because he wanted to ask him something. But he wondered why their little brother came to Solia after all. Although my older brother ordered me to follow every step, I felt that something else was important now. And even then a saint saw him and asked him in the name of the great Solia to point his sword at the enemy. But he kept quiet and said that it didn't matter, and that they should go to their father's office as well. He announced in the middle that thanks to them, their Solia was able to stand on its feet. In the first, Leon helped people in many villages, even went to those villages that were not in the mission, and this is commendable. Then Lloyd, he is good as he made a huge contribution to the salvation of Solia, so good for him. But he was tormented and said quietly in his mind that it was actually Riley and his team who saved Solia. And during the last one, Riley stood there waiting for them to talk about him. But his father said they would talk about it later. Lion already felt that he had won this battle for succession with 100% chance. The Count told them that in 2 days, he would determine the heir apparent based on the results of the competition, and asked them to behave with dignity and without quarreling with each other during this time. As soon as they left the office, Lloyd stopped Riley to tell him something. But I couldn't say a word again and stood there looking at him. So his brother went on with his business without waiting for any words. Lion saw that his middle brother seemed to have swallowed his tongue and did not look like himself today. 2 days later, Riley was sitting on the roof in front of the garden, watching various aristocrats arrive for a banquet. The voice that told him then that he was wandering here and there because of what he had done in his past life stuck in his head. A long time ago, he had a thought in his head that it would have been better if he had been born an ordinary person without memories. Incredible sword skills, a huge amount of mana. Why did they give up if in the end, the whole road he was walking on was strewn with bodies? And then there was Naini, who told him that she knew he had been to the strange world she had seen. And if you think about it, it was not surprising that she guessed so quickly, because he was always talking about what he saw in his dreams, trying his best to forget. But he kept talking about that world. He told me about everything with a smile, and like a fool he ran away in fright. He opened his eyes and Naini was next to him, calling him, but he only heard her. He asked her how she got here and whether she had already used her eye because he had told her not to use it. But she said she just thought about how she had found it anyway. She offered to lend her knees as a pillow to her host for a short time. I lay there and asked her if she wasn't worried that she would soon abandon her human shell and become an artificial spirit. Holding up the apple, she replied that at first she was worried that when she became a spirit, it would not want to be with her. But then she calmed down because he allowed her to stay with him even if she was not human. She handed me the picked apple and apologized for returning it so late. Riley looked at the places and asked Naina to take care of him next year, and she agreed. Meanwhile, Earl Stein and Lady Iris left the house to see their guests and were heading to the stage. People discussed the Count, especially the incident on the state borders, and thought that it was because of that incident that they decided to choose an heir. A girl was watching all these conversations and she even said that she was looking at aristocrats, and it's hard to call them aristocrats because they only wag their tongues. With these words, she managed to draw attention to herself and engage others quite well. But attention was drawn to the Count, who came on stage and said that today they were gathered to name the heir to the Ippolit family. Therefore, he and his wife are grateful that all 3 sons came and tried to complete the tasks, so they were evaluated fairly. In order not to waste time, he paused for a couple of seconds and said that Lloyd Finn Ippolita was the heir to the Ippolita family. He was shocked by his father's choice, thinking that Riley was supposed to be the heir. His younger brother was sincerely happy for him and congratulated him on his fair victory. Because he was in no hurry to get up on stage, his father asked him to get up quickly because the guests were waiting for him. Lloyd was not going very fast, and he was very confused by the choice in his favor, and he did not even understand why. When the Count waited for his son to stand next to him, he said that he believed that there were many among those present who did not understand why he had made such a choice. Recently, terrible events took place in the capital, and his son received this sword for taking an active part in overcoming those events. Lion stood like a fish out of water, only hearing people around him talking about how a brave warrior and aristocrat had helped to crush the fanatics. But he could not think that it was his brother. The father handed the sword to his son and praised him loudly in front of everyone that he was good. After the ceremony, Riley went to the house, and on the way to his room, he asked Ian why he was being so quiet as usual, but he said he was just holding back. He still believed that the sword should have been handed to the young master, but Riley corrected the servant that he should have listened more carefully to the Earl. His brother received the sword because he saved people and helped them get out. And he repeats once again that he is not interested in the place of the heir apparent. But on the contrary, he does not like it because it looks boring. You have to sign a bunch of useless letters and sometimes get summoned to Solia's castle and have to communicate with aristocrats. His mother also knows about this, so she calmly clapped her hands for Lloyd and clapped herself because she wanted to support her brother. As they were leaving, they did not stop arguing and asking each other questions, but suddenly they heard a conversation. How Lion quarreled with his father about why he chose Lloyd over his rightful heir. He shouted despite the fact that there were guests in the house. He was only interested in why this choice was made. My father asked me to be quiet and said that he had announced on stage that Lloyd had received an award for the battle in Solia. But he shouted even louder that he didn't understand it anymore because he had also completed the task perfectly and saved many more villages. After waiting for the shouting to end, the Count calmly asked if he really did not see the difference between them. He did not look at these criteria when choosing the number of awards, mastery of the sword, or the number of people he saved, and not on their personal traits because it is important to him that his heir has a pure and kind heart. And before that, his goal during the mission was not to save people but to become the heir apparent, which was the only thing he raised his sword for. Yesterday, before he publicly announced the election result, he spoke with Lloyd. Lloyd didn't want to, but he proved that this sword was Riley's and that he was the only reason it was there. And saving the people and the whole city was not his merit, so his younger brother should have become the heir, not him. It was then that I again thought about choosing my middle son because he has a soft heart and is very caring. Ty just pay attention to his face and say that he probably blames Lloyd for everything. This was the main difference between them, and he asked me to accept it. But he shouted that he did not understand the sword and rushed at his father because he could not accept it. Riley and Jan stood behind the wall, shocked by this turn of events in the conversation. The servant just reached for his sword when it was no longer on his belt, and only a voice said that he would borrow it for a short time. He quickly blocked his brother's punch to protect his father and disappeared just as quickly. Lion did not even realize what had just happened or who had stopped him. He saw the sword fly past his head and was distracted by it. The Count could not but seize the moment to strike because he was sure that his son had crossed the line. But I was very disappointed in him, because if Lloyd were in his place, he would not have behaved like that. He grabbed me by the head and said that all this time he had been training in vain and trying to do something. With a powerful jerk, he nailed him to the floor, shouting that he should see how wretched he had become. When Lion recovered from the blow and knelt down, he ordered him to choose. Either he will leave his life here or he will simply kick him out of the estate. He chose exile and went away, muttering under his breath that he had always done his best for his family, but no one heard him. After waiting for the situation to end, Ian came out of the corner and asked if he was okay. Stein asked the servant if he had just blocked a shot, and Jan took it upon himself to think that it was very dangerous. But the Count closed his eyes and smiled because he realized that it was his brat again. Riley looked back toward the neighboring hallway where his father was, thinking that Ian would handle everything. But for some reason, he was not calm. As soon as I walked a little further, I saw her walking around the house, a girl with pale skin, long black hair, and a white long dress with her bodyguard. She saw Riley and asked him if he could help her because she was a little lost. When she came up, she tried to remember what she was looking for because she had forgotten. To help her remember, he listed the possibilities that she needed the toilet or forgot where her room was, but she said no to everything. Then she fixed her hair, smiled, and remembered that she was looking for Mr. Riley's room. He was embarrassed and asked why she wanted to rent his room. The girl closed her mouth because she could not even imagine that she was talking to him. In the guest room, she bowed and greeted me, saying that she was pleased to meet me and that her name was Leitrina Felisnion. Riley heard for this girl. She never showed her nose at formal events, but she was not unbeautiful. But he asked why she was looking for him, and he had also heard that she was getting married soon. Leitrina smiled because she had certainly received marriage proposals, but she said that she had not yet found the man of her heart, and the rumors were due to misunderstanding. And most likely, it was just the second false rumor that did not help, because those who envied her and talked about the wedding did not help. She came to visit them because of a letter from their family and also learned that Riley's master had received a medal and was very interested in this. I had also heard that Lloyd had also received a sword as a reward, and knew that such awards were given for wounds or great deeds. So I congratulated Count Stein on his sons. Riley told her that he didn't think she personally needed to come and congratulate him and felt that someone had kicked him. I looked at my dad, and he was looking at me and saying through his teeth that he shouldn't try to say anything. He was an important guest. I couldn't count on support from my mother either, because she only wished me luck and asked me what the letter was about. Latrina said that the letter from Ipolet's family mentioned the inspection. Looking at my father, I realized that it was all his idea. And now he sits there and keeps silent. She thought that the owner was not happy about something and asked if he didn't like her, though he thought that he really didn't like her. But in order not to embarrass his parents, he said that he was just not used to it. This answer pleased her, because she had thought that he was offended by her. And to make things right, he gave her another chance to meet him. I could also address her as Rena, and she was very pleased to meet me. He looked at her with a tired look and waited for it to end because it was getting boring. In the street, Nini approached the carriage where Nara and Saint Frasier were getting ready to leave. They were embarrassed to stay, especially Vasiliska, because she had been in the house for a long time and was a mercenary. She was sad about it but wanted to know where they were going, just in case. Frasier said that last night she saw a landscape of western lands in a dream, and thought that there was something there, so they decided to go there together. She told me that she was not worried because she thought that Riley's owner did not like her being here, so she thought it would be better to leave. Naini apologized for Riley and Ian as they were supposed to come out to see them off as well, but they had things to do, and Nara smiled that everything was fine, and they knew about the guest. Then they asked her if she was okay, but Naini didn't understand what they meant. Frasier explained that the owner is currently on a tryst with the Duke's daughter, and there is a possibility that they will get married. But she calmly said that it was no business of hers, that the owner would decide for himself what to do, and that it had nothing to do with her. Nara apologized to Naina for meddling and understood her point, waved goodbye and wished to see her again and give her regards to Riley. As soon as the carriage drove away, she remained standing there thinking about what the saint had said. But she tried to calm down, because it was enough for her just to be with him. In the morning, Riley sat in the garden reading a book and trying not to pay too much attention to his tea-drinking companion. But she got bored, so she put the glass down and attracted the owner's attention. She was interested in what people said, whether it was true that he had never picked up a sword, and he answered that it was true. But I heard that there was not a single person in Ipolet's family who could not use a sword. He sighed and said that there were still some, and that was him. Then I remembered about the medal and wanted to hear how he got it, because I was very interested to hear it. But I looked at her and apologized because a very interesting episode had just begun in the book. It was hard for Jan to watch because the atmosphere between them was terrible. Even in a statue, the communication skills are better. He knew he didn't like women, but he didn't think he did. Rin sat looking at the owner for a long time, wondering what would make him interested in her. Then she suggested that she would try to guess what he was thinking right there. The first thing she said was that he didn't like the examination, and that it was over as soon as possible. And now, instead of reading, he would like to take a nap because he hasn't been able to sleep at all lately because he has been having the same nightmare. As soon as Riley asked who she was, Rin laughed because she had managed to draw attention to herself. Judging by the expression on his face, she managed to hit him at his weak point and asked him not to be angry with her. She asked him if it was possible that he had made her angry first, or if it was wrong from his point of view. She abruptly changed the subject and began to talk about how this tea had an incredible flavor, but now he was interested in how she did it. She smiled and laughed, and played the part of not understanding what he wanted from her. Riley was still insisting, and she was amused by his reaction. It was very funny. A lazy guy who had never held a sword in his hands, and there were various rumors about him and her. He continued to ask me to tell him how she had found out his thoughts. Then she came up with one condition under which she would tell him, pointed to the guard and said if he could wipe his nose, she would tell him how. Some other guards from their duchy fought him, and they all lost because he walks with his nose up. So he had to bring him down to earth and teach him a good lesson. And if he lost to the guard, he would also have experience and become stronger. I looked slyly and asked what his decision would be because the contract was tempting. At the meeting with Count Rin, she told Count Stan that he was right. When he asked Riley if he was hiding his power, he had to get on his nerves a little bit, and the confirmation of his words about his power did not take long. The Count asked if her words were true and if she could have made a mistake, or if she thought she had. She looked at him and continued to tell him what she had finished. His younger son immediately started to get nervous and said who her bodyguard was. Maybe he just fought off her hands and her bodyguard took up his sword. Jan saw this and asked him to stop immediately and not to even think about doing anything. Since he was on the territory of the Epaulet family, he had to make it clear to himself that such behavior was not allowed here. When Rin saw that he stood up for his master, she said that he was a formidable man in words but not in deeds. He wants to see his master fight harder than she and her man. And if they didn't like the idea, there was nothing you could do but tell the count. He would say that his son had been losing sleep at night lately, so he urgently needed a woman. I also heard that Lady Iris wanted grandchildren very much, and although she had no experience in this matter, she thought she would succeed. And if Count Stein is told all this, he will probably be very surprised. Not wanting to listen to her anymore, Riley stood up and asked Jan to be their second. Standing in front of each other, they looked at each other and mentally prepared to engage in battle. Riley thought it might help because he's been dealing with a lot of stress lately and would be grateful to let it off. The Duchess's bodyguard was still standing there, waiting for the fight to begin. I looked at him again, evaluated him, and thought that my opponent probably thought he was scared and kept looking at him like that. But for some reason, the image of the saint from the other world suddenly appeared in my mind, and she shouted for him to raise his sword in the name of their salvation. It made me feel sick and wanted to vomit, so I covered my mouth with my hand. Ian looked over and saw that the owner was sick, and that he turned to him holding his mouth. The guard immediately began to quarrel with him, believing that one gets rid of the habit of capriciousness in childhood and that he should not run away from the battle. Riley didn't want to be silent and said in response that he felt like he was going to be sick from how disgusting he was, so he couldn't fight in that state. These words struck a chord with the guard, who shouted at him to shut up. Not wanting to endure it and continue to show his strength, his body did not listen to him. Riley apologized for the inconvenience and said he had to go to the bathroom because he was feeling unwell. Rin saw what happened and jumped up, wondering how he did it. However, he did not understand what she was talking about and asked what kind of energy was used to shackle her bodyguard. But he also decided to play the role of not knowing what she was talking about. So when I looked at her bodyguard's reaction, I understood everything. That his son Riley was hiding his power from everyone for some reason, but for sure. She also thought that because of the Count's request, he now hated her, and she liked him. The Count apologized but thought she would be more interested in Lloyd. Of course, Mr. Lloyd was good enough to become the heir to the family, but he had no spark and his heart did not beat. And in honor of the payment for this service, I wanted to ask him for something. From the very beginning, the invitation to the New Year's Eve banquet was supposed to go to the heir, but she wanted it to go to a different person. In his room, the owner was leaning on Nina, and she could see that he was not well and was worried. He was lying there thinking that he had wasted so much energy, and when he stopped that fool, he wasted even more. Naini was the first to start the conversation. She had already heard from Jan what happened there. He said that the owner was going to fight with the guard when he saw the lady, but changed his mind. But she was more interested in whether the change in the decision to fight was related to what they had talked about in Solia. Stretching his neck, he asked her not to talk about it because they had more important things to do. He asked Helion to leave, and she was waiting for that, thinking she would go crazy from doing nothing. Then Riley said it was time for her to prepare a little bit for her transformation into a spirit. He asked Heliona to tell him where and when this transformation was being done. They have to do it by next spring, and thanks to the measures taken by its owner, it is possible to do it by winter. But in order to meet the right spirit, Nina needs to be reborn in the spring before the butterflies start to appear, because it will be too late later. To make it clearer, this spirit can be called a shell for embodiment. The location was in the west, so they had to go west. A place where snow fell and you can hear the rustle of black wings, a quiet place where light music sounds. But Riley did not understand what she was saying at all and asked her to explain in more detail. But the fairy shrugged and said that the location of the shell was where she said it was, and that she could not explain it any other way because she felt it and expressed it in the language of spirits. Seeing the sour face, she added that the owner had told the spirit earlier, so he would wait for them. Riley asked what Naini thought of all this, but she said she would stay by his side and not do anything like that. Her words sounded very interesting, and he was curious to hear it. During the pause, Helion flew up to the owner and wanted to ask him something, namely, whether the black-haired girl from the garden was more beautiful than their Nina. She smiled and asked me to admit only honestly that she was no match for their Nina, and how there was a clap of hands and a shout to the whole room that now everything was clear why Endall always said that she was a lot of trouble. Then she got up and apologized to the owner, saying that she would have an educational conversation with her. Like a meteor, she flew out of the room without even having time to say a word to her. Riley sat there watching without a small part of understanding what had just happened. The next day, in the office, my father talked to Lloyd about business. Riley came to them because he was told that he had to come here because of his name. His father told Lloyd that he had to deal with the case he was entrusted with today or tomorrow, and if he delayed, he would only add to his workload. Before leaving the office, he stopped and looked at his brother for a long time. Riley asked him what he wanted, but he waved that it was nothing and just wanted to look at it before he left. My older brother is not at home, and if he leaves, he will be completely alone. But then he abruptly said that everything was fine and asked me to forget what he said and left. Riley stood in front of his father, but he asked him to sit in a chair first. Sitting down, the Count handed his son the letter and asked him to read it in front of him. He opened it and read that the Felicinian family had invited Mr. Riley Ippolita to a banquet to celebrate the new year. The categorical refusal was heard throughout the office because, first of all, he was too lazy to go, and secondly, why would he need it if they would just wash the bones there? That's why he definitely won't go anywhere and wasn't interested in such things afterwards. The inspections they organized were all the more unexpected and wrong. He stood up from his chair, slammed his hand on the table, and shouted that she and his mother had to ask him first. The Count looked at him thinking that something was wrong, because he used to say that he was lazy and run away. But he had never been so angry. I asked him to calm down and listen to me because he had something to ask. He took out Jan's sword with which he defended his father during the attack of Lion and asked why he was hiding it. And there was no point in making a fool of myself because Jan Sarah and my mother told him everything. Even then, I was still sure that it was him with the black sword. I just didn't understand why he was hiding his incredible abilities from them. Looking at my father, I thought that I wanted to know why he was born with this knowledge and memories. Why can't he go on a normal trip without incident? And why are there only more enemies, and why did it all happen? And these thoughts also tore at my head, constantly asking what he had done. People's voices shouting and condemning him. Some said that he should do everything for the sake of saving the world. Others asked why he was born, and still others accused him of destroying people and their children. My father went on to say that he received the medal that time not just because he was lucky. The voices of people in his head were so dense that he did not understand what his father was saying. When I reminded him that he had brought it from Solia, he showed it to me and also brought it to Naina's house. And I was even more confused about what kind of medal and who Naina was, and everything was pressing on my head. It was as if they were strangling him, mocking him for worrying about such trifles. They were also saying that he was a hero and would save them because, as a hero, he could do anything. And they immediately blamed him for their suffering. He stood up and shouted that he hadn't killed anyone yet. An image of the Orly's father came to mind, where he was begging to take him away but spare his daughter. The father saw that his son was not well and came over to ask what was wrong with him and what he was talking about some destruction. Covered in sweat, he apologized to his father because he was feeling very bad and asked him to rest a bit. Before he left, my father said that he believed in him with all his heart and soul. The Count was left alone in the room, with more questions than answers in his head. Today, I wanted to praise him a little bit rather than give him the invitation, but it turned out that Riley was hiding something else from him besides his strength. With the onset of fall, Riley picked the right time to gather his group to head to the western lands they were waiting for, only Sarah, as she was collecting things that they might need on the trip to properly accompany the owner. As soon as she ran up, she asked where their carriage was, and she also needed to check it before going. But the owner said that this time they would travel without a carriage and just on foot because there was no need for one. And he looked at Naina to show them something with the help of magic. A seal appeared from the hand on the ground, and a dark square appeared in front of them above the seal. It was a teleporter so that they could immediately get to the western lands. Riley said that they had to hurry, so he would go first, even though he hadn't heard that he was offered to go along. Nini asked Jan and Sarah to go in right after her and to get in very quickly because the teleporter will close. And it will take a long time to make another one, and they may feel a little dizzy, but nothing else will be dangerous. I smiled because I saw that they had no faces and called them to follow me. When they got to a place where it was cold and snowy, they saw that Jan was not with them. Riley said he knew it was going to happen because he saw him shaking like a leaf in fear. And maybe in the end he couldn't control himself. Sarah got excited and asked what they were going to do and if they should come back for him. But Nini said that they couldn't because there was another door to wait for. While they were discussing, they didn't notice that the owner had gone on without them. So they asked to wait. He stopped and ordered us to continue on our way. There was nothing else to do, and they would try to contact him in the evening. Well, there was nothing you could do about it, but as it turned out, the butler was very cowardly. Naina wondered why Sarah had suddenly decided to accompany them on the trip. She was just informed about this by Lady Iris, who called her to her room and asked if she had heard that her son was going to leave. And then she asked if she could go with him because Naina had no experience and Jan lacked organization, and if she went with them, she would be calmer. Because I felt that his son was still going through puberty, as if he were still a teenager. That was the real reason she went with them. Before leaving, my mom asked Riley to remember to call this time. Even if it happens that he could make a mistake again, he should not be afraid to ask for help from someone. Eventually, they managed to find a cave where they were able to make a fire and take a break, and also got a map to find out where they were, and how they found out that they could look into the Felinian family's duchy on the way. The owner was sent an invitation, but since he did not accept it, it will be difficult to visit them. Naini was upset because she didn't know that her owner had received an invitation from that girl. The thought of this stuck in her head and could not leave her, even when she cut her finger on purpose while peeling potatoes. The saint saw her and asked her to give her hand so she could treat the wound. When she was wrapping my finger, she asked me to be more careful in the future because if such a beautiful girl gets hurt, what will they do next? Naini asked me not to say that she was beautiful if she didn't think so, and that it would be okay. But Sarah didn't think so, because she thought she was beautiful, and she fought with swords for the sake of Mr. Riley. She also pours tea over things and prepares food because it may not be pretty afterwards. But she interrupted her and added that if you touch her appearance, she considered herself disgusting and even scary to look at her face. And yet Sarah stood her ground, as her appearance did not bother her at all, as it did not negate the fact that she was beautiful even with a scar on her face. So the main thing is how she feels about herself, because she was so worried about the scar, she didn't notice how much she had grown. And if a person is always worried about the shell, then an emptiness can be created inside. Naini listened to her and asked her if she thought Mr. Riley thought so too. To find out, she suggested that if she was so interested, why not ask him personally? Without any hesitation, she listened and ran to Riley to ask his opinion. Meanwhile, he stood at the entrance to the cave and watched the winter nature. I heard someone running towards him, turned my head and saw Naini there. But instead of asking him, I saw his eyes and asked why he looked so exhausted, even without a face. And the answer was that he hadn't slept well. But she knew and told him that it was not just a simple lack of sleep. He was not sleeping at all. In order not to continue the conversation, he said that he heard her and was going to sleep for a while. And suddenly a sound came out of the forest and into the cave. Sarah's gaze changed and sweat appeared on her face. She knew that these were the sounds of wolves. Riley drew his sword because they annoyed him, and everything that annoyed him had to be destroyed. But Naini put her hand on him and didn't let him draw the sword all the way. I told him that everything was fine and that he didn't have to do it. He looked at her because no one had ever stopped him before and he did not understand why she did it. She said that he doesn't need to take out his sword and shed blood every time this happens. She believes that if you talk to them calmly, she is sure they will listen. Before that, there were only 2 of them. But there was something wrong with them. Their energy was evil. As soon as I got closer, I started talking to the wolves so that they would not be afraid and would calm down. The wolves listened and came over, and Naini reached out to take the purple spots off them. Riley was surprised by this skill and wondered how she did it, but she could do it because there was a creature in her mentor's cave, and she learned from it. I also saw spots like those on wolves in the desert area last winter near Solia Castle, but he also saw stains on the bodies of orcs in the cave where he rescued the children. And if she is right, then such stains are left by one of the people persecuted by her mentor and mistress, Isildur. That man looked like the Bishop of Rivos, or a black magician who revived people's bodies, and there was a high probability that it was the work of the epidemic. He also thinks that the Cabal mercenary who took the Count's hand also visited the deserted area near the castle and that they all have strange powers and it is not magic. I also asked the owner if they could take the wolves with them, as they might be needed in the snowy field, so instead of destroying them, they could take them with them. Riley had nothing against the idea, saying she could do whatever she wanted. Sarah shouted from behind her back whether she could be sent back, and she sat there shaking in fear. In the evening, when the sun went down, Naini was already sleeping sweetly on one wolf, and Sarah watched and wondered. Seeing that something was wrong with her, Riley asked her if she was angry about the animals. In fact, she was a little afraid of dogs. One bit her as a child, so she has a psychological trauma. She also asked if the owner also had psychological trauma. He said that most likely not. Sarah said that he was lucky because they were not full of them. And this was not only with dogs, so I was afraid of many things and thought it was better for me. But when I saw wolves, I realized that the fear of dogs had not gone away. He looked at her and said that perhaps these fears were somehow connected with life in the lower Solia. She laughed and was surprised that the owner knew where she really lived. But in fact, on their last visit to Solia, I noticed how once her face changed in front of my eyes and saw how scared she was, so I thought it was somehow connected. Speaking of her extremely sensitive hearing and sense of smell, It is better than that of ordinary people, and there is a reason for this. Because she was ashamed to talk about the past and it was a long time ago, she lived in Lower Solia for a very long time. There, older children often beat and mocked her, saying she was annoying and had disappeared forever. That's how I learned to tell when people are coming who are dangerous and I need to hide in time. They came to that place and could not find her. They knew that she had asked for alms somewhere here, but she was properly forgiven. That's why I learned to run away from people so much that over time, I became very attentive to everything. Perhaps that's why my sense of smell and hearing became so acute. And now I felt afraid of confined spaces and huge pits. She felt a little embarrassed that she had told us all about it. Perhaps because of the effect of the dawn. Riley asked her if she had managed to overcome her fears, but she smiled and said that of course not. And he should have seen her trembling in front of the wolves. But he still thinks he lives a happy life even with fears in his pocket. And for that matter, whoever had no fears or lack of wealth and even bet that their sleeping sorceress would also have a couple of injuries. And he has a car and a small wagon because he hasn't seen everything he's tired of, sleeps too long during the day, and can't refuse his mistress. In any case, I thought that life with a lack of income and injuries was not bad and you can always ask for help. Of course, it is difficult for a strong person without fear to ask for help with something, but when fear appears, he thinks that he can easily accept help. When she finished talking, she smiled and said that more firewood needed to be thrown in and asked the owner to go to bed while she stayed on night watch. Somewhere else in the winter forest, Kaval was walking around shouting that he didn't understand how that person became a leg. In the middle of his monologue, a violet energy appeared and stopped him in his tracks. A voice from heaven asked him to listen to his call. I faithfully got down on one knee, bowed my head, and greeted him. He listened attentively because his left arm had recently been lost. Therefore, he orders his right leg and head to find someone to replace his left hand and go on a pilgrimage. Wounds appeared on his heart, so from now on he should protect it as the apple of his eye. Taking the purple ball in my hands, I could not believe that even my heart could be affected. This meant that not only Evriel but also Revosa was hurt, and he shouted how anyone dared to do such a thing. In the morning, Nani told Sarah that she had not yet fully recovered, and they were just going to the place where she could become completely healthy. Sarah was very worried and shouted at her why she hadn't told her about it earlier, but she was going to keep silent until the very end. But the owner said it would be better if she told us about it. After calming down, she said that from the very beginning this trip seemed strange to them, and that Lady Iris had been worried about the owner in vain. Naini realized that perhaps her mother's heart was telling her that something was wrong with her son. Later, I went up to the owner and offered him to go to bed because he looked very tired. However, he angrily replied that last time he had already said that he was always sleepy, and that since lunch was already ready, he would eat and take a little nap. Helion appeared and asked her if she was worried about him because his face was so full of worry. And it was true. And the fairy added that in his place she was also worried in his condition. Neither spirits nor their masters can defeat sleep. Although he is strong as a beast, something terrible will happen in a little while. She asked if Naini had any idea what was wrong with him. And she had something. But it was not something she could just talk about. In this case, there was nothing to do but help him. But I had to whisper in his ear so that he wouldn't hear. And he needed to understand everything the first time. They set off on their journey as it was getting dark and snowing harder and harder. Sarah asked the owner to stop as it was snowing very hard and they had walked enough today. But he did not hear and kept walking, not stopping for a moment to rest. Since Sarah could not stop him, she asked Nana to influence him. And she suggested to the owner that if he wanted to go further, she could help him to resist the cold. This alone stopped him and made him interested in what he had never heard of. Then she raised her hand and asked me not to move for a minute so that she could do everything right. Then she called Helion to help her, and the fairy said that she would owe her a debt of gratitude. Riley felt that he suddenly began to lose strength and seemed to be falling asleep, even unable to say that he did not need such magic. To prevent him from falling in his sleep, Naini quickly ran over and caught him. Sarah immediately ran away because she didn't understand what had just happened. But she calmed her down. She had to lie to him so that he would not suspect that she had put him to sleep. He hadn't slept well for a couple of Sundays, and she thought it would be better to force him to sleep before he fell asleep from exhaustion. And even when I went to bed, I didn't sleep. I just closed my eyes and did the same before the trip. So first, you need to return it to the cave and make a barrier over them. A whole week passed and the owner was still sleeping. Sarah sat and watched him, and the fact that he did not wake up was compounded by a high fever. Sarah looked at him and did not even know what to do because her master was getting worse. Suddenly, I heard someone coming up behind them and trying to attack them. In front of them stood a large white yeti who wanted to get valuable prey. Taking out the knives, Sarah asked the owner to wait a little while she dealt with the monster. She jumped up sharply and quickly went to attack the uninvited guest. And from the second entrance, Nayini came to see her gathering mana in her hand. She sent an explosion at Yeti using her magic ability, which surrounded him with dark flames. She also did not see that on the other side was Sarah, who was screaming that she was hot. Nayini apologized because she didn't think it was an emergency and rushed to help. And I couldn't find anything, not even medicine, and I couldn't even find something to eat. She was worried that the magic had long since ended and wondered why the owner did not wake up and thought about it when she went to get medicine. And if I hadn't used magic then, this would not have happened. And I thought that if the owner didn't wake up because of it. The sire saw that she was not in her right mind and shook her a couple of times, asking her to come to her senses and that they could not give her any slack. And we couldn't let it go on like this, so we had to get ready quickly, as she herself knows that there was no place in the neighborhood where they could be helped. The only thing that was closer was the Duchy of Felicinian. As soon as they got to the house, a guard stood in front of the entrance and he could not let them in. Even though Sarah explained that they had a man who was very ill and needed help, he still wouldn't let me in without an invitation because if he let me in without confirming my status, his head would fall off his shoulders. Looking at him, I thought that they really had been refused, even though they did not take into account the sick person. She had no other ideas besides this plan, and she blamed herself for dragging them here without even thinking that they would not get help. Nayini saw her tears and handed her the owner's handbook, saying that it was her turn to deal with it. The guard was already in a bad mood and warned me not to approach him, or I would get hurt. But the spear he was holding, or rather its sharp end, instantly melted before his eyes. Nayini raised her hand again and threatened him that if he didn't let them through, he would get a headbutt from her. Seeing that she was a magician and not going to joke, I wanted to call for help, but I felt that the button on my butt was frozen. For an absolute pass, Hellion flew away from him and whispered in his ear. They asked him to let them pass as soon as possible because their Nina was in a very bad mood at the moment. She got tired of waiting and raised the pillar of magic in the air and asked again if it would let them through. Meanwhile, the house was hosting a banquet in honor of the new year, and many aristocrats gathered there. They discussed various matters over the past year and this year because the anxiety of ordinary people was growing, and there were rumors that there might be riots and the holiday had disappeared. The Magic Tower and the Temple of Solia were ruined, and there was talk of Count Stein losing his arm and deciding on an heir. And it was Lloyd. And at the ceremony of choosing the heir, the owner of Latrina was still there, and they said that she looked great. Walking among these aristocrats, the Duchess listened to what they were talking about and mentally called them pathetic. Heading to her room, she thought that perhaps because of such banquets, Mr. Riley did not arrive, and the guard did not come running to her with the words, "Trouble." Uninvited guests appeared in front of their gate and claimed that they were from Ippolet's family, and he let them in without an invitation. I had not yet established who these people were, but I was sick with them, so I first took them to the guest room. Rin was immediately interested in these guests because she heard the pleasant name of Ippolet. In bed, Riley was given cold compresses and put on his forehead to cool him down a bit. And since it was already much better, you need to figure out when the owner wakes up. But most likely, in his dream, he came face to face with everything that he had been pushing away for so long. She blamed herself for not noticing before, but she also ran away from it because she thought that if she found out about the other person's feelings, it would hurt her as well. And Lady Latrina came into their room to see who they were. She stood up immediately to greet her, and in the presence of the Duchess, it was the right thing to do. The guard was still apologizing, and she covered his mouth to keep him quiet because there was a sick person in the room. And she confirms their identities because she knows them personally, so she ordered them to leave the room. He said that it was dangerous to leave her alone, but she turned and looked at him menacingly and asked him not to make her repeat it twice. Now they were alone in the room and could talk. I was glad to see them, and the time they met at Ippolet's house, I asked her what her name was, and she said that she was Sarah, and behind her was Nayini. Rin heard that they had a dispute with the guard, so she apologizes for all this because of the recent events in the capital. Judging by the fact that they came uninvited, I might have thought that they were not here for the evening. So I asked how Mr. Riley was doing. I could tell from the silence and expressions on their faces that something had happened that they couldn't talk about. Then she replied that everything was fine, and she understood their condition, and that she would explain to the family and servants that if they had any needs, they could call a maid. Then she asked Sarah what was wrong. She thought it ended very well. She did not expect her to guess her thoughts. She was nervous. Rin asked me not to worry. She was very interested in Master Riley. In addition, they have a 7th Circle mage with them who killed Astra. This caught Naina's attention, and she asked her how she knew. She sees that the two of them have secrets that they don't want to tell her, and tells her that she has them too. She smiled and said that these are the little women's secrets. Then she said that she would leave because the banquet was not over for the day and she could not disappear from sight for long. She wished them a good rest and gave Naina a sly glance before leaving the room. Sarah suggested that Naina go for a walk for a while, because for the third day in a row, even Helion, who has been sitting by the owner's side, supported the idea that it is boring for a spirit or a person to sit inside four walls. They persuaded her and she went and wished Sarah a good walk. Meanwhile, new rumors were still emerging at the banquet, saying that instead of Mr. Lloyd, Mr. Riley had arrived. But it was unclear why the lazy sword came, and they also talked about the aces up their sleeve, hinting at a sorceress. Many people did not believe that the maid could have destroyed Astra, but the fact that she survived the experiments and became a high-circle magician was 100% certain. Sarah knew what was usually discussed at banquets and overheard some of the aristocrats' conversations. It caught her eye that they even discussed Naina's scar, and that they wanted to put her at the head of the mage tower. When I returned to Riley, I thought that first they wanted to make a person a weapon, and then they said that she was ugly, and the conversations they had were very nasty. Walking through the garden, Naini kept thinking about different events and thoughts until she reached the end. When she did not meet the Duchess, she said that she was very lucky, and that she would have a wonderful walk thanks to her. Even Heliona was not happy about the meeting, but asked her to keep it down. Rin asked how Riley's master was doing, but she shook her head and said that he was not doing well. I looked at her and saw a tear on her cheek and asked if it was possible. She liked the owner, so she worried about him with a pure heart. Nani didn't even know what to say and tried to come up with all sorts of excuses, but Rin asked her to just give up. Because his name, Ippolita, is not just an empty sound, and Count Stein would have been against their relationship. And the scar, although the owner does not look at it, is unlikely to be able to restore the skin. Helion was bubbling with anger and would have liked to intervene, but Nini asked her to calm down. But even if you are 100 times more outstanding, if you don't cover the scar with a wedding veil, no one will come to the wedding, and a wedding without guests is sad. I saw that Nini was already grumbling, stopped and smiled, and asked her why she was taking everything so literally. Who wouldn't go to a wedding because of that? Then I asked her to remember a book about etiquette that she had read in Rainfield and saw that she started listening, saying that it was her secret. So let him consider everything she said as a rival who also loves the owner and let him think that it was a joke. Later in the evening, Nini was still sitting on the street and couldn't get away from the conversation, and Helion was still angry with the girl. And if I were in her place, I would have burned her alive right there instead of standing there like a poor relative. And Nayini asked her that when they say a joke, they usually mean a joke and not something else. But for some reason, she told her to count it as a joke, which means that she probably really thinks so. Helion took Naina by the face and told her that this would not do and to wipe her nose. The fairy was even more angry and could not believe that she thought so, because if she became an artificial spirit, the scar would disappear from her face in a flash. To become one, they should have gone into the room and talked there. There they began to recall what had happened in order, and Sarah asked me to repeat what she had said. A place where snow falls and you hear the rustle of black wings. A quiet place where light music sounds. Therefore, white snow could mean winter, and black wings could mean a crow, but the quiet place where light music sounds was not clear. Helion couldn't say exactly where it was, but she was sure it was somewhere close, but she didn't know where. Nini asked Sarah to take care of Riley's master while she was away, because he intends to find the spirit and meet with it face to face. And to find it, you use your eye, and then it will show you where to look for that spirit. I asked Heliona to make a wish for him and think about him, but in more vivid detail. And then the fairy began to close her eyes in an attempt to imagine, and Nani also got ready. It was a new survey for her because it was the first time she had used this method in search of a spirit. At first, she could see a little bit, but the pain did not allow her to concentrate, so she tried again. And I saw someone in a cloak holding a dark butterfly. My eye hurt even more and I couldn't continue, but it was enough. But it was enough for her to know where to look for him and point. The owner's bed was not clear what exactly this meant, as it was not clear. The owner was sleeping and feverish, and Helion and Sarah asked what it meant that she had pointed to him. The host was the key to finding the spirit for reincarnation. But then nothing came to pass that resembled the prophecy she spoke. Nayini reassured him because in this situation that place was not in reality but in his dreams. The fairy was even more confused as to why the spirit she had met a couple of months ago was sitting inside him. She understood Nina's intention when she came to the bed and asked if she was going to sleep with him and was told that she was. Helion stopped her for a moment because she had to know that her illness could be a big problem if she entered. And if he gets lost in the tangled paths that resemble a maze, he will remain paralyzed. Sarah was worried because these words sounded dangerous and that Nani was going too far. But she said that she just wanted to fix everything because when the owner was sick, she could do nothing and just watched from the outside. Sarah exhaled deeply and did not stop Nani, even though Helion asked her to stop. And the fairy tried one last time to convince her that if she left, she would become an ordinary puppet, and her mentor will definitely blame her for not stopping her. And she shouted even louder that she did not understand why people go to places that smell of danger. Nini asked her to calm down because she had been thinking about it for a long time. But now there was still the salvation of her master, and she wanted to be a spirit to stay with Riley from the beginning. She asked Sarah and Heliona to look after her during this period because she would be defenseless. Sarah ran up and hugged her, telling her to bring the owner and that she would protect and look after her. Naini closed her eyes. She was pleased and promised that she would do her best. It was time to start. She walked over to Riley, took his hand in hers, and put it to her face. A connection with the dream began to appear between her and him to enter it. At one point, her body lost consciousness, which meant that she managed to get there. Meanwhile, the Duchess was lying in her room thinking about the maid who was a seventh circle magician and what she had done to grow so tall. I was distracted from my thoughts by a knock on the window where a large black crow was sitting. Looking closely, I saw and recognized it. So this raven could have been sent by their big mad dog. At first, I read in the letter that 2 people had been eliminated and called them pathetic. And then she saw that her right leg was writing to her head about her amazing strength, and that made her want to take possession of him even more, because she was right about him. Sarah put Nani right next to the owner, but 2 days passed and there was no progress. But Heliona reassured her that it was very fast by the standards of spirits and not to worry. She asked me to stop sighing because, according to the signs of the spirits, this makes life shorter. But she explained that people are not like that. And the more time passed, the more she was worried. And the fact that she was standing here watching meant that she was still holding up well. Helion suggested that if he was so worried, he should pray to the goddess Irene, as she had seen people do it. But Sarah didn't really believe it and asked where she had gotten these sayings. If you sigh, life will become shorter, and if you pray hard, pray to the goddesses. But their conversation is interrupted by a knock at the door. A voice from there asked if someone was in the room, and this voice sounded like the Duchess's voice and answered her. She was worried that she hadn't seen them for 2 days, so she came to ask how Riley's master was doing. Sarah replied that as soon as she felt better, she would let her know. I went inside and asked if Naini was also with them because I wanted to talk to her. Sarah wondered how she had done it, since she locked the door. She immediately felt that he had no fever. His breathing was normal. But for some reason, he was sleeping next to her. And not only was he sleeping, but they were holding hands out of fright. Seeing the Duchess's face contorted, Sarah asked her to step back a bit, and she would explain everything. Only Helion's voice shouted, "Sarah, duck or there will be a blow." She did not realize that Lady Litrina was doing this to her. The blow was so strong that she broke the window and flew out into the street. After removing the obstacle, she was glad that they would spend time together and not be in a hurry. She was only sorry to lose her status as a duke's daughter, but she thinks that the owner is worth it and believes that he will show her wonderful memories. Nini woke up in a place where there was no light, and when she tried to use magic, she realized that she couldn't do it. She tried to call the owner, but it was all in vain. There was only emptiness. It looked like a maze, and how to find the way out was a mystery, and somehow, I had to find the owner. She pulled herself together, shook her head, asked herself to stop hanging her head, and she would. And she decided that she would return with her master at any cost when she suddenly heard a strange sound. But a firefly immediately appeared in front of my face, but I did not understand where it came from or what it meant. The strong flow of energy frightened Nina, and she prepared to meet the danger. As soon as the butterfly appeared, he asked her not to be afraid, and before introducing himself, he wanted to show her something. Namely, the world where he once lived and where he went through all his hardships. A place where snow falls to the ground and black butterflies fly. The same quiet place where a light and bright song sounds. She did not believe that the place from the fairy's prophecy was here, and she went there. It was his former life, and that's what she saw in his dream. And the butterfly said that even though it was his former life, he remembered everything. Nina wondered how she knew all this and who she was. The butterfly began to dissolve. I would have liked to talk longer, but there was no time. Because showing and telling everything about the case will take all their allotted time. And if she came here because of Mr. Riley, she should take this and look at it. When I picked it up, I saw a little boy who was happy to pick up a sword. and the people around him were also happy because a hero had appeared. This person in the cloak was always gnawing at the fact that he felt he had a heavy burden because this world is gloomy and dangerous. Even though Nani said it was quite beautiful, the man asked if she could see any forests here, and whether they see the mana that is present in their world, and really felt that there was no mana at all. Even though there were no such things in this world, thanks to Riley it looks like this because it was just terrible before. I just saw that something had started and asked Nana to look in that direction. Since it would be over in a flash, she asked me to look closely at my husband. Purple hands appeared from the ground and energy quickly enveloped him. And in an instant she pulled me underground with her, leaving no trace. Those black hands were the evil that Riley fought in his past life. Or to be more precise, he fought them in the world from which they came. People also tried to fight them, but nothing good came of it. And then they began to trust only one hero who fought alone and won. But there was something that showed me his face, which was not smiling and was very, very tired. It was at the age of 3 that he became a swordsman and later a swordswoman. And since then he has fought with a sword every day without a break. At the age of 7, I killed a bad person for the first time, and it was a robber. At the age of 9, he was betrayed by his mentor, and his own sister died in the horrific events that killed his mentor at the age of 10. At 12, the number of demons he destroyed, including the demons, exceeded 1,000 at 13, and he lost his parents due to the betrayal of a friend. For revenge, he began to persecute his friend, and at that time people were suffering and dying because there was no one to protect them, and people began to blame him for this. The hero was blessed by the saint. Although he was punished by receiving immortality and a body that could not be destroyed, the saint disposed of him as a slave. In her witch hunts, she used to kill innocent people, so her body began to consume all human dinners, and the curse eventually stopped helping people. The children knew him as a hero by his sword and asked him to fulfill their request. He told them that I could ask them anything, but he was not going to fulfill the requests of monsters. But they blamed him for making them melt like that. Every time I heard them ask the uncle with the sword to spare them suffering and pain. Through tears and his inner doubts, the sword rose and fulfilled the children's request. These memories even brought tears to Nana's eyes, but her interlocutor still continued to speak when the hero was 26 years old. He sent Satan himself to the very heart of hell, but he survived. I still couldn't believe that he was still sane after living such a life, and now, because of his nightmares, he was in critical condition. She would like him to be able to rest in this life, not to have something happen to him and only have to ask him shamelessly for help again. Because if things remained like this, a lot of people would have been left alive not only in this world but also in the world of Nina, who took off her hood. As it turned out, it wasn't a spirit hiding under the cloak at all, and it looked very much like her. It was hard for her to hide the fact of who she was from Endal and Helion, but she really wasn't a spirit. Naini then asked her if she was a goddess from the other world, and if she had given her an eye. She replied that she had too weak a body for such a thing, and could only talk to her thanks to the goddess Irene. And to answer her second question, it was the right eye that rewarded her. She suffered all this time because of her, so she will understand if Naini hates her. Then she asked if this was all her plan for Mr. Riley. And the answer was that it was the only way to help the owner. So, of course, it was the best way out of the situation. But Naini had something else she wanted to ask. Will her fate continue to be chosen by her? And will what she chooses really be her choice? And she said that the events she had prepared for her had long since ended. And after meeting Riley, she was deciding her own fate. I was very hopeful, but I did not expect that she would actually be able to reach this place. Naini understood her and wanted to know how she could help the owner. But the girl interrupted her and said that she needed to help her first. She couldn't make her an artificial spirit, but she could rid her of the problems she suffered from, which meant that she would remain human. And with very little time left, I asked her to close her eyes and not open them. When she woke up from her dream, she wanted her to ask her master for something for the sake of both worlds, to pick up the sword once more. The purple power that was in Nana's world should be only in Riley's past world. And if we let things be, the balance will be lost and the two worlds will disappear. She knows perfectly well what she is doing without a conscience, but she needs his help to prevent a catastrophe. Even though she is not such a strong goddess, she wants to save the world. Finally, Naini wanted to ask if the owner's suffering had anything to do with his past life, and she wants to share the burden on his shoulders with him, and she wants to divide it between the two of them. The goddess was shocked because what she showed was the tip of the iceberg and it was not easy. Nini said that if you share your sadness with someone, it makes it easier, as Riley once told her. And the goddess asked her to get ready, and she replied that she was always ready. From the moment he reached out to her in the summer, a small red ball appeared in the air. In this ball of confinement, all the memories of his sadness, anger, suffering, and regret, all his emotions will permeate her body and she must accept them. And suddenly the goddess felt a sharp discomfort that interrupted her story. It was difficult for her to maintain this reality, so she asked me to find one thing as soon as she woke up. This was the holy sword of Lord Riley, which he used to fight with. He was in their world with one of the people with a purple aura, so she must find him and he will help them. And Basilisk became the key and disappeared, taking the light with her. Suddenly, a black butterfly appeared and landed on Naina's head, and she seemed to start falling. She began to open her eyes and realized that she was in this world. But for some reason, there was no Master or Sarah around. Even Helion disappeared. I also started to shiver and Riley's memories began to surface in my head. But she had to pull herself together because she couldn't give in to these memories. I didn't understand where everyone had gone. Even in the corridor, there was no one. I thought I had slept too long. But I can't cry, and the tears just flowed, so I raised my hand to wipe them away. When she wiped it off, she felt something wrong and realized that there was no scar on her face. And mana started to circulate better, so I didn't feel like it was being pushed away. It was very good to know that I was cured and now I could do something. She opened the portal and heard a scream coming all the way to her. It was Latrina's voice. But I remembered that while I was sleeping I heard a window break, so I had to find my own first. And she teleported to the street, and there was a guard in front of her who was not expecting someone to appear in front of him. Naini immediately thought she had the wrong coordinates, but perhaps the feeling of magic hadn't fully returned. And she remembered the guard who didn't want to let them in. Suddenly, after a short pause, he shouted out to her who she was. Since I didn't know that such a beautiful sorceress had arrived at the banquet, I asked her why she came and if she needed anything. The guard, who disappeared without noticing, continued to talk for a couple of seconds. She was surprised that he didn't recognize her, and all that had changed was the scar had disappeared, and wondered if the other two wouldn't recognize her either. Syrah and Helion looked at the girl who came up, did not recognize her, and asked who she was. The shout was loud again, so there was no time for explanations. She went up to Sarah and told her that she would explain everything later because they had little time. Before that, Lady Latrina entered Mr. Riley's mind to retrieve his memories. It was hard to understand where she saw it for the first time, in a church or some other sacred place, but she could clearly smell the blood coming from the door. She leaned slightly into the doorway to see what was going on. She saw that Riley's master was standing there covered in blood, and next to him, Satan was saying to him that people are very weak and can be easily overcome like a fly, so Satan asked him how he got here. And although he was given a sword and became a hero, he was still a mortal man who could easily be wiped off the earth. Riley could not call it a gift, but rather a curse. And Satan saw that he did have something hanging over him, but it could not compare to the fact that he was chosen. Riley asked him if he was really worried about his character, Satan himself, as a dandelion of God, who would not believe him. But if I had known what was going to happen, I would have gone to the dark side, so I wouldn't have had to run in front of people, and maybe my life would have been better. Satan immediately offered to take their side, so let him think about it. But Riley answered no. God is a selfish creature and acts differently, and cannot be free because he is like a slave. Latrina looked at both of them and did not understand what they were talking about. Who was the hero, and who was Satan? Listening further, I heard Riley say that it didn't matter to him whether he won or lost. He would know how fate would turn out during the fight. Satan agreed. But before doing so, he raised his hand toward the door. He opened them and said that he was annoyed by a small stray cat that was spying on them. The miserable girl who dared to spy on them will pay very, very dearly for such rudeness. Because they had the right to a fair fight without any prying eyes, Riley hadn't realized that they understood each other so well before. And Latrina caught herself by the ears, her eyes turned pure white, and she screamed very loudly. This scream woke Riley up and he jumped up and covered her mouth. But I saw that something was wrong with her, and covering her mouth did not help at all. Suddenly, Naini and Sarah appeared in the room and dropped out of the sky. She was very happy to see that the owner had finally woken up and immediately asked how he was feeling. But he himself wondered what was going on here and why they were here and not in the cave. But first, she wanted to check his condition and how he was feeling. Riley said it was not important and asked her to shut up, because the screaming made it very difficult to even think, let alone respond. After the magic of silence, the voice disappeared, but Latrina's body was still shaking. He exhaled with relief as the screaming was really bothering him and immediately thanked him for it. Naini kept trying to ask him something and tears started to appear on her face. To begin with, he wanted to know why they ended up here because he remembers how they were in the cave. Seeing that you can't get anything out of her, Sarah wanted to tell everything herself. When he was sleeping in the cave, he had a fever, and we ran out of supplies and had no medicines. So we brought him here, and he slept for a very long time. When he heard this, he offered to get out of there because they might suspect him of collusion. As soon as they disappeared, the guards who arrived abruptly burst into the room. We saw their owner sitting in the middle of the room, shaking and screaming. As the guards found the broken window and the Duchess, an investigation was conducted at the estate, and one of them asked Riley where he was. He said that he was lying in the room for the sick and had a high fever and was generally unconscious. He also wanted to explain himself for seeing his servant in a pile of glass on the street. This was common in the Ippolet family because they train in extreme conditions and the servants also take part in them. The guard looked at Sarah, checked what he had written down and said that the interrogation was over. When they were alone, Riley said that they would have to hide it and that they had to lie. Sarah understood this, but there were still some things that disturbed her. That day, the Duchess was not herself. She walked into a closed room without any problems and hit her so hard that she flew away from her blow like a goblin in heat. So she thought she was possessed by a ghost. So I thought that she might actually be possessed by a strong ghost. Riley was afraid that she would figure it out because he knew she had good intuition. But he was wrong. He left her alone while she dreamed that the spirit of the Philonion family was wandering the house and then took possession of the Duchess's body. Just before leaving the room, he said that he was going for a short walk and, since it was the last day of the banquet, asked her to rest there for a while. Naini was also there, dressed in a dress, and the people there could not take their eyes off her and were discussing her. They also came up to me with a kind smile and offered me a drink. Some aristocrats bowed low and wanted to ask her to dance, but she thanked everyone and refused everyone who came up, thinking that she had really changed so much. But the rejections didn't make her feel any less important, and she was getting more and more annoyed by the offers to come to their estate, to eat together, or to spend time together. And not wanting to hear any more of these aristocrats, she closed her eyes and started running away from them. They all looked at each other, but she didn't like it at all. She was stopped and caught by the arm. She did not see who it was, but she refused. Riley looked at her and smiled, asking why she was suddenly so nervous. Hearing a familiar voice, she opened her eyes and saw her master standing in front of her. People saw it, and again the rotten gut came out and started discussing that it was a lazy sword and that he was a big slacker. Listening to all this, Riley looked at Naina's expression and asked if she was getting tired of it. Then, because of their noise, he dragged her to a quieter place to rest her ears and mind. They came to a garden that was not in use, and there was a pleasant silence around. Naini said she understood why he was always looking for quiet, peaceful places, and Riley was pleased that someone understood. But he turned her around and had to ask her something urgently. Why did the Duke's daughter behave this way, and what was her goal? Naini was very nervous, but she answered that she was one of those magicians with a purple aura, and the Duchess wanted to do something with him, but she turned into a vegetable. She became like this on her own, and Riley was relieved because he thought she had done this to her. But Naini thought that she could not simply withstand the influx of her master's memories. If it wasn't for that goddess, I would have been in the same state as a vegetable. I also couldn't understand how the owner could bear such memories alone. Riley saw that she was crying for some reason, and she stole everything that caught her eye. When he helped me wipe away my tears, he immediately said that this dress did not suit her. He asked me not to tell his mother anything strange and even wiped away his tears. I could tell that something was wrong because she was even smiling through her tears, and Naini simply apologized. In any case, it was time to finish her business and leave. The Duchess would do nothing anyway, and just in case, she could leave Helion behind. Before I left, I remembered one more time when she managed to solve the problem of turning into a spirit. She answered while he was sleeping. She also asked him if she had changed much in her face. Because the guard and Sarah did not recognize her when she returned, and because her face had changed, she was worried that they would think something wrong about her. She asked him what he thought when he returned, if Jan and Iris recognized her. But he didn't know, because in his eyes she hadn't changed much, just a little bit in her face. And it didn't matter because she was the same. And even if she changed even more and maybe for the worse, no one would hate her. Meanwhile, people were wandering in the desert, also looking for a place, and knowing that they were close to the goal. And when the mercenary Kaval approached, he threw off his hood and rejoiced because the search was not in vain. At the mansion, Sarah noticed that Naini was well, and the owner was awake, so it was time to return. She said that Jan's jaw would probably drop when he saw Naini and how everyone would react. Before leaving, Naini asked that the owner and Sarah go first and she would come back later. She wants to visit the doctor who helped her recover and will return immediately. Riley turned his head and said he would go with her to the doctor. He should at least thank the person who helped his maid. There were several other reasons for their winter trip. I couldn't remember that second reason, but recently I've been having some problems with my memory. Looking at Naini, I thought that probably because he remembers his past life, it is difficult for him to remember new events. After a little thought, I remembered people with a dark purple aura. They were the second reason. The mercenary Kaval took his father's arm during an attack on the Solia border. Therefore, the son had to take revenge for his father in full, or he was wrong. I asked Naina if she could use the powers of her right eye. Therefore, we need to find out where this mercenary is, and let him look for him, and he will imagine him. The powers of the eye were ready to find him even at the edge of the universe. I saw him a little fuzzy, but I could understand that he was in the middle of the desert. She did not expect that this ability would bring her so much pain, and neither did Riley. He thought that it was too early for her to use it until she fully recovered, but she said that was not the case. She was crying again, not knowing why, just suddenly crying, even though she said everything was fine. But as soon as the owner's memories began to surface, she became so sad that she could not tell the owner that she was crying. But they knew where the Cabal mercenary was and she could open the portal. Sarah asked if they would be able to cope on their own and if they could go home safely, and Riley said not to worry. Because what can happen to the two of them when they are together and so strong? Meanwhile, Saint Phrasia and Nara Basilisk were also in the desert, and they were also looking for a special place. And they managed to get there, and the saint was going to purify this whole land herself. 5 hours would be enough for her, so I hoped for her protection. Nara had no problem defending her and asked if she was okay because she hadn't eaten for several days. She kept quiet and said that a few days ago she had another revelation, and the message was very unusual, so she asked for help. The link said that her leg was haunting her, so they warned her to be careful and not to see anything suspicious. Nara listened to her and told her that she could trust her completely and could do the cleansing without worry. The saint put her hands together and began to purify herself with a bright radiance. At first I was worried about whether she would have enough strength, but I was wrong, because I really realized that the saint was not like the rest of the people. But there were still questions, such as what kind of foot was chasing her and if the deities spoke more clearly. And she heard a footstep not far from her and a very familiar voice speak to her. Turning her head in the direction of the sound, she saw Cabal, who was happy to see her. He called her his old friend Nara, but she realized that this meeting was not good. When Naini and Riley found themselves in the desert, they realized that this sand was not simple. It was like poison, and everything around them was in this state. I asked her if she could use her eye again, but unfortunately, due to the pain, she could not. But I could have tried something else, and this search spell might have worked. She released her mana, put her hands to the sand, drew symbols, and the search began. She raised her head and indicated that their target was in that direction, and they needed to go there. I saw someone's footprints and a lot of blood, as if something had happened there, so I had to hurry. While wrapping his wound after the battle with the Nera, Kavala was annoyed that Vasilisk had wounded him. But in any case, he got what he wanted, so everything was fine. He wondered if he would get a response to the letter he had sent to Latrina soon, because there was still no answer. The bandits who were with him looked at the girls, saw that they were good-looking and talented, and asked the boss if they would get a reward for selling them. And so irritated by this question from his subordinates, Kaval made him even more angry, and he hit one of them for asking such questions. He shouted to them that the girl in the light-colored dress was a saint from the Temple of Solia. They apologized for it, as it was the first time they had seen her in person and in such a strange place. And Kaval ordered them to be careful with her in the future. As soon as we wanted to leave, we turned around and saw a young boy in front of us. Riley looked at them all and thought that it was a dead end for them, and to find the purple man he needed to deal with them and save the girls. The head of the mercenaries greeted him and asked him if he was a young swordmaster from Ippolit's family. The mercenaries recalled hearing this name because the count who lost his arm on the border in a battle with their boss had this surname. Kaval said that this happens because wars are like wars, and his father was lucky to be alive. Tired of listening, he decided to release his power to restrain their movements and instill fear. While they were unable to move, Riley started talking first, and if he got him out of the way, there would be 4 people to deal with. In the last battle with the purple ones, they said there were 6 people, which meant that if he finished with him, his non-breathing friend would be left only 1. But suddenly, as soon as he got the sword out, he froze in place and did not understand what was happening. After I woke up, I was haunted by one thought that I couldn't get rid of: why he was holding the sword again. A dialogue began in my head, as if with myself, about whether I was tired of holding a sword and doing the same things I did in my previous life. The other side thought differently, that because of this mercenary, the father lost his arm and he dared to interfere in the family, so he could not just stand by. In the past life, due to carelessness, I lost all my loved ones. In this life, I should not have allowed this to happen, these events are no different. The second one asked what he was going to do, whether he wanted to live in peace or continue waving his sword. So why did you have to think about it for so long to hear these words from yourself and now want to run away from these thoughts because they are annoying? Meanwhile, Kaval stood trembling not out of fear but out of anger. And when he gathered his courage, I shouted how dare he treat him like that and broke free and tried to get Riley with all my might. Seeing that he quickly dodged the attack, I tried to get him a second time, thinking that I would hit him for sure. But I failed, even though my mind was in a battle with itself and my body was moving skillfully. The mercenary saw and appreciated his ability to move, and then he had one question for the young master. The guy who interrupted their prayer and destroyed their plans may have been a young lord. Riley mumbled that he was told to get the sword, but he didn't want to, and now he doesn't know what to choose. Kavala realized that he was simply being ignored. At that moment, she shouted at Nina, who was running and drew attention to herself. Kaval thought that she was one of the master's maids, so he shouted to her not to hurry. He would take care of him. Naini didn't think twice about using her speed magic to pick up the owner, wondering if he was okay and why he was standing there. So I asked him if it had anything to do with what happened in his past life. Because in his past life he held a holy sword and saw so many people die because of it, and he is afraid that it will happen again. She went on to say that although he tries not to touch the sword, deep down he wants to take it firmly. The young owner once told her that if you are afraid of not meeting other people's expectations, you should stay away. It is better to observe than to become a target of other people's expectations, but she found a better solution. Whatever happens and whatever the outcome, she thinks it's better to do what you want. If he wants to hold a sword, then why not? But if not, then you don't need to take it, and you don't need to complicate things so much no matter what he chooses. It will respect and accept any of his choices and do whatever the owner wishes. Riley was shocked by her words, but even more so by what she had known during his lifetime. This brought him back to reality, but Kaval did not wait and wanted to seize the moment and attack from behind. In a second, he landed on the ground and his hand remained in the air. When she fell, I looked and could not understand anything yet, as there was no pain yet. He decided not to give in to the loss of his arm and attacked again in anger. Riley deflected it, and they exchanged a series of blows as their blades connected. Kaval shouted at him to stop being so calm and stop having fun and be more aggressive. And Riley once again showed his strength by looking at him with an extremely strong look. The mercenary felt the young lord's body reeking of a great thirst for blood, and he stood there shaking. He easily approached him and put the blade to his neck, saying that it was over now. With one swing, his head flew off his shoulders and revenge for his father was done. Hiding the sword back, he smiled because from the very first meeting he thought it irritated him a lot. After that, I went up to Nana, took her hand and put it to her cheek, and she did not realize what was happening at that moment. But he started pulling at her cheeks and asking her how she could know about his former life. A little later, they moved Freyja and Naru to a safe place, made sure they were okay, and continued the conversation. Nini told everything. Riley was annoyed that the goddess from his former life had told everything. But he was also annoyed that she didn't seem to feel sorry for him. It turned out that what Jan called hell was his former life, and there was so much work to be done here, and she was asking him to take the sword again. And if you remember that Naini said that he slept in a cave, you had the feeling that she was hiding something. Searching for words, she mumbled that this was the point, and to the young master's misfortune, she had to use a spell to put him to sleep. He immediately became angry, even though he had a hunch that it was all the work of his servant. He caught her by the cheeks and started pulling her in different directions again. Holding her cheek, she asked if this meant that the young master would go in search of them. But he smiled and said that he was lazy and didn't want to. The memories of his past life made him very hungry for red bean porridge, which Nini also knew about from her memories. And he thinks that they could be cooked with red beans or substituted with something else. Meanwhile, in Ippolit's house, Sarah was sweeping the floor, but she was very worried about something. Even Lady Iris noticed that something was wrong with her and said she would wipe the hole with a broom. She also added that Riley and Nani wished she had believed in them more, as she did. And recently she told Jan the same thing and told him that she and Sarah seemed to be getting along. And I remembered that I forgot to tell him that Sarah had arrived at the house. Before he left the letter and left the estate without warning anyone, he wrote that he was worried about the owner and would go to look for him on his own and return with him. Bowing low, Nara thanked the young man for saving them. And thanks to the saint, the wounds healed quickly, and when Nara fought with Kaval, the saint was almost unharmed. But after thinking about it, they realized that they were able to come to their senses only thanks to Riley. But he said he wasn't the one to thank and pointed to Nina. However, Nara could not recognize her at all, and the saint told her that they were familiar. Without realizing it, she used her innate abilities and looked at the color she had. And then she could see the girl smiling at Nina from the side, and Riley wondered how she couldn't recognize her, how nothing had changed in her. Naini smiled again and greeted her, and was glad to see her. Nara and her family learned that she had finally recovered completely and that the scar on her face had disappeared. Basilisk also noticed something else. If you look closely, the young owner has changed a bit too. The young master's color had changed, and I should have noticed that the color was clearer because it was darker when they first met. Riley looked at her and asked her if she was clean, but she told him to forget it because she had a couple of questions for him. If we take into account the 6 people and include the 4 mentioned by Nara and add Latrina, we get 5, which means there is 1 more with purple mana. Svyataya took the floor because she had recently seen a suspicious person. I couldn't see the face because the person was wearing a hood, but I remembered the silver braids that were visible. Riley asked if he was an aristocrat, and the saint replied that the person did not look like an aristocrat at all, but it was hard to call him a mercenary. They asked him why he did it, but he answered that it was nothing special. He just thought it would be nice to learn more about these people. But I immediately thought that there was a high probability that those who had not yet been dealt with would appear and bring a lot of problems, so you need to be prepared. Frisia asked what they would do next, and they didn't know yet. But first they wanted to visit the doctor who had successfully treated Naini. Then she looked at the holidays and wanted to ask for one little thing if she could go with them. Without even finishing the word no, the word no was heard in all the places where they were. Nara asked him to reconsider the same request and whether he could at least listen to her. Recently, Saint Frisia had a revelation from God in which it was said to follow the black butterfly's child, and the black butterfly's child is Naini. So she thought she should join them. Even Naini drew a similarity that he and she had seen a black butterfly in a dream. And then you also need to take Naru together. They went everywhere together, but she said she was just doing her best. Because if a saint had a goal, she had to respect it, regardless of what it was, and help it. They also asked Nana what she thought about them leaving together, but she was hesitant to say anything. Before, I would have agreed immediately, but now I can't because in the memories of the young host of the holiday, it was a nightmare. While she was thinking, Riley answered that they were refusing to be escorted. He also hinted that the saint had something else to do, so let her deal with it first. When she thought that she would figure it out and go with them, Riley again refused, saying that they would be leaving tomorrow night, so they could talk more. At night, sitting on a high rock, Nara came to Riley because he wanted to talk to her. Looking at the desert, I assumed that it was covered with plague and perhaps it was about people with purple color. She heard that recently there were rumors that the plague had come back to life. And according to witnesses, the plague always asked to be destroyed. Because this plague is heading to Ansirium, evacuations have begun in the city, but it doesn't help much. Then I asked if he was heading there, and Riley yawned and said no, he was trying to avoid it. Although Naini was asleep, she kept one eye and one ear on the young master. But when all the interesting things were over, I fell asleep sweetly near the saint again. Nara also came down to join them because she needed to get some sleep. Riley was left alone and thought about his maid's words before destroying the mercenary. In the morning, Nara and the saint stayed to continue cleansing the desert, but in a different place. According to Frisia's standards, the cleaning was supposed to take 3 days, and she asked if she could join them afterwards. And Riley smiled and said that she could take her time and work calmly. After saying goodbye, Riley asked if she could send them straight to Endall's cave. And Nana could, but she was a little worried about why Helion hadn't appeared for a long time, because it was impossible that she had never appeared. Riley told her not to worry, as it was Endall's spirit, and she could ask him. So now the main thing was to get to the cave. His words made her feel better at once because they made sense, and she asked him to hold her hand tightly so that when they teleported, he wouldn't get lost. As soon as they got there, Riley asked why they were falling down and not just walking in through the door, as it almost made him throw up, and why they were in the forest. Shouldn't they have gone straight to the cave, but Naini didn't know why. And she was immediately confronted by a large figure standing in front of them. There was a large gate guard protecting the cave of the mentor. For Riley, it was just an ordinary bear. But Naini was very happy to see him. He helped her train, and she called him uncle, and he must know something. She ran to him because her uncle was standing with his back to them and couldn't see them. But there was something wrong, because his eyes were angry and red and his mouth was steaming. He raised a huge paw, growled, and pointed it right at her. Riley yelled at the top of his lungs to run away because he couldn't get there fast enough to fight her off. But Naini reacted quickly and managed to put up a mana shield, but she was worried that her uncle did not recognize her. So I decided to immobilize him so they could talk normally. She asked him to come to his senses as soon as possible and calm down, as she was Naini. The bear froze for a second and spoke her name, remembering his old friend. She immediately asked what had happened because she was sure that the portal was supposed to take her to the cave and brought her here. Diadechka looked at her and said that he would tell her everything, but that she should first fire him. He said that the dragon Endal had put a barrier on the cave so they could not get there. Recently, the owner asked him to pay special attention to everyone who came to the cave, and he was more cautious than usual, and during the whole time 2 or 3 people came here and stayed very long. So he scared them, but before that, he fought with them a little bit. Naina was disturbed by this story because her mentor had never put up a defense before, so something was wrong. So I had to go to the cave and asked my uncle to protect this place well. Before they left, Riley asked how they were supposed to get up the mountain, and Nani said that of course they would use their feet. The mentor put a barrier on the entire mountain, not just near the cave, and if they teleported mindlessly. So there is a chance that only some parts of their bodies are teleported. But there was also good news. If they looked at the area well, they had about an hour to get there. After 2 hours passed, Riley could not stand it and asked if she knew exactly where they were going and why the guards did not recognize her that they had met on the way. She was relying on that, and her face had changed a lot, and Endal's order to defend the mountain made the defenders more vigilant. Riley asked to change the road. He could not go on. He was sorry to use mana instead of just walking, but he had no choice. Naini remembered something and wanted to say it, but they were distracted by people hiding behind the stones. 4 children came out from behind the stone and looked at them intently because they did not know them. The eldest among them shouted out who they were and what they were doing here because this was the territory of the Red Dragon Endal, a famous thief. They looked at them and thought that they must be the people their uncle had told them about. Naini told them that she was a maid who accompanied the young master and who they were. A boy with white hair put his hands to his sides and shouted that they were warriors who had come to defeat the Red Dragon. Riley got tired of looking at them and called them pathetic and said he would go ahead and let her deal with them. The leader of the soldiers heard them being called names and asked them to explain themselves. But Naini shouted that enough was enough and tried to explain why they had come to destroy the dragon. And they said that it disturbed their peace. When she heard this, she asked what evidence they had of any illegal actions he was guilty of. The guy was sweating like a dog and mumbled that there was no evidence, but they would find it. Naini was immediately furious at how they had come here without any evidence. And as they now know, their target cannot allow them to go further than this place. The children thought it was a guard, but they had never seen guards in human form before. She said that she was not a guard, but they had to leave the mountain urgently and they were too weak to be called warriors. But I could see in my mind that these children did not understand the good, and I had to act. They need to be taken down from the mountain by force. She raised her hand and pointed the crystals in their direction. But the girl who was among them abruptly took off her hood, drew her sword and repelled the attack. Then she bowed her head and apologized and admitted that due to their inexperience they had made a mistake and would leave the mountain. Naini stood silently watching them go, but her mind was still on the girl who had repelled the attack. The technique she used just now, she thought she had seen it somewhere. With the help of mana, Riley quickly moved through the forest to the place where they had started. Suddenly, he heard someone in the sky asking him to stop. And he saw that Naini was in front of him, and he was very interested in how she flew. And I was even more interested in why she didn't tell me earlier that she could do this, but said she had forgotten. I took her by the cheek and pulled her in different directions and emphasized that this was not the first time this had happened, so she should correct herself. Naini lifted him into the air and told him that in order for him to move, he had to be given permission to fly. So first we had to go higher into the air to survey the area. Now, how they found the mountain they needed to fly straight to the cave was very interesting to hear why they were so obstructed. When I got to the cave, I saw Endal there and immediately asked what happened to him, and why he was on the dragon's record smelled like purple people and asked if he was also in the desert. Endal said that he was attacked by a purple man they had already talked about, and after meeting him, his body was covered with poison. The most interesting thing was that when we met, he asked for one interesting request. He asked to be destroyed, which was ridiculous because a man who could easily take the life of others could not take it from himself. There were more questions, but Endal said that he felt sick and wanted to sleep. Naini asked the dragon why he didn't use magic to cleanse himself, or why she didn't help him. Heliona appeared, said hello, that Naini was right, and apologized for disappearing because she had no other choice due to the poor condition of the owner. And as you can see, she has already used magic to cleanse several times, but the condition did not get better, but rather worse, so they strengthened the barrier and security. But none of the problems were solved, and Riley put his finger to his lip and thought for a minute. This poison on Endala is the same as the poison that engulfed the entire Karta Desert. Then the cleansing magic used by Freyja was supposed to help him recover. So he decided that in order to cure the dragon, they had to kidnap a saint. Naini used her eye to see where they were, and they were still clearing the desert, and there was another person with them. Riley said to forget about that person. If Nara was talking and not fighting, then everything was fine. They just needed to get Freyja. And she had to be kidnapped because if you asked her, she would mock you and say that she was right to take her with you. To begin with, we had to wait a bit for it to clear the desert completely. And Andal will be fine because he is a lizard that lived 1,000 years ago and can wait a little bit, and they need to rest a little bit. Meanwhile, the little warrior girl was stretching sweetly in the house and was asked where she had been and replied that she had gone to the cave to see the dragon. She was told that she must be crazy to think she could destroy it by herself, but she said that she went with Hansen and his friends. Since there were rumors that he had a talent for fencing, I decided that he might be the warrior they were waiting for. But an adult in the room warned her that if she brought her friends with her, they would end up in trouble and she would have to take responsibility for it. Then she shouted to her grandmother that she said they didn't have much time left. Her grandmother called her over, took the girl's hand and told Iroh that she knew she was worried about her future, but she didn't want her to say goodbye to life so easily. Because she is her last student, she asked them to wait until fate finds them. Even if a warrior does not appear for the rest of their lives, this is their fate. In Endal's cave, Nini used her eye to make sure that the desert was clean and that Freyja's prayer had worked. Therefore, it was the perfect moment to try to steal the saint and to make it all the more stealthy. Nini handed the owner a piece of cloth. It was a mask she made herself based on the owner's memories because every time in his world robbers used them. But Riley asked her to go alone, and she didn't understand why. So the owner explained that it would be easy for her. She was a 7th circle mage, and the mask would only hinder him. After listening to her leave, the owner only shouted in her wake that she was lucky and not to get caught. Helion was not pleased that he had behaved in a brazen manner and needed to leave with her. Not even a minute later, Nini returned with her target in the form of a saint. As she explained to her, it was very simple. All she had to do was distract Naru, and with the help of magic it was not difficult. Freyja woke up and began to scream and ask who they were, and if they mocked her, they would be punished by heavenly punishment. Naini immediately remembered and warned her that she had cast a spell on her so that she could not hear them. So she wanted to know what they would do next. Looking at her, Riley wondered how she did it. They were friends after all, and if she hadn't gotten into the role of the robber too much. The saint approached the dragon and began to clean it, and noticed that it had traces of plague on it, like in the desert. Then she stopped and asked them why they wanted her to help this dragon and if they had any evil intentions. Riley also put on a mask and told her that the dragon was his friend and he just wanted to heal it. Sviataya looked at the two of them, wondering if it was worth it. She replied that she did not understand many things, but looking at them, she saw that their intentions were pure. She touched Endal and gave him a secret blessing. His entire surface became clean, and as the plague disappeared, he immediately felt relieved and woke up. Then Frisia said that she had finished her work here, and whether they could take her back. Endal approached Riley because he wanted to ask them why they were wearing masks. But immediately after getting hit in the face, the owner shouted that this dragon was still sleeping and talking in his sleep. But the blow only made him more angry, and he shouted that he had no conscience if he could hit a dragon. He shouted for him to be a little bit like Nana, even though she lacked experience, but she tried. Moreover, he emphasized that he was sick but felt that he was much better. Realizing what he was going to hear from the saint, he said that he was a damn lizard. And so it was that she boasted that she was right, and her revelations were true, and that we should listen to her and take her with us. But Endal didn't care about their quarrels. He thanked the saint and promised to repay her later in full. Freyja asked why they kidnapped her. She would have listened to them, and so Riley sat with a gloomy face and said that it happened. Sviataya recalled that when she told them about the revelation where there was a dragon, their reaction was strange at the time, which could have meant that the dragon was their friend. Seeing the owner's face, she asked him if he was listening to her at all, and he raised his hand and said yes, and turned around. But Endal was there, condemning him for this behavior with his eyes and saying that he was not in his right mind. Riley pointed a finger in a high-pitched tone and remarked how dare he say that. After all, he had helped him plenty of times. He also shouted that he was a dragon who almost threw his paws away from the hands of a man. Endal did not tolerate it and shouted back that he had been sleeping for months and was selfish. Sviataya asked if they always behaved like this, and Nini replied that they were friends. It was normal. At first I was surprised, but later I got used to it, so I calmly drank my tea. When they stopped arguing, Riley asked if he would pursue the man, and Endal said yes, because the desert alone would not stop it. Riley emphasized that if he gets infected again, he is not going to be saved a second time, but in response he heard that he did not need to be saved. because he could have just shed his skin and gotten rid of the plague. Nani asked her when she overheard them, "Has she met the person who is spreading the disease in person?" And she said no, but the prophecy said they would meet. She said that this was the reason for going with them, in her excuse for the last time, that the owner had refused to say anything about it. The saint said from the bottom of her heart that among all the people she trusted Nara, and the two of them the most. Endall also joined in the conversation, but he didn't know about the saint, and he trusted Riley and his student 100%. Once even Freyja thought that Nina's aura was similar to that of a dragon, and it turned out that she was a student of Endall. When they got tired of talking, Riley yawned and asked what time it was and was told it was 3 in the morning. He stood up and went to bed, even though they kept telling him that they had more to talk about, but he went to sleep without listening to anyone. They continued to sit at the table while the young master rested, discussing how to catch the Plague Man. After the battle with the dragon, the Plague Man was in a cave while his hand was burning, praying only not to lose control of himself. He needs to hold out as long as possible until those people catch him. Suddenly, a voice from the void behind him asked if he had lost his mind again and why he shouldn't take the power he was best suited for. But the epidemic answered that he had said over and over again for 10 years that he did not want such strength. Revosa appeared from the shadows and then said to my face that he didn't care about the secret garden he was dreaming about. The bishop looked at me and raised his hand. He did not want to use force, but the situation required it. He will make the stench of his left foot fit his name. The dark mana enveloped the epidemic completely, even though he asked it to stop, but Revosa did not want to hear him. Because he still had to destroy at least one city, and it would be nice if he brought a few more dragons. Meanwhile, barely opening his eyes from a sweet dream, Riley looked up at the sky. When he exploded, he saw that instead of a ceiling in the cave, he was looking at the starry sky. It was not clear where he was or what he was. Endall, who was standing on the side, said he carried him to the border where the guy was. Naini apologized to him. She knew what he would say, but she could not cope with her mentor's stubbornness. But he was still asleep, so he didn't understand what they wanted from him and attacked Endall, saying he was a fool. However, the dragon was not going to tolerate the tearing of his robe and shouted at him to get up, as it was so difficult to get him there. The saint came up because she had finished checking the entrance to the cave, and she thought that the man with the plague was there. Endall said that we had to move immediately because he was about to cast his flame on him. Naina wondered how that person survived the fire of her teacher. The dragon made it so that even if their necks were pierced with ice spears or their bodies were burned with flames, they still survived. But this man was very strange. In his eyes there was no desire to fight. And no matter how many times he was destroyed, he still resurrected and continued to spread the plague, asking each time to finish him off. Therefore, after many failures, I decided that the power of the saint could finally destroy that person or purify him in this way. Freyja replied that they could try and clean the cave at the same time, but the further they went, the narrower it seemed to her, and she asked to describe the man. He had long hair the color of ash and slightly sharp features, and he had a terrible stench about him. While we were walking and talking, we came to the place where the same person was described. Endall shouted to the saint that it was a plague and that she should try to cleanse him as soon as possible. She thought that although it was the strongest plague she had ever seen, it was not so strong that she could not cope with it. Then she asked Endall if the person tried to escape. Could he carry her so that she could touch him? He was out of his mind. But even in this state, he did not want to fight the saint and thought of running away. Endall grabbed Freyja and moved to the front of the line so that she could hit the man. Folding her arms into a lock, she shouted that now she would definitely be able to clean it. Though he was screaming and shaking, he could not move, and the cleansing magic enveloped him completely. While watching this, Riley had a thought and asked to make sure if this man's ability was plague and stench. She confirmed and asked him what was so disturbing, then asked him to recall his memories of a man they called the Plague Breath. It was like an ability that in a past life was called Complete Horror, and this man had it. In the past life, mana did not exist, but it did not matter because in the battle with the real devils, people acquired different abilities. But there was a person who was getting out of control because he could not cope with his power, the Plague Breath, and the more strength he used, the weaker he became because of the plague, and he was forced to use this power. Because of this, he lost his mind, and when such people went crazy, it was impossible to destroy them, and he knew this better than anyone else. And there was only one way to stop this catastrophe. He asked Freyja to endow the sword with a secret power as soon as possible. At first, she was reluctant because it would require reversing the plague, but Endall convinced her to try. To make it safer, I used magic and bound him with magic. Raising his hand over the sword, it glowed brightly, and now he could give it power. As soon as she finished, Riley immediately pointed his sword at the bound plague. The sword hit him in the shoulder so that it could wound but not destroy him, and the method worked. But it seems that some abnormal person forced these abilities into him, and he was in an uncontrollable state. Riley shouted that it was impossible to destroy him now, so he had to leave. The secret power would not help at the moment. Svyataya could not understand what this meant and how her power did not work. Since there was no time to explain, Nini opened a portal to take them away. Riley knew that he could be defeated by only one option. It is to use the holy sword again for the sake of the whole world. And the goddess also asked Naina to find it. He didn't want to be irritated by it, even swinging the pillow too hard. I threw something in the face of the person with the plague to distract his attention, although he immediately threw it to the ground when he saw what was in that place. The portal has already disappeared and the people have disappeared without a trace using a clever trick. Already resting, Riley said that this guy could not control the plague himself and would be resurrected endlessly. Anadol asked what they should do then, how to overcome it. But Riley sat there thinking. If he had been in a normal state, Frisia could have coped calmly. But at the moment, there was only one option left, and he didn't really want to use it. Endal couldn't just watch and think from the sidelines, thinking that they would make it through the holiday, and asked who he was speaking for. Once his dragon race had already dealt with a similar catastrophe, and with other dragons they could deal with a plague. He shouted that he hoped they would all be alive and that they would meet later. Naini went up to the owner and asked if he had thought the same thing as her, that there was only one way to deal with that guy. Riley said that he didn't feel the sword's energy in the plague breath, which means that it's in the second person they can't find, and that Naru needs to be transferred. Hearing Nara's name, the saint screamed at the top of her lungs and Riley asked her why. Holy almost cried out that she had completely forgotten about Naru, who must have been worried about her sudden disappearance. As soon as they moved to the desert to Nara, she wept like a fountain. She hugged Frisia and said that she was very worried about her and could not find a place. To calm me down a bit, she said that the young owner had shown up and said there was an urgent matter and she left without warning. Seeing that they were fine and had dealt with the disappearance, Riley was about to leave. But Nara stopped him and asked if they had met John because he was looking for him. It made him stop. He didn't know he was looking for him. She had recently met him in the desert, and he was still very conspicuous because of his very suspicious cloak. Then we remembered that when we were watching the festivities, there was a man who talked to Nara and asked where he went, and she said that he went to a rainy field. Riley noticed that they were changing their plans, and at first they were going to follow Jan before he did something. Nara had to warn us that for the first time in 17 years, the rainy field was experiencing a record cold snap. Hearing this, the young owner thought about it, so she suggested that he just follow the trail. And he said that the two of them going with them after what happened was the right thing to do. And with the help of Vasilisk's ability, they will be able to find the last purple man. Meanwhile, Irea sat on the guard of the town and watched the entrance vigilantly, though not cheerfully. A man who approached her wished her good work and heard something, that she had recently pulled Hansen up the mountain and asked him not to do it again as it was dangerous, and she apologized and said it would not happen again. The man smiled and said that she always says that, and although she said it, she was thinking that she would not give up so easily. And she didn't care about fate because now it was more important to her that her grandmother had very little time left. Therefore, it was her duty to find someone who would save everyone here. A tall man in a long cloak approached her post, his face covered by a hood. She pulled out a sword, shouted at him to stop, and said that if he wanted to enter Ramila's village, he had to show her that he was good with a sword. And I saw an unusual sword on his belt, and it looked like it was of good quality, so I was sure that he was a swordsman. The man said that if it comes to a sword fight, he doesn't give in even to girls and might forgive her if she lets him in. It made her laugh because, judging by his words, he was very confident in his abilities. The man who was on the back told the other that once again this girl was at it again, but it would be interesting to see the fight. Pulling out a sword, the man in the cloak said that it was probably some kind of tradition here, and that she wanted to show what she had learned with her little sword. Waving his sword, he shouted at her that she had made a big mistake. Having dodged the attack, she agreed with his words, but only in the sense that she just needed to be more careful. When their swords were holding each other, the girl liked that her opponent was strong enough to see his eyes. The swordsman asked her who she was and how she fought him with swords, even though she could not resist his strength. The girl looked at him and said that she was Iriel, but did not have a surname, and asked him who he was. Taking off his hood, he wanted to say that he was Leon Finn Ippolita, and introduced himself as just Leon, and he also had no last name like her. Riley and his team arrived in the village of Ramila, the closest settlement to the Karta Desert, so they could rest there and ask about Jan. and he was getting tired of the desert anyway and wanted to eat in one of the taverns. When they separated and Naini was left alone with the owner, she asked if everything was okay. Riley looked at her and stared at the village, saying that he was there. The sacred sword in question was 100% in the village, and we need to find it, so we need to ask people who live there about it. Therefore, he turned to Nara to find out where Jan could be. She needs to collect all the information about this village, about recent events, special places, and anything suspicious, and said she would try to do everything. A little later, in one of the taverns, Riley was enjoying a drink and relaxing. I offered Nara something to eat, but she was not herself and wanted to catch her breath. Riley told me that I could safely order everything, and he would treat me to a meal for my hard work. Then I asked her if she had managed to sniff out anything useful, and she had 1 good news and 2 bad news, and asked where to start. Turning the glass over, he said that he was more interested in hearing 2 bad ones first. The first bad news was that Jan's owner was not in the village because Ramella had asked around and no one had seen a person like him. And the second bad news was that a crisis was coming to the village. Because of the plague, monsters near the borders began to migrate in that direction. A group of monsters so dangerous that even Solia and Anselim have made a truce. Riley said that the atmosphere in this tavern was not suitable for such conversations. Naini ran up and shouted to the young owner that she had finally gotten the cola, which turned out to be sweet beer. Nara didn't understand what she was talking about and asked her not to worry about nonsense, and Naini apologized for interrupting their conversation. Vasilisk thought that, if they were here, she didn't care about these monsters, but the owner noticed that for a village that was supposed to be attacked by monsters, it was very quiet. There was time for good news. Even if they hadn't been in the village, the locals would have continued to enjoy life. And it was all thanks to a witch who lived on the very edge of that area. Usually people were afraid of witches, but here it was the opposite, and most likely she and they lived in harmony. But she was also called a witch not because of her use of magic, but because of her name. As a witch of swords, she was definitely one of the purple people. The next morning, Riley stretched sweetly, yawned, and asked if Naini had been able to find the witch. While in the air, she said that there were many houses on the edge, but only one had traces of people. She asked him if he wanted to see if she had used magic on him so that he could go up to her. She said that in the distance she could see smoke coming from one of the houses, so we had to check if they had arrived and knocked on the door. An old woman came out and apologized for keeping us waiting because she was at home without her little girl. They greeted her and had a reason for coming to her, and the blind woman offered to come in and continue in the house. As they followed her, the old woman said that her body could no longer stay outside the walls of the house for long. Riley asked her if she mentioned the girl. It meant she didn't live alone. And it was true because she spent the whole day in the company of her student because of her blindness. The student was a wayward child, but very kind for her age. Suddenly, Naina heard the voice of her master in her head, asking her to go get Nara, because something told him that this person was a witch, and if she did not see, she would not notice how she teleported. Then he remembered that he hadn't introduced himself and his name was Riley, which allowed Naina to move away from them a little bit. And her name was Inaril Isodames. It was not a family name, but a simple surname. I noticed that one of them disappeared instantly and asked where she had gone. In his mind, he didn't understand how she knew, but he assumed that the girl had gone to the restroom. Then she immediately asked if they were dating each other because the atmosphere was similar and apologized if she was wrong. When he saw that Naini had returned, he told her to stand next to him. When she sensed the girl in the room, she asked if she was a magician, and she heard that someone else was breathing with them, even though Nara kept her mouth shut to avoid giving herself away. But she failed. Shocked, Riley asked her if she really couldn't see, and she replied that when she lost her sight, her second senses became more acute. Nini said they thought she was a witch, so she needed to check the color. The old woman noticed that judging by their conversations about color, one could guess that Vasilisk was with them. Riley shouted at them to stop standing, and Nara urgently checked the color. I looked at her and saw that she had used her ability, and if I were to compare her to her friends, the person who sat in front of them and talked was not of any color at all. They looked at the old woman and Nara once again confirmed that she was definitely colorless. Then the woman took off the blindfold and said that her body had been dead for 30 years. A brave hero left a mark on her face exactly 30 years ago. Riley and no one in the room expected that a long dead man would stand before them alive. He was suspicious of her, as she might have black eyes, and asked her to open her eyes, but Naini intervened and asked him to calm down. But he was surprised by the resurrection of bodies, a power that even famous priests cannot possess. After listening to them, Inaril hit the floor with a stick and said she had guessed who they were, and that they came at the right time, as they will be able to fulfill their mission before they leave this life forever. She put her hands in the fire, and did not hear anyone telling her not to do it and saw that what was there was gone. Nayani ran over and took her hands away because she was afraid she would get hurt, and if she wanted to get something, she had to put out the fire. The woman shed a tear and blamed herself for not raising her properly. Nayani asked what she was talking about. Then Inaril gritted her teeth and said the girl's name, Iril. It looks like she took her weapon. Meanwhile, holding the same sword in her hands, the girl conducted the test and it was time for the second one. I threw it to Lion and told him to try to beat that old man with it. Jan was outraged not knowing what kind of relationship she had with her young master Lion, but he didn't think he could be called a grandfather. Iril named him that because he looks like that and sees no problem with it. Ian asked Lion why he was giving in to this little girl's words, but he replied that he was no longer the young master of Epaulette's house and was sure that he knew. And it was good, because I always wanted to have a real fight with the most famous mercenary hero. Ian did not want to fight him, asking him to change his mind about the idea, but he shouted at him to draw his sword. He rushed into the fight and shouted that if he didn't want to say goodbye to his life at the hands of his former young master, he should get it. Meanwhile, Nara walked around the village asking locals if they had seen a girl named Iril. The two men reacted quite wildly, wondering why a stranger was looking for her and what she was up to, and shouted that such suspicious people had no place in this village. The owner Inaril came up behind us and greeted the men and said that she knew them. They immediately apologized and tapped her on the shoulder since they knew each other, so they had to say so right away. They said that they had seen her and Inaril, the other young student, at lunch. A girl who was with them came up and quietly said that she saw her go down a short path through the village behind the store. Then Nara asked the young owner from Nina if they knew where to go. I saw that I was alone again, and two men were also whispering that she might have been abandoned, and I wondered why they were always leaving her somewhere. Before all these events, Inaril spoke to a young student who had heard that he came from an aristocratic family and was a swordsman, so let him show his skills. But the duel quickly ended with one movement, and Lion's blade fell to the ground. Asking her how she did it, he also tried to study the style of using the sword. She answered that when she drew her sword, she thought about how many times she had to protect other people. He immediately recalled his father's words when he said that he should use the sword not for his own purposes, but to protect other people. Inaril said the same thing, that if he uses the sword with the intention of winning, she cannot become his teacher. He shouted out that to become her student, you needed a different mindset. Then he bowed down before her and asked her to teach him how to think properly, to think about protecting someone and not his own goals. She looked at him and smiled because she felt his words were sincere and agreed. The battle began, and Ian had no intention of letting up, even though there were two of them. He noticed right away that the style of sword Leon uses is the same as his teacher's. Iril shouted out to Jan how he knew this technique, the same as theirs. But he also had this question for the two of them why the style of the sword was the same. The girl shouted that she had asked him first, and if he didn't answer, she could quickly finish him off. He couldn't let that happen, because he had a lot of questions, especially where they got that sword that Leon had. Its owner was supposed to be dead, and the girl stopped with her head down and asked what he knew. Then she lunged forward, dodged the sword, and put her yana to her head, shouting that her grandmother was alive. The sword was smeared with blood. Her hands were trembling, and she calmly said that even she knew that her grandmother was dead, but she shouldn't have said that. She tries so hard to forget and can't destroy it because her grandmother will find out and be very upset. Then I asked him if he was the hero who had killed the Witch of the Swords and became the main character of the story. She gave him her hand to help him stand up and asked him to move because her arm was swelling. When the girl got up, she told him that she would take him to her grandmother's house and that he should follow her. I returned to Lion and apologized that the inspection would have to be postponed for later. I had to see this person. Lion's gaze changed and he shouted at her to turn around as he was behind her. A portal appeared and a dark, huge hand came out of it, reaching for her. But I couldn't grab his hand because Jan covered it with his back. Holding her hand, he told her to run away as fast as possible, and that hand would come after her. But she didn't want to leave her grandfather because he had to meet her grandmother. It was much more important to Jan that the girl was not injured, so he turned to Lion. But he looked at him and did not believe that Jan was the same boy who was able to defeat the teacher. His arm was torn out of it, causing pain and leaving a large wound on his body. Lion regained consciousness and jumped forward, grabbing Iril to prevent his hand from reaching her. Even though she was screaming, he responded by saying, just as Jan had said, that someone's hand was after her, so she had to run. Of course, she was very upset because she knew how much her grandmother wanted to see this man. Bleeding, he told himself that the teacher had a student even more stubborn than he was. He was getting colder, and the words of condolence he hadn't had time to say came to him only now. He dreamed that the teacher had told her that, from the first time they met. To this day, He has served her faithfully and honestly all the time and felt her hand touch him. But it was Riley. He heard it all, and it seemed that he was in a very bad state if he was delirious like that. Then he ordered Nina to send Jan to Frisia immediately, and she promised to do so immediately and return. In the meantime, I had to go back to Innerl, who was left behind because we needed to discuss some aspects of the training. She was walking alone in the forest, not knowing where the two had gone, and there was something else that made such an evil aura in the air. She was suddenly attacked by Riley but managed to pick up a stick to defend herself. At first, she did not understand who was in front of her to attack a blind person, but when she heard the voice, she asked why he attacked her. In the place where her student and granddaughter were, there was a man he was looking for with a hole in his stomach. She asked him to calm down, as she had been on his side all along, and he shouted why he should believe her. Then she asked what the purple man he was looking for looked like and asked if he had killed them all. Riley reported that they had dealt with two, one cleared and the other not caught because of the plague, and the bishop escaped. She interrupted and asked if he was talking about Revosa. And I thought he would notice that it was also purple before, and also my right hand, and I noticed a purple aura in the forest, so Revosa is not far away. They came for the holy sword. They could feel it when it left the house. Then you have to push them back to where they came from and they disperse in the air, so it was hard to tell which side they were on. Riley noticed that if the aura dissipates, it means that the person who took the sword is running away from them. The hand searched further for the fugitives, and they managed to hide for rest. Lion looked at it and did not understand what it was, and it did not look like using mana at all, and attempts to cut it did not help. The sword went through. I didn't notice how Irel jumped away from him and stood against his arm, whispering that she would take revenge for him. My grandfather suffered because of him, so I had to avenge him. It jumped up into the air and reached my hand and went through it. But it did not bring any results, and knowing this, Lion jumped out of the hiding place to throw her away from danger. Suddenly, a very familiar voice, similar to their teacher's, caught their attention. She shouted at them that they were stupid children, and it was all because they never listened to their teacher. She took the sword and shouted that it should be used differently than she did. When they were following the traces of the mana, the old woman told them that she had the power of a holy sword in her right hand. Riley asked me not to lie because only one person can have such power, and he was right. But her world and his are two different worlds. In each world, there is a goddess who predicts the existence of a unique blessing in different swords. After the loss of his life, the blessing of the sword passed to the newly born Riley, and the power of the lower world returned to him. It's all thanks to the black butterfly. Even the fact that it exists at the moment is because of the mission of this butterfly. The mission was that when a hero came to her, she had to give him the divine sword of salvation, so she gave it to him. To accept him as the master of salvation and a brave hero, Lion was already surprised to see his brother here, and when he learned that the owner of the sword was also here, he could not believe it. Riley was annoyed by all this, but there was nothing he could do, so he asked her to move away from him while he dealt with it. Standing next to her students, she asked them to be quiet and watch carefully in front of them. A living example of how to use this sword properly. Riley was hit in the arm with a sword. He said that he did not know who did it, but he had to punish them for wounding people he cared about. As soon as the hand disappeared, many portals appeared from which the hand came out. And I tried to cut those holes in space, but even when I cut them with this sword, there were still gaps. However, their size looked much smaller than the one he had seen in Solia, and there was no point in cutting them because it looked like someone was controlling the hand itself. I also thought that it was strange that Revosa's target was not the sword in his hands, so why didn't he attack it? If that was not the case, then he most likely had a second target. I saw the hand attack Irel, but the grandmother covered her. The Witch of Swords shouted that it was a very dirty trick. But on the other hand, Revosa said that she was the one who used such tricks because she dared to betray them. Being her right-hand man, he also called her a vulgar woman because of her betrayal, and the place of her right hand was empty for several decades. Another voice told Riley that if he didn't run away, he thought he was brave, and that he had gotten into trouble last time. Only Riley realized and screamed. Who is he talking to, because he doesn't think that it was Revosa who was in a dialogue with him, and he doesn't mind fighting, so it cost him nothing to repel any of his attacks. But he could not accept the fact that they dared to wound a person dear to him, so he will make him pay for the fact that his hand wounded Jan in the back. The grandmother asked why she had mentioned this name, and the girl shed a tear and said that it was her fault for what had happened to him. And then Jan came running out, shouting to the whole clearing. The young owner ran quite fast despite his wounds. Riley immediately began to scold him for coming to him in such a state. But he couldn't just sit there. Sviataya reassured the owner that despite his critical condition, they managed to win because he was very strong and belligerent. Then Inaril came up to him and said his name so that he would look at her. They looked at each other and could not believe their eyes that they had seen each other after such a long time. But Riley interrupted them, notwithstanding the long separation. Could they not postpone their ascent for a while as there were more important things to do? Naini shouted to everyone to stand back and put up a barrier so that no one would get hurt. Having been glad that Jan was okay, I now had to pay off a lot of debts. Cutting one portal after another with his sword, Riley put all his skills into it. Lion, who watched without blinking, could not believe that it was his brother. The same guy who slept in trees all the time and never picked up a sword did this. Naini immediately joined in and they stood shoulder to shoulder. She had a plan to try. Iroh did not even understand how she had just been next to her and was already fighting there. And she was glad that she was right because she is an incredible wizard, which meant that she was a student of the Dragon Endall. Nini released a spell that began to unite the holes into one place and shrink them. 27 holes were picked up, and the person on the other side could not believe it. Then we realized that this creature did not encounter magic because it did not exist in the world where the young master was. And these holes were just curved spaces through which they passed. But now that she had gathered them all in a heap in a surprise attack, it was impossible for the person on the other side to believe that they were playing with a force of this magnitude. Riley smiled as he saw that the hole was like the one in Solia, and shouted why the one in there wasn't coming out. They said he didn't know where he belonged, and then Riley replied that their master didn't have a place, because he had already managed to defeat him once, and he thought that if he defeated the Demon King, everything would be over. He began to call out the names of Anar or Visel, or if not them, then Kaladiak and Nemophila. If not, what kind of animal controlled them? And Inaril heard this. She said that the animal's name was Helena, and I didn't even understand her at first. The one who brought the lower world to this one, who divided people into 6 parts and gave them magic, and who commands them. Her name is Helena. Riley immediately remembered her saying that he was the only one who could save the world. And with this sword, Saint Helena was rightly calling out to him. He called her names and was annoyed that it was all because of her again. A voice came out of the hole and said to him, how dare he talk about her like that? Not wanting to tolerate this, he came out saying that he was Revosa and would take revenge instead of that person. At first, his task was to lose his right arm, but now he had to find out how he knew the man's name. And if he answered the questions honestly, he would let him go. But he realized that there would be no answers. Riley said that he understood and would also like to know how he knew about Elena. Naini asked if they were retreating, and the owner told her to just keep an eye out. He thought it would be over soon. Rivos heard this and, in his opinion, he did not underestimate him, so perhaps he needed to warm up before the interrogation. The fight began, and Riley attacked quickly and strongly. But the bishop shouted that he had no instinct for self-preservation and that only he should answer questions. And if I had known what a pain in the ass he was, I would have gotten rid of him at the first meeting. This got the owner's attention, and he said that these were his words, and they continued to exchange blows. Errol watched this with delight, thinking that they were 2 dragons, a dragon servant and a dragon swordsman. Sveta said that no, they are both incredible, but they are not dragons, and she gives her word that Ian also confirmed. Lion also thought something was wrong because the guy who was constantly joking around and sleeping all the time showed an incredible level of humanity. Ian looked at him and said that Lady Iris, who gave birth to Riley, was an ordinary human, but if she were a dragon, she could easily have handled the poison. And the saint could confirm that Nani was human with the help of her vision. Riley and Nini are both strong and immense in spite of their strength. They were still ordinary people fighting evil at the moment. Revosa watched him handle the sword, and at first when the man asked him to return it, he didn't quite understand. But now it all came together. Fighting off the attack, the young master teased him, saying that his attacks had become slow and that was all he was capable of. But he disagreed because he had many more tricks in store. Riley asked me to use my full strength if he was telling the truth, because it would be sad if his arm slipped off on purpose and he lost this battle, and one of his arms separated from his body. To prevent him from taking it back, Nini hurriedly took it for herself. Riley shouted from behind his back to Revosa not to be distracted or he would lose his other arm. But just before the attack, he managed to put up a barrier that stopped the attack. Holding his hand, he told him not to think that he was losing because he repeated that he had many trump cards. But Riley also had ideas, and he bounced off the barrier and separated the dagger from the holy sword. And he threw it with all his might at Revosa, and it bounced to the side, leaving no trace. He just laughed because it was impossible to break his barrier with such a toothpick. But this shot was aimed at the arm from above, and Riley noticed it, so the sneaky shot didn't work. He also said that this sword had one ability that the great Elena had not told him about. The salvation of the great sword has the ability to completely restrain its mana, but it can also destroy the superpowers of this world. And right now, he is holding the sword of the dungeon they so desperately wanted. Being without an arm and wounded, Ravosa could barely breathe and said he was very annoying. Holding the sword in front of his head, he ordered him to tell everything he knew about the animal Elena. And if not, Naini would pull the memories right out of his head. He hinted that he did not want to become mentally retarded like his friend Latrina. And it's better to start with how he addresses her. Because has Yelena ever been a human being before? Ravosa began to tremble and say something incomprehensible, and his eyes became like a nickel. Looking at his condition, at first Riley did not realize what was wrong with him, or whether the atmosphere had already heated up so much that his brain had gone. It instantly turned into a purple mass that began to melt before our eyes. Nani asked him if he had this ability from his past life, and he remembered that Helena's followers were drowned like wax candles if they began to say things that were not allowed. Nini tried to stop it somehow, but it was impossible. She said she would pull the memories out of him, but asked the master to cast a spell to slow it down. He said that he would try his best, but she had 30 seconds to do it. It was more than enough for her to get what she needed in time. Then I heard them say that the young master showed his skills incredibly well. He had forgotten that Ian was watching him, which meant that now he would be questioning him for a long time about why he had to hide his abilities. And his older brother Lion was watching the whole battle and also had a lot of questions. However, he saw him only when he came closer and asked what he was doing here and how long he had been here. Lion reassured him that he had seen everything and now he wanted to talk about many things and had a lot of questions. After the battle, they all went to the Witch of Swords' house to sit with his brother Lion, who said he had many questions but would ask only one. Was he the Riley he knew? He answered that yes, because of today's events, he had the right to think differently, as everyone had secrets, but he was still Riley Ippolita. After these words, Lion stood up and said that he needed to go for a walk and think about everything, but would be back soon. When he came out, Riley heard his grandmother talking to her granddaughter, as she had never told her that she had fought with such people. Then I went to the bed where Jan was lying and asked him how he was feeling. Sviataya reported that his condition has stabilized, but his wound opened due to the high activity. Enrolls smiled lightly as this wound meant that Jan had also aged, as it had been a scratch for him before. They probably wanted to talk about a lot of things, and he will most likely wake up tomorrow. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and ordered Riley to stay behind him, as it could be enemies. Naini hurried to reassure everyone as she guessed who it might be. A breathless Nara came into the house and said that they must be mocking her, how they had forgotten about her. Next time, if it happens again, he will be really angry because it was too much. Night descended on the village and everyone went to sleep after a hard day. Riley noticed that for such a loud person, Nara fell asleep very quickly. During the battle, he was also pleasantly surprised that Nani had learned to use more complex magic with 4 significant idioms. Because of all these stories, Nani said that the story of Enerol and John and the story of the purple people were a mess in her head, and they were complicated because they were very intertwined. And when I learned that my grandmother had a couple of Sundays left to live, I started to worry about Errol. She felt sorry for Mrs. Enerol because she resembled her in some ways. She probably wants to talk to Jan most of all. Then the feeling of reunion will outweigh the feeling of separation. Ian could not forget her either, and when he got up he would be happy because he loved her all the time. She is sure that she wants to spend as much time with Inariel as she can and asked what her future plans are. He would like to go home, but first he needs to deal with the epidemic that the purple people will disappear once they have dealt with him. But the most important task was to track down Elena, who does not know how to get to the other world and will go there as soon as she finds a way. Then he looked at Nana and asked her if she knew why he had been awake lately because he couldn't sleep. Usually when he went to bed he was worried about something, but this event was disturbing him, and it was all because of one servant. He couldn't ignore her when she talked about wanting to save the world, and it was constantly in his head. Naini immediately started to apologize, and he stopped her. He lowered his eyes and took hold of his neck, saying that he was in a similar situation as John. If the world comes to an end and there is no future, you have to do everything you can. Then she remembered what she had said about Jan, and began to guess what the young man wanted to tell her. As soon as Riley had something to say, Inaril appeared behind them. Naini immediately ran up to her and asked why she was alone and where her stick was. But she was afraid to wake everyone up with loud noises, so she asked if she had disturbed them, and smiled, and said that of course not. Then she wanted to ask Mr. Riley for something, and to be honest, this request was based on her personal thoughts. She asked him if he wanted to fight her with swords right there. The one who received the blessing and the one who had it before, she wondered who would win. Riley noticed that if you look at it better, it looks like she never lost it. She had never lost to anyone in a duel except once, and he knew that the exception was Jan. When he asked Naina to bring them wooden swords, she asked him if he was sure that it was necessary. He said that there was no need to worry so much. He would control himself. And the battle began. And it was fierce and interesting because they were both skillful with the sword. Either Riley was trying to push her, or she was not only defending herself, but also making counterattacks. Their duel was almost on equal footing, and more than once their wooden blades crossed each other and they stood face to face. Then Lion approached Naina, who was watching, and said that he could not believe his skills even after seeing him several times. Seeing that she was nervous, I raised my hands and told her not to strain. He didn't come here to interfere with the swordplay of these two. It was just incredible, and he wants to watch the fight. As Riley fought her, he thought that this was what he expected from someone who had received the blessing of the sword. And if she had been younger, she would have lasted a couple of days. But it was necessary to end this fight because he was very young and she was very old. She asked him what had just happened and he explained that he had used time magic to speed himself up. But if she thought it was a scam, then fine. But she was already grateful that he had fought her as an old woman, and noticed that he didn't need to waste his strength on her, so she accepted defeat. And now that her interest was satisfied, she had nothing to regret. But Riley still felt attached to her. She had no choice but to do what she could. After all, she was just an ordinary person, and she had solved the problem. Many new experiences came into her life because Irol taught her the art of the sword, but not the wisdom of life. She also failed to fully teach the art of the sword to the young master of Lion, and that she did not solve the problem with the monsters that were soon to appear in Romella's village. All of these experiences came about because of the short amount of time she had left to live. Riley asked, what about Jan? He was her first student and the hero who saved her from Helena's shackles. At the time, the owner did not understand why she did not include him in her list, and he was confused by all this, so he got straight to the point. Jan wanted her to live a little longer. He wanted to be with her, even though he was badly injured. He also thinks that she did not tell him everything she wanted to and asked for her hand in marriage. I started using my time magic on her to give her time. She shouted that he was acting against the laws of nature, but Riley replied that given that he was born with memories, it was also against nature. And if we take into account the actions of the goddess, it is nothing compared to what he does. Now, after his magic, she will be able to live a little longer, and he is also very tired. So he asked Naina to return to the estate and asked if they would leave John here. And I heard that he had done everything he could for him. And now it was time for their butler to rest. A few days later, Naini brought the owner a newspaper that said that a group of mercenaries had defeated the monsters approaching Romella's village. There were even names on it besides the name of the owner, Leon, but it was probably him who was the hooded mercenary. This news was good, but I also wondered if Jan and Inaril had told each other everything they wanted to while he was on winter vacation. But sleep outweighed curiosity, so he said he was sleeping a little and asked to be woken up sometime in the evening. However, they had a visitor who asked Riley how it was that he was awake all day. It was the dragon Endal who teleported to them because he had something. He came over and kicked him lightly, shouting at him to wake up. And Naini noticed that the owner was lying down for the first time in a very long time. But there was no time to delay, he had to tell him, so he had to get up and listen. Naini asked her mentor if the problem with the epidemic had been resolved, because she thought it had disappeared after the events of the past, and that was the reason for the visit. He chased him because it turned out that he was Ansirium, but there was another problem. First, he was found by a brazen man. When they met and talked, I asked him if he would cooperate, and he agreed, but on the condition that he needed to bring his old friend, and then he would bring a guy named Epidemic. At first, however, he did not understand how he could know his friend, and the boy hinted at someone who was not superior in sword skills. So he asked me to pass on a message about the last thing he said. I still remember the hero before hell came from heaven that day. Riley instantly opened his eyes, looked at Endal, and asked if he had really said that. It was true, and he also told something about the final battle with the hero, but I never understood. In any case, Endal does not know a better swordsman than him. Nina wondered what it meant too, and Riley thought it was good. The one who was with him in the last moments of his life was the king of demons. In the evening they reached the place, but it looked abandoned. Endal said that of course, because only abandoned children remained in this place because of the plague. I also wondered why he left everything to Naina, because he left the estate very quickly and only she could make a copy of it. A child came out to meet them and asked if he was the same Endal. He replied that he did, and he brought a man who, among all the people he knew, was the best at swordsmanship. It seemed that the child was a friend of the person who proposed the agreement. But Riley did not like it. and offered to take the child hostage. But he could not, because the chief among the dragons ordered him not to solve this problem with violence. Then they stopped and the guy said they had arrived. Riley really sharpened his gaze on the one who stood in the shadows, his face hidden by a shadow. He was the one who hid the infected and offered a pact with the dragons. He thanked Endall for bringing him to him, and most importantly, he hadn't changed and was the same as in his previous life. Riley changed his gaze and shouted rudely to the person who he was. He said that this child did not have a name, but if he insisted, he would tell him the name he had in his previous life. When he came out of the shadows, it was a boy, and he smiled and said his name was Abis. In the past, the city was in danger. Demons with their king attacked it, and if not stopped, all of humanity would face disaster. At the same time, the saints called the hero as the master of the sword of salvation. Only he could defeat the demon king. He was their hope. Although Riley said at the time that this was impossible because the king could destroy hundreds of lives with just one move. But she said that no matter what, he would cope because he was a hero and Abbas still remembered that moment. He looked happy at the time. And it's nice to see that he's doing much better in this life. Endall shouted to him that he was a baby and brought the man he wanted. Now it was his turn. Abbas looked at him and said that he was a very rude lizard. He does not even realize that the person he needs is standing next to him. He was just an ordinary child, but he personally took away his strength, even though he lost some memories in the process, but he wanted to forget them anyway. That man was a terrible vessel that held such a great power in his hands. He could not control her at all, but he really did not want to have her. When he approached the children, he would shout for them to run away. Abbas noticed him then, and his unwillingness to harm the children reminded him of Riley. Then he took pity on him and broke the shackles that held Endall. He listened to him and did not understand why he became a child. Riley, who had intervened, asked to take the child and make sure of everything and would leave them alone for a while, because he thought he had something to talk about with this guy. Ibis found out that he existed thanks to a newspaper that wrote about Epaulette's heir, and then he always carried it with him so that he would not forget his face. Riley asked if he dreamed of revenge, but the answer was no, as he had learned a lot from him and would never feel angry with his benefactor. Thanks to him, they were able to understand that in their past life he had also died, and that thanks to him, they could live a free life. He let the fish go back because it was too small, and gave an example that made me realize that small things need to be let go. He also found a hobby of looking after small children, and took them all who had lost their relatives to the plague, and now had someone to take care of. And watching his past life, how he desperately defended the children, he learned a lesson that was very important to him. Listening to him, Riley asked him if he was serious or mocking. Then, who manipulated small children and infected children himself. And now it is burning that children who care for them in the past even took their own lives. Even friends were torn to pieces. And when they came to, they cried because of guilt. And then it all repeated like a vicious circle. Abbas stopped him because he did not understand what he had just said. What kind of manipulation of children? Riley thought he was playing dumb, but he really didn't know anything about it. Justice and the law come first for demons, and the winner decides what is right and wrong. But turning children into monsters was senseless and disgusting. And if we talk about meanness and cruelty, people are worse. They steal other people and do experiments on them, change them and mock them. They turn them into servants, humiliate them. And the higher society just watches this. Whether in the past life or in this one, people are nasty creatures. Riley broke out in a sweat and asked if it was not the demons who were doing all this. And he gave his word over all his endless lives. He said that he had never done anything like that and had never ordered his subordinates to do so. Then he asked what made him think that way about him in the first place, and Riley understood. The saint then apologized to him, but said that the children could not be saved. Before she said she could save them, and then she said she didn't have the power to purify them. And when he was shouting what to do with these children and that they shouldn't be left in such a state, she said that the only way to stop their suffering was to kill them with his sword because they could have killed hundreds more people. This was a serious reason for him to become steely in his feelings for the defense of the world. If he did not take their lives, everything would go to waste. Therefore, I had to hurry to do justice and ask them not to betray their faith. Meanwhile, Endall was able to get into the boy's memories and saw Epidemic's memories there. This meant that the guy was not lying, and the young man in front of him could not understand what he was doing. Looking at the memories, Endall managed to sense Abyss's mana, which was incredible. It meant that a second Riley-level being existed in their world. The boy brought the soup because he thought that if he could not hear it, he might get sick. Endall scratched the back of his head, wondering what the hell he was supposed to find out from someone who had neither strength nor memory. But since he realized that this kid was close to Ibis, He asked him to tell him about him. Ibis is a very kind guy. He has a good talent for leadership and he is smart, so everyone follows him as the boss. And I remembered that once he said he wanted to drink something called Coca-Cola, and I immediately remembered the name. As Riley told him, he was no bar owner if he didn't know this drink. He also said that it was a drink he had tried a long time ago, and a dragon like him didn't need to know how and when it was. I concluded that these two must have had something in common, given how they were looking for the same drink. Meanwhile, during the conversation, Abbas also managed to come to the conclusion that Riley had been deceived all his past life. And Riley himself also realized something after comparing the past. First, the demons had no desire to destroy humanity. Secondly, Abbas had no choice but to follow the orders of someone else. And thirdly, the demons attacked only to meet the saint from the past. It was as if the saints were like a goddess, and his inner self united together, and their goal was to reduce them to zero. And they were fooled, like a bunch of fools. Riley was interested in how he managed to get to this world, and explained that he was able to get there because he destroyed a goddess in another world. And people overestimate gods. He would have liked to have heard this earlier. Abbas smiled that there was no point in telling him then, and he didn't have time to tell him, which could have been part of their plan. It was not a pleasant feeling, thinking that I would be rewarded for all the suffering in my past life, but it turned out that I was just a fool all along. Then he asked Riley if he could gather 6 people he could trust, and he was surprised to hear that so abruptly. To rectify the situation, he spoke about the real problem of the purple people, who were mentioned with the forces of the past. It was as if those people were going to imitate him, but they were very clumsy. Riley asked then what 6 people he meant in the plan. He replied that he was going to create 6 parts and show them that their side was better. He also didn't care if he accepted the offer because when the children grew up, he could move to that world. And for Riley, it was amazing to hear. Abbas told him to underestimate the Demon King who had been living for thousands of years, then asked him what he thought, but he already knew the answer by his expression. So he brought 6 people and something came to mind, and then Endall interrupted their conversation. He said that he had finished checking on the boy and came to tell me right away, but I could tell from Riley that he didn't seem to know the answer, and that was because they didn't look like liars. But it was the main thing that Endall did not understand and really wanted to ask them both. What was this drink they were looking for called Coca-Cola? As 2 random people were looking for him, he shouted at them to tell him where they were selling it and how it was prepared. Therefore, they should not dare to hide anything from him and tell him everything. Abbas smiled, as one of the 6 has already been found. Meanwhile, in the Ippolet estate, Naini sat at the table with the created copy of her master and thought that he was taking a long time. I heard a scream outside the door. The voice was like Sarah's. She said it was strange that the smell of the owner was coming from 2 people. Naina panicked because it meant that the owner had entered the house, and Sarah was confused by the puppet. Then she went into the room to see what the servant was doing. She heard that she was doing something else instead of serving her master. Riley came in behind her and didn't want to get involved in their showdown, so Sarah smiled wickedly and called the servant to leave for a few words. And she dragged her off to tell her off for not keeping an eye on her young master. Nini was furious why he didn't warn her as soon as he came back telepathically. But he forgot how the one time she didn't mention the levitation magic and made him suffer, he stopped and apologized by looking at her face. Then, Naini said it was good that he came back, and who would have thought that 2 powerful beings who lived in that world ended up in this one? It's quite interesting. Riley then said that Abyss told him to assemble the 6 pieces the way the purple people did. But he was interested in her opinion, so he came to her first. He gave her a sheet with the names of the people he had chosen, all of whom he could trust and who were capable. And Naini noticed that there were 7 people, but he was still thinking between John and Errol, and also how he was going to get them together, unless it would be very difficult to convince them of his past life and Elena. Then she realized that he was going to push this bard on her as usual. Nini thought that it would be a long time coming and that she should tell her parents, but Riley said that it would be a minute before they were there in this world. And we had to get to work and do what we could to convince the Sarah to begin with. She stood there after hearing what she had to do, and at first she didn't understand. Riley told her that if that was the case, she should pack her suitcase and pretend it was a vacation, and she asked him to wait. This is the first time she hears about the movement of great evil in the lower world. So at first, it is difficult for her to understand it all. And instead of taking her servant, wouldn't it be better to take a knight, because she would only get mixed up if she was taken to such a place? Then Riley said, smell and intuition. She wasn't the only one with this ability. Suddenly, she veered sharply to the left as she felt the danger to dodge. She saw the young master's sword pass by her face a few centimeters away. Riley said that she had just dodged a sword with a glance, and that she was relying on a bad feeling. It was the right answer in this, and it was her intuition that helped her. Nayani understood her feelings because she had experienced the same thing, but she asked her to believe that the young master had chosen them because he thought they were necessary. Seeing that they had melted into each other, Riley said it was time to move on, so he let them get ready. They still had to convince many people to join them. Meanwhile, in one of the holy places, Saint Freyja prayed to the goddess Irene. She answered the prayer and said that this revelation would most likely be the last. At first, Freyja thought it was a joke, but the goddess went on to say that she would always bless the paths she would take. Therefore, there was no need to shed tears and get upset. Everything will be fine. She didn't want to celebrate because she didn't think she was smart yet and hoped that at least the goddess would give her some guidance. Irenisa said that when a boyfriend came to pick her up, she should follow him and light the way he would go. And so that her child does not forget that she will always bless her and that her existence will always be in her heart. Freyja asked to pray at least a little longer to hear her voice, but the goddess left. When she opened her eyes, Nara was standing next to her, seeing her tears and asking if she was okay. She also said that Riley's owner came to see her, but if she was tired, she could talk to him later. But after wiping away her tears, she did not want to wait until later, so she turned around and asked him what the purpose of his visit was, although she herself said that he came because he needed her for a big trip. He explained that he needed both of them to go to the lower world. Nara asked if the saint understood everything, and she did not fully understand either, but following the master was her last revelation. And if it is fulfilled, the world will become a peaceful place even without the existence of gods. Nara listened, and if she says so, then she should agree too. At that moment, Riley heard her reasoning and asked her if she was obeying the saint too much, and she said no, and that it was her choice. Naina was a little calmer as she thought it would be harder to convince them now that she had two more to deal with. They got to the village of Rumala, which was being rebuilt after the monster's attack, and people recognized them. And they were grateful because thanks to the guests, Enrol and her students, everyone survived and the city will be rebuilt. Sarah heard and asked who they were and why they were known in this place. Seeing that something was wrong with her, Riley asked why she was suddenly upset, and Nani said that she was upset because she hadn't participated in the winter. In any case, Jan should have been at her house and Irene and Lord Lion should have been there too. When she heard that Leon was also participating, she was even more upset because everyone was there except her. When they left, they shouted that if she continued to stand, no one would protect her, so she would have to go home. Then, having reached the house, the sword witches knocked, but for a long time no one opened the door. Riley asked why there were no saints there, and it was strange that they were always there when they came in. Nara heard something, turned around, saw it, and called out to Riley, pointing her finger at him to look in that direction. Jan and Inaril were walking holding hands, saying that it was finally spring and it was good to walk together. And when they got closer to the house, he noticed a bunch of guests below him looking in their direction. They each had their own reaction to what they saw, as they had never seen him like that before. At first they stood there silently exchanging glances with each other. At home, Jan laughed and said that he must have embarrassed them all. Inaril wondered why he was talking about it like that. There was nothing so crazy about it. And as soon as she spoke, they asked what happened to Iril and the owner Lion, and she said that they were training. After the duel, the atmosphere between her and Lion changed, and Iril seemed to compete with him. Riley was curious about the thought, since Ian had asked him about the sword several times in the castle, and now he wondered what he thought of his brother. Nini suggested that it would be much better to talk about it when the two returned from training. Iril burst into the house happier than ever because she had been able to train very well. Lion came in behind him, saw that the house was full of guests, and saw that it was his brother. He said he came to talk to Inaril and Jan about something. In this case, in order not to disturb him, my brother wanted to go and practice some more. But Riley stopped him and asked him to stay and hear their conversation. He told everything about the case, so he needed reliable people to take his side and asked if they could go with him. While Jan was thinking, Iril shouted that she was ready to go with them. Nara asked her if she was sure that this was not an ordinary trip, but the girl was absolutely sure, and it would also help improve her skills. And she wants to see swords from other worlds, and Riley accepted her, and also asked about Jan. Nayini said that wasn't Iril supposed to be the sixth member of their team, but the owner changed his mind because it was better to take the two of them as one. Ian closed his eyes, lowered his head, and said that if the young man wanted to leave, he would. Lion intervened because he thinks it's better for him to go instead of Jan, since he is also Inaril's student and has learned the same sword art and trained with Inaril a lot. He knows how to work with her as a team. In this case, he considers his candidacy to be the best option for everyone. Riley asked if this was due to any personal motives and if he was just trying to piss him off. But the answer was no. He wanted to go with them to try out his new sword, or rather his new mindset. As he knows his sword is no different from a wandering vagabond, every stroke was filled with false intentions. He realized this only when he was expelled from the estate, because his sword was not clean, and tried to learn the purpose of the master and fought with Irel to get rid of it. He was unable to take her away completely, but by that time I had already seen his sword technique and Ian and Irene. His and their swords were used in battle to save others, and then it was possible to understand. The anger he wanted to wash away was not in the sword, and his desire to join them is the price he paid. Riley smiled, took himself by the chin, and whispered that his father should have seen this. When he heard the end of my brother's story, he said that he understood what he was talking about and accepted him into the team. Meanwhile, Endal and Abyssus and the waiting Demon King continued to call him a lizard, and he did not like it because he was a dragon. He also didn't understand how he could be Riley's friend because he usually didn't like such fucking kids. But he was his very old friend. Endal asked me to admit that he is not an ordinary person because he blocks all the mind-reading magic that is trying to be cast on him. He suggested that if he was so interested, he would tell him himself because dragons were always interesting, so he understood him. Endal was already shouting that he was just a dragon, and Abyss didn't hear him. So he started to tell the story and began with the relationship between humans and demons to make it clear. In that world, he was the king of demons, standing at the very top of the demon world, and was a nightmare for all of humanity. But the end of the Demon King was disappointing, as he was destroyed by the sword of human youth blessed with a holy sword. The youth with the blessing of the sword was the one with whom they fought together. In that youth was Riley. A portal opened right where they needed it, and they went out of it as a team. Endal sat like a fascinated little child and watched them appear, his master immediately wondering what was wrong with him. Abyss said he told the dragon about their stories, and it seemed that he was more interested in that world than in their relationship. Then Andal came over with a shout, grabbed his shoulder, and yelled at Riley that we should go to that lower house as soon as possible or something like that. Because he finally understood cars, airplanes, houses, everything he had been told until now was a lie. But as it turned out, it was all real. And he needs to see it all with his own eyes as soon as possible, so the sooner he can leave. Lion and Sarah watched and asked Nana if it was by any chance the doctor who had treated her. She smiled, thinking that she needed to tell him better because her mentor was not a man, but a dragon. At first, they did not believe it made any sense and thought it was impossible. But Sarah thought that Nana's illness was very serious, and that he was able to cure her, which meant that he had incredible strength. And Lion remembered the pressure in the room that was on him, as if an inhuman being was looking at him with incredible power. Then if he really was a dragon, everything made sense, so we were very shocked. Riley said that before we left, we had to go to his cave to get weapons, and if he agreed to lend it to him, he would take him for a ride on the plane. Endal immediately opened the portal and asked why they were still standing. Entering the portal, he told Nina that they would be back soon, so let them continue talking. They were standing in a bunch with nothing to discuss and no idea what to do, so they just had to wait. When they were standing there, Abyss came up to them and asked them not to worry. He just wanted to see who Riley had chosen. He said that they would soon be participating in a battle, and it would be good to check them out. Nini asked everyone to stand back and explained that they were facing a dangerous man. He laughed that he was being rather cruel, and asked her if she thought she could handle him. So it will be interesting to see if she realized that he was impossible to beat and could buy some time. She cried out to the Demon King whose master had been defeated, so she had to stop him at all costs as well. But with incredible speed, Abyss managed to get behind her, saying that he was thinking too much for a normal warm-up. I pushed it forward, but for greater effect, I used a blast to make it fly further. A rather heavy fall knocked her out of the fight, not even expecting such force. He watched her fall and noticed that the force did not become material. She seemed to want a one-on-one fight, but in reality, this fight was necessary to prepare them for what was to come. Therefore, she should not even think that her enemies in that world will fight the way she wants. Then he attacked the others, but warned them not to worry. They would not be hurt. When he attacked Sarah, he realized that she could not keep up with his movements with her eyes, but she could intuitively sense him. Nara and Irel rushed into the battle. They could not bear to see Sarah alone. Abyss also appreciated the fact that they wanted revenge, which made their friendship beautiful. With a sharp movement, he managed to knock one out by hitting her with his knee. The second one tried to attack from behind, but her attack failed because he noticed her. When the sword broke into pieces, Irel looked at it and didn't understand how it felt. With the next movement of his foot, he kicked it so hard that it flew at an incredible speed. Freyja intervened and shouted to Nara to wait a minute and help her. Noticing that there are even holidays there, he told her that it is very easy to become a target in this world. Sarah rushed to her aid and shouted to her to stand up. She could protect her. Abbas moved as she moved and put his foot in front of her, which she tripped over. Then he grabbed her hand, not letting her fall, and said that this was not the only thing. With animal strength, he threw her away from him in his direction. Lion, he managed to group a little bit so that the two of them fell normally. From this battle, he could not understand what was happening here and why it was happening. He paid for his misunderstanding with a blow from Ibis's elbow to his chest. I grabbed him by the neck and hit him against a tree and saw a pleasant look in his eyes. I felt the magic coming up his backside, which was going to attack in a second. Through force, Nini shouted that if he touched him with a finger, she would burn him to death. He would have praised her if she had tried to attack suddenly, but the outcome of the battle was already decided. The words were true. She put down her fingers and dispelled the magic. Abbas looked at me and said that he thought this warm-up was enough. Meanwhile, in the cave, Riley collected a large number of weapons thinking that it should be enough. Heliona was a little angry that he was taking away her weapons, and he noticed that she was collecting them but not using them, and that at least they would be useful. Endall came up and asked if he needed armor, as he had found some. But he didn't need it, and even if it didn't fit him, it didn't matter. And it was time to finish a couple of new subjects will not make anyone stronger, as skills are important. Riley asked for another 10 minutes because he hadn't chosen a gift for Naina. He promised to fly first class, but he just needed 10 more minutes to keep his temper in check. Thinking about the first class, he said that he would give as much as 20 just to make it faster. As soon as the battle was over, Nini felt that she was not in pain. Iril and Nara were also intact, even when there was a blow that felt like the cysts were breaking. Abbas came over and asked them how they were feeling and if they were all right. He said that he would take care of everyone so that no one would get hurt. And he hadn't used force in a long time, so it didn't work out very well. He needed to trust his abilities and test his strength, and they could use a similar experience. I asked them to calm down. It was a simple battle to learn their weaknesses and strengths and maybe tell a story about Riley. At first, Nini realized that he might tell her something she didn't need to know, and she wanted to tell him about it. But Abbas noticed it and realized that she already knew what he was talking about. Of course, I realized that this would have consequences, but now everything is different, and it will be useful for them to hear if they go to the other world. Naini denied that without the owner's consent it was completely different, and that there may have been reasons they didn't know, so she asked them to wait for the owner first. There was nowhere to retreat as their dispute fueled the interest of the others. To reassure everyone, Ibis said that he would just tell his opinion, so it would be wiser to cooperate with him. Naini accepted it because she tried to defend her owner to the end. He asked me not to worry and would take full responsibility for his words. He sat down in front of them and asked them to listen carefully if they wanted to understand. Riley asked me to sit down and listen very carefully without distraction.